Chapter 2153. All of you want to join the Constellation Society? 1. 1,000,000 points. In the sky, while the voice continued to reverberate, the crowd was already plunged into astonishment. Breaking records on the freshman leaderboard had happened before, but it was the first time such a large reward of 1,000,000 points had been given. Even many old students, not just the new ones, couldn't help but feel jealous. 1,000,000 points. An eternal stage scripture costs only one. 25,000,000 points, and now they're rewarding 1,000,000 points just like that. From a distance, Yuan Mu and the others had not left yet. Their expressions had changed as if they had just tasted something unpleasant. Wang Ting not only overshadowed them in fame, but also managed to earn points at their expense. Damn it, this was too much. How could the Academy spoil him like this? All 10 genius martial warriors were feeling extremely frustrated. It seemed they had inadvertently helped Wang Teng. If they hadn't accepted Wang Teng's challenge, would he be able to earn these 1,000,000 points? Update on Biomicron X0VL. Siomicron on the other side. Feng Qingyan wore a dark expression, exuding an aura that warned others not to approach. Even the high-ranking members of the Qingyan Club dared not get close to him. Feng Qingyan was facing the situation he least wanted to see. In the end, Wang Teng had defeated all the top 10 geniuses, successfully claiming the first position. Wang Teng's talent left Feng Qingyan with an unsettling feeling. To single-handedly challenge and defeat all 10 top geniuses was an achievement that disrupted his peace of mind. Such a situation had never occurred before. Even the past prodigies who overshadowed their contemporaries had never simultaneously defeated the top 10 geniuses on the freshman leaderboard. So, Feng Qingyan's mood was already quite bad. Now, hearing about the Academy's reward for Wang Teng made his face darker than the bottom of a pot. 1,000,000 points. He didn't even have 1,000,000 points in savings. How could Wang Teng catch up to him so quickly? As the president of the Qingyan Society, how could he accept this? Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't earn 1,000,000 points, but during his cultivation process, he had spent far too many points. It was challenging for him to save up 1,000,000 points. Nevertheless, no matter how you looked at it, 1,000,000 points was not a small amount. Even he felt a bit envious. With a bad mood and a mixture of envy and jealousy, his emotions were truly complicated. The freshman leaderboard has ended. Tomorrow will be the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. All freshmen, please gather in the Grand Universe Hall tomorrow. The grand voice echoed through the entire Stellar Academy once again, causing everyone to be momentarily stunned. That's right. The freshman leaderboard had ended, and the next event was the crucial Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. Soon after, the voice gradually faded away, and the freshman leaderboard disappeared within the golden column of light in front of everyone. Everyone knew that the battle for the freshman leaderboard had come to a complete end. Many faces showed regret. They hadn't achieved the expected ranking. However, some were exceptionally happy, indicating their rankings were relatively high. Only the members of the Constellation Society were beaming with joy. Every face bore a smile, and some were even visibly excited. There were smiles on their faces. Some were even excited. At this moment, Wang Teng's figure appeared among the crowd. Many people looked at him with complex expressions. When they hadn't seen him earlier, their hearts were already in turmoil. Now that they saw him in person, those emotions intensified. Wang Teng paid no attention to the gazes of the crowd. His expression remained calm, as if he had just done something very ordinary. He then walked towards the members of the Constellation Society. President. The members of the Constellation Society looked at Wang Teng with reverence, calling out one after another. Everyone, did your rankings on the freshman leaderboard fall behind? Wang Teng nodded and asked. Don't worry, President. We didn't disappoint you. They immediately reassured. That's good. The Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony is tomorrow, so there's no need to cultivate tonight. Go back and relax. After the ceremony, we'll celebrate together, Wang Teng said. The members of the Constellation Society cheered. They were extremely happy. The previously suppressed despondency was finally swept away. Congratulations, junior brother Wang Teng. first on the freshman leaderboard, well-deserved. From afar, Wu Ming and Ji Feiyun walked hand in hand, approached Wang Teng, and greeted him with a fist, smiling and congratulating him. No need for congratulations. The most important part is tomorrow's grand disciple acceptance ceremony, Wang Teng said with a calm expression, shaking his head. Once the ceremony is over, we can celebrate together. Wang Teng, if you, the first on the freshman leaderboard, can't find a good mentor during the grand disciple acceptance ceremony, others might have even fewer chances. You're too modest, Wu Ming said. Being excessively modest is just hypocrisy. Wu Yin, standing behind Wu Ming, couldn't help but speak up. You little kid, learn from junior brother Wang Teng. Even after securing first place on the freshman leaderboard, he remains humble. Unlike you, who's just second. You are feeling pleased with yourself, thinking you're extraordinary, looking down on this person and that person. Look, you dropped to third place. Wu Ming scolded, delivering a playful smack to Wu Yan's head. Big brother, there are so many people watching. Wu Yan scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. You too, what's this about? Wang Teng chuckled, unable to contain his curiosity. Wu Yan just called Wu Ming big brother. Are they brothers? But their ages seem quite different. Could it be that Wu Ming's parents had a child in their later years? The more Wang Teng thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The two eternal stage martial warriors who wanted to make the yin-yang dragon essence pill were seeking a child at an old age too. Being a martial warrior is great. They stay vigorous at any age. A healthy body is good. Wu Yan felt that Wang Teng's gaze had become somewhat peculiar and couldn't help but feel doubtful about what he was thinking. Chapter 2154. All of you want to join the Constellation Society? 2. Wu Yan is my younger brother. Please excuse him. Wu Ming smiled and explained. I see. Wang Teng pretended to suddenly understand, then turned to Wu Yan with a slightly apologetic tone. I didn't know about your relationship. One might have been a little harsh earlier. My apologies sincerely. It would have been better if he didn't mention this. The moment he did, Wu Yan's face turned black. Just a little harsh? He was extremely harsh. He could still feel the pain on his face and head. The only fortunate thing was that the combat space of the freshman leaderboard was just a projection, not his real body. Otherwise, he'd be standing here with a face full of bruises. No, if that were the case, he definitely wouldn't be standing here. He would have run back to a quiet corner to curse Wang Teng. The corners of Wu Ming's lips trembled slightly. He remembered how Wu Yan got beaten up in the freshman leaderboard space and felt his heart aching for him. Cough. However, he cleared his throat and said, No big deal, it's just a minor injury. In the future, give him some lessons to prevent him from getting too arrogant. Wu Yan, this was his biological brother. Well, since you put it that way, we'll take responsibility for it, Wang Teng said with a smile. Update on Biomicron X0VL. Siomicron M. Wu Yan. Damn, why did he agree so quickly? Was he addicted to beating people up? He felt that he had to keep a safe distance from Wang Teng. This guy was too dangerous. No, he needed to cultivate harder and catch up with this guy as soon as possible. Although Wang Teng's talent was indeed abnormal, defeating even Yuan Mu, he also had his talents. He believed that he wouldn't lose forever and would catch up sooner or later. By then, he would definitely have to get back at Wang Teng for today's humiliation. By the way, I would like Wu Yan to join the Constellation Society. What do you think? Wu Ming suddenly said. What? Wu Yan widened his eyes. Join the Constellation Society? What kind of joke is this? He was just thinking of keeping a distance from Wang Teng, and now his big brother wanted him to join the Constellation Society. He must be crazy. Wang Teng was also taken aback. What was Senior Wu Ming thinking when he asked Wu Yan to join the Constellation Society? His Witch Tower alliance was much stronger than the Constellation Society. As his younger brother, wouldn't joining the Witch Tower alliance be the best choice? Was he trying to plant a spy by his side? This Senior Wu Ming, who appeared thick-browed and big-eyed, turned out to be a schemer. Ji Feiyun was slightly surprised. Wu Ming allowed Wu Yan to join the Constellation Society. It looked like he had high hopes for Wang Teng. He glanced at Wu Yan afterward, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Wu Yin seemed to have a psychological trauma towards Wang Teng. Senior Wu Ming, are you joking with me? Wang Teng's thoughts raced, and he questioned. I'm serious, and one hope you'll seriously consider it. Rest assured, if Wu Yin joins the Constellation Society, he'll have no connection with our Witch Tower Alliance. I won't let him step into the Witch Tower Alliance again. Wu Ming declared. Big brother, I won't go. Won't want to join the Witch Tower Alliance. Wu Yin immediately stated his stance. You don't have a say in this. Another slap landed on Wu Yan's forehead. Wu Yin felt wrong to the point of wanting to spit blood. Why was he being slapped again? Where was his human rights? Observing Wu Ming's facial expression, Wang Teng thought that perhaps he was genuinely considering having Wu Yin join the Constellation Society. But what did he want? This left him deeply suspicious. He can join the Constellation Society. However, we should follow the normal procedures. Is that all right? Wang Teng asked. No problem. If he causes trouble, you can discipline him on my behalf. If anything goes wrong, he'll take responsibility. Wu Ming chuckled. Good. With your assurance, one feel relieved. Wang Teng nodded and turned to Yu Qiqiao, saying, help him register later. Yu Qiqiao glanced at the disgruntled Wu Yin with surprise and nodded. The president of the Witch Tower Alliance was really generous. After all, Wu Yin was a talent who ranked third on the freshman leaderboard. Was he giving him away to the Constellation Society like this? If it were someone else, they would likely keep such a talent within their own faction. Wu Yin wanted to say something, but was directly suppressed by Wu Ming. Despite being a talent, he still wasn't enough in the eyes of Wu Ming. All right, you don't need to come back with me. Just go with Junior Wang Teng. Wu Ming pushed Wu Yin in front of Wang Teng and spoke. Wu Yin, please. Wang Teng grinned. Wu Yin looked at Wang Teng's smiling face, and for some reason felt a sudden chill in his heart. In the end, he didn't say much, walking obediently to stand behind Wang Teng. Wu Ming was determined to place him in the Constellation Society, and it seemed like he couldn't refuse. From the looks of it, he would have to follow Wang Teng from now on. It was better not to provoke this guy. Once he grew stronger, he could consider other options. A real man knows when to yield and when to assert himself. Wu Yin decided to keep a low profile now. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming exchanged some greetings with Wang Teng before leaving. Watching Wu Ming's departing figure, Wu Yin felt a sense of desolation in his heart. His big brother didn't even turn around to look at him. Wu Yin, rest assured, we're family now. I won't bully you in the future. Wang Teng patted Wu Yin on the shoulder and said with a smile, I'm ranked third on the freshman leaderboard. I won't let you bully me. Wu Yin snorted. Is that so? Wang Teng's voice was light, and he calmly asked. Wu Yin felt like the atmosphere around Wang Teng suddenly became dangerous, reminiscent of the feeling during their battle. He couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy and coughed, saying, well, after our battle, I gained many insights. After finding a master, I plan to seclude myself for a while. Don't bother me. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Was this guy trying to avoid something? He must be. It's so obvious. Then, after you come out of seclusion, we can spar again. Wang Teng said casually. Wu Yin felt speechless, suddenly feeling that life was becoming bleak. While they were talking, a few figures approached. It was Lu Tian, Reynolds, and Baichuan Liu. Wang Teng. Yu Qiqiao reminded Wang Teng as she saw them approaching. Wang Teng turned his head, looked at them, and couldn't help but feel surprised. What were these guys here for? Could it be they couldn't accept their defeat? Wang Teng. Reynolds spoke first. Is the Constellation Society still recruiting? Wang Teng and the others were momentarily stunned. What was going on? Were these talented warriors here to join the Constellation Society? Yu Qiqiao and Wade's gazes turned strange. They glanced at Reynolds and Wang Teng. Had they been convinced by Wang Teng? You want to join the Constellation Society? Wang Teng asked. That's right. We don't have any other factions to go to, so we decided to join the Constellation Society. Baichuan Lu nodded and said, with your talents, getting into other major factions should be easy, right? Wang Teng asked. Joining old factions is boring, Reynolds chuckled. If we're going to join, Let's join the new student faction. The potential of the Constellation Society is unquestionable, and your strength has earned our admiration. So, we plan to join the Constellation Society. Brother Lu Tian, are you coming too? Wang Teng nodded and looked at the silent Lu Tian. He hadn't forgotten that this guy had quite a background. Holy Temple of Slaughter. It was definitely a major force that was not easy to deal with. Did Lu Tian, who came from the Holy Temple of Slaughter, also want to join his small Constellation Society? Wasn't there a conflict of interest? Lu Tian nodded silently. Is your identity not a problem? Wang Teng asked uncertainly. No issue, Lu Tian said calmly. All right, since you guys are so sincere, if one don't agree, it would seem I'm petty, Wang Teng said. Wu Yan on the side was a bit confused. He was forced to join, but these talented warriors actively wanted to join the Constellation Society. Did they have something wrong with their heads? The surrounding warriors who hadn't dispersed yet were also bewildered. The top 10 geniuses from the freshman leaderboard were all joining the Constellation Society. This was crazy. The top 10 on the freshman leaderboard represented the most outstanding talents of this generation. Many major factions were preparing to pull them over, but before they could make a move, they had already failed. What could they say? Chapter 2155, Grand Universe Hall. This night was destined to be anything but calm. Wang Teng secured the first position on the freshman leaderboard. The Academy rewarded him with 1 million points. Besides Yuan Mu, Zhulong Shan, and Feng Mo, all the top 10 talents from the freshman leaderboard were swept up by the Constellation Society. These pieces of news spread rapidly throughout the entire 7th Stellar Academy, creating a tremendous stir. The night passed quietly. The next day, as the stars rose over the sky of the 7th Stellar Academy continent, everyone flocked towards the Grand Universe Hall. Even some senior students hurried in the direction of the Grand Universe Hall. Today was the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. For the 7 Stellar Academies, the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony was a top-tier event. Even some powerful figures who were rarely seen in the academies would appear to see if any students met their requirements and could be taken as disciples. It was an event not to be missed. The Grand Universe Hall was situated in the middle of the 7th Stellar Academy. It was the most crucial area of the Academy. Every Stellar Academy had a Grand Universe Hall. Update on Biomicron XROVL. Siomicron M within the Academy, ordinary students couldn't even get close to the Grand Universe Hall, which was shrouded in mystery. There were only a few people who entered. Only some talents recognized by the Academy had the right to enter. However, these geniuses never revealed to others what was inside the Grand Universe Hall. No one knew what the Grand Universe Hall represented, but many people understood that it was a significant symbol of the Stellar Academies. Wang Teng, Yu Chi Xiao, and the others rose early, gathered at a designated location, and boarded a spacecraft headed toward the Grand Universe Hall. Wu Yan, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, appeared weary and lacking in vitality. He had a restless night, still immersed in the resentment of being abandoned by his elder brother. Reynolds, Baichuan Lu, Lu Tian, Tai Bei Sha, and the others were fine. They joined the Constellation Society voluntarily. No one forced them. Moreover, they seemed quite happy about joining the Constellation Society and quickly bonded with Yu Yunxian, Borit, and others, engaging in exchanges about martial arts. The atmosphere was quite good. Of course, all these talents had their personalities. People like Yu Yunxian and Lu Tian, for example, belonged to the silent type, rarely speaking and only occasionally offering their opinions. Brother Wu Yan didn't sleep well last night. Wang Teng teased when he saw Wu Yan's appearance. Without even thinking, Wang Teng knew that this guy must not have slept well because of joining the Constellation Society. Wang Teng didn't know why Wu Ming insisted on having Wu Yan join the Constellation Society, but since he was already a member, Wang Teng naturally didn't mind giving him a bit of guidance. As the third-ranked genius, Wang Teng still regarded Wu Yan quite highly. Wu Yan, upon hearing this, looked a bit dark-faced. This guy just couldn't let go of any opportunity to bring this up. He cast a sidelong glance at Wang Teng, saying nothing. Don't be so indifferent. We're all family now. Be careful, or one might just beat you up. Wang Teng draped his arm around Wu Yan's shoulder and said, Wu Yan, to hell with being a family. A family where you want to beat me up? This family seems a bit fake. Everyone was speechless. What kind of twist in the plot was this? They thought Wang Teng was going to say something profound, but it turned out he wanted to beat Wu Yan. Could this be the legendary tough love? Baichuan Liu, Reynolds, and the others looked at Wu Yan with smiles on their faces as if they were just there to enjoy the show. Wang Teng, we have arrived at the Grand Universe Hall. Roundball's voice was suddenly heard. The spacecraft arrived at its destination quickly and landed slowly. Wang Teng and the others flew out of the spacecraft. Oh my God! Wang Teng floated in midair, gazing ahead with a hint of awe in his eyes. This is the Grand Universe Hall? Reynolds, Baichuan Liu, and the others widened their eyes in shock. Even Yu Yunxian and Lu Tian were no exception. Seeing the scene before them, an involuntary sense of shock surged within them. In the sky ahead, a massive floating square extended, covering an indeterminate range, surrounded by the vastness of the starry sky. A dense mist hovered beneath the square as if lifting it. Above the square, a colossal and ancient-looking hall was suspended. Clouds and mist supported it, creating a rather peculiar sight. Behind the hall, a vast expanse of stars adorned the backdrop, emitting a mysterious and serene atmosphere. As Wang Teng and the others laid eyes on this grand hall, their expressions underwent a transformation as if an identical structure appeared in their minds. Originating from nowhere, it materialized as if forcefully projected into their minds. They didn't even have to imagine. It spontaneously emerged, as if being forcibly imprinted within them, an inexplicable phenomenon. Wang Teng took a deep breath, activating his formidable spiritual power to forcefully dispel the eerie thoughts lingering in his mind. He was the first to snap out of the awe. Whether it was Wu Yan, Lu Tian, or others, they were still immersed in that indescribable shock. Come back! Wang Teng greeted them with a shout, bringing everyone back to their senses. They withdrew their gazes, wearing expressions of astonishment. What's the matter with this Grand Universe Hall? Reynolds took a deep breath and inquired. It's strange. A Grand Universe Hall suddenly appeared in my mind. Baichuan Liu frowned. Me too. It's too strange. Tai Beisha said with a serious expression. It should be some kind of spiritual technique, and the person who left this technique must be extremely powerful, to the extent that anyone who sees this Grand Universe Hall will have it reflected in their minds, Wang Teng pondered. Reflected? At this moment, Lu Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it's a technique of a true God-stage martial warrior. Reflection. Wang Teng nodded, stating, So, is this hall forged by a true God-stage martial warrior? Baichuan Liu asked. Who knows? Wang Teng waved his hand, saying, I'm becoming more and more curious about this Grand Universe Hall. Come on, let's go take a look. With those words, he had already transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards the square ahead. Wu Yan, Lu Tian, and the others exchanged glances with one another. They didn't waste any time and immediately followed him. Soon, they surged onto the square, their feet landing on solid ground. Around them, a large crowd had already gathered. As they stepped onto the square, a bustling noise immediately reached their ears. However, outside the square, not a single sound could be heard. It was peculiar. Wang Teng looked around, pausing for a moment. He saw Zhulong Shan, Zhu Shuang, and many other martial warriors from the Solar Dragon race. He had never seen them before. On the other side, Yuan Mu also arrived, standing alone in a corner of the square. When Wang Teng's gaze swept over, the two locked eyes for a moment. In Yuan Mu's eyes, there was a hint of unwillingness, seemingly resentful for losing to Wang Teng in the freshman leaderboard. Wang Teng, in today's grand disciple acceptance ceremony, I will definitely find a master stronger than you. Suddenly, Yuan Mu walked over and said calmly. Lu Tian, Yu Yunxian, and Reynolds looked at each other with shimmering eyes. Has Yuan Mu not given up yet? Given Wang Tung's talent, the master he chose today would undoubtedly surpass everyone else. They felt that it was impossible for Yuan Mu to surpass Wang Tung. "Oh, it seems like you're quite confident," Wang Tung said with a faint smile upon hearing Yuan Mu's words. "My divine constellation physique will never lose to anyone. I lost to you because I'm not strong enough. It's not because my divine constellation physique isn't strong enough," Yuan Mu said. "I agree. But so what if you have the divine constellation physique? You will still lose to me," Wang Tung said. "Then let's see whose master is more powerful." "They will definitely choose me first," Yuan Mu said. "I'm not interested," Wang Tung replied indifferently. "Are you afraid?" Yuan Mu sneered. "No need to provoke me. This trick doesn't work on me. In today's grand disciple acceptance ceremony, the master chooses the student, and the student also chooses the master. The master I want to choose doesn't necessarily have to be strong. The most important thing is that he suits my taste," Wang Tung said calmly. Yuan Mu, he felt like Wang Tung was putting up an act. What did he mean that strength didn't matter? And the most important thing was that he suited his taste. He sounded very arrogant. Who dares to speak like this? Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing and dislocating your tongue? At this moment, a figure walked over from behind Yuan Mu, sneering. Wang Tung was stunned for a moment. He looked at the other party. This was a handsome young man with long reddish-brown hair. There was a cold and mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Yu Chi Chiao, Reynolds, and the others frowned. This person seemed unfriendly. "Who are you?" Wang Ting asked. Red-brown hair. Chapter 2156. Increase in Spirit. President of the 7th Stellar Academy. 1. Update on Biomacronicovl. Siamacronim, who are you? It was a simple question, but a profound sense of insult permeated. Yuan Mu blinked momentarily, his eyes revealing a trace of mockery. This fellow didn't even know who the other party was and dared to refute. He was quite bold. Occam was very powerful. Offending the other party was an unwise choice, even though Wang Tung's talent was indeed astonishing. The young man with reddish-brown long hair, Occam, immediately turned green, his gaze coldly fixed on Wang Tung. "As expected of the no, I of the freshman leaderboard. You have quite the temper." "Well, my temper is at least better than yours," Wang Tung calmly replied. "Occam." Wang Tung, Senior Occam, is ranked 86th on the top 100 Heaven Stage Martial Warrior ranking. "You should show enough respect," Yuan Mu advised. A cold arrogance appeared on Occam's face. To be able to enter the top 100 Heaven Stage Martial Warrior ranking meant that he was once one of the top geniuses on the freshman leaderboard, possessing formidable talent. The top 100 Heaven Stage Martial Warriors ranking carried much more weight than the freshman leaderboard. The freshman leaderboard was merely a ranking among new students. In contrast, the top 100 Heaven Stage Martial Warrior ranking was different. It was a ranking contested by all the Heaven Stage Martial Warriors. Those who could secure a position in the top 100 were undoubtedly formidable Heaven Stage Martial Warriors and were not to be underestimated. Even geniuses like Wang Tung, capable of surpassing Heaven Stage Martial Warriors, would find little chance of success against warriors on the top 100 Heaven Stage Martial Warrior ranking. Despite both being at the Heaven Stage, Occam's strength surpassed that of Heaven Stage Martial Warriors like Ruan Banlian. "So you're the 86th. My apologies. My apologies," Wang Tung exclaimed with a seemingly enlightened expression. Occam, thinking that Wang Tung was intimidated, wore a cold smile on his face. However, he overheard Wang Tung muttering, 86th, huh? One thought you were in the top IO. Yuan Mu. Occam, what did this guy mean? Was he looking down on his 86th place on the top Lu Heaven Stage Martial Warrior ranking? "If there's nothing, you can go somewhere else. We don't seem to be very acquainted." Wang Tung waved dismissively. Wang Ting never entertained those with malicious intent. Yuan Mu and Occam snorted. Occam said, "Don't get too happy. Being first on the freshman leaderboard is just the beginning. There have been fallen freshmen who were once ranked first." "Are you threatening me?" Wang Tung tilted his head and looked at Occam. "I'm just stating a fact." Occam sneered, said nothing more, and returned to his original position with Yuan Mu. Wang Teng squinted his eyes, watching their departing figures with an uncertain glint in his eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that Occam harbored significant hostility toward him. Had he offended Occam at some point? That fellow is the candidate for associate council member this time. You're the one who replaced him. Tong Yin and the others pushed through the crowd and walked over from afar. The candidate for associate council member. Wang Ting nodded, suddenly realizing why the trouble had come. Not dwelling on it further, he looked at Tong Yin and the others and asked, "Why are you all here? The Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony is a huge event. How can we not come?" Taiyongin laughed. "We went to watch your matches yesterday. However, we were with other people, so we didn't look for you," Wei Na explained. "You fought brilliantly yesterday, single-handedly taking on the top 10 prodigies on the freshman leaderboard. Even my sister and the others were impressed," Tong Yin said. "Your sister?" Wang Teng was surprised. Tong Yin's sister is a beauty on the universe goddess ranking. Wei Na smiled. "Really? When can you introduce your sister to me?" Wang Teng's eyes lit up instantly, immediately turning to Tong Yin. "Tong Yin, I considered you a friend, and you're thinking about pursuing my sister? This is too much, bro." Bai Chuan Lu, Reynolds, Wade, and the others looked at Tong Yin's face too. Their eyes were shining. The universe goddess rank. It was filled with renowned beauties. They are rarely seen in normal circumstances. If they could catch a glimpse, it would be a visual feast. Men all share this particular interest. Even Lu Tian and Yu Yunxian couldn't help but discreetly glance at Tong Yin, clearly surprised. However, everyone was a bit puzzled. Tong Yin had a baby face, but she had a sister on the universe goddess ranking. Were they half-sisters? Tong Yin didn't know what everyone was thinking. Otherwise, she might explode on the spot. She hated it when people questioned her background because of her baby face. They were real siblings. Why should she be suspected of being someone else's child? On another note, your sister is on the universe goddess rank, but why do you still look like this? Wang Teng asked with confusion. Tong Yin's eyes immediately flashed with cold light as she glared at Wang Teng, about to erupt. Wei Na and the others started to sympathize Wang Teng. This fellow was dead. Could it be that you're a hidden gem? Let me take a good look at your face. At this moment, Wang Teng rubbed his chin, scrutinizing Tong Yin's lovely face, and confidently declared, Your facial features are indeed a masterpiece, a raw material for beauty. With a bit more growth, you might make it to the universe goddess rank, just like your sister." Tong Yin was slightly stunned. Others always questioned whether she and her sister were biologically related, but only Wang Teng referred to her as a hidden gem. Moreover, his subsequent words made her heart blossom with joy. Was her face indeed a masterpiece of beauty? Chapter 2157, Increase in Spirit. President of the 7th Stellar Academy. 2. Up to by BUX and 0VL. Siamacron M. Wang Teng's solemn demeanor made Tong Yin feel as if she had found a kindred spirit. For a moment, the resentment in Tong Yin's heart dissipated quite a bit. She suddenly realized that this guy did have a good eye. Indeed, her looks were undoubtedly on par with her sister's, and she was determined to make it to the universe goddess rank. A sense of determination ignited in Tong Yin's heart. Well said. Well said. You do have a good eye. Tong Yin patted Wang Teng's shoulder and said contentedly, "Of course, I may not have other skills, but my talent in appreciating beautiful women is top-notch." Wang Teng boasted, pleased with himself. Everyone was speechless. Appreciating beautiful women is considered a talent? He dared to say such shameless things. This guy was truly shameless. "By the way, are you really not introducing your sister to me? Just a glimpse would be nice," Wang Teng added. "Get lost," Tong Yin retorted, annoyed. This jerk hadn't given up on pursuing her sister. Everyone was surprised to see that Wang Teng had easily defused the tension. Could it be done this way? Damn it, he managed to escape unscathed. This guy was too cunning. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. Close call. He had sensed the killing intent emanating from Tong Yin just now. and fortunately, he reacted in time. Never question a woman's looks. The consequences were severe. Wang Ting finally had the time to look around him. His gaze flickered and finally landed on the Grand Universe Hall in front. The entire Grand Universe Hall was suspended in the air, exuding a sense of mystery. Now that they were closer, the image of the Grand Universe Hall appeared in Wang Tung's mind again. It seemed even clearer this time, with the projection mirroring the actual Grand Universe Hall, capturing every detail without any distinction. Upon closer observation, one could notice celestial bodies carved on the outer walls of the Grand Universe Hall. Stars, planets, satellites, even nebulae, galaxies, black holes, and more, as if imprinting an endless and vast expanse of the cosmos. The Grand Universe Hall was named after the universe. Did it bear the imprint of the stars? Thinking of this, Wang Ting couldn't help but chuckle. Then his gaze landed on the plaque above the main entrance of the Grand Universe Hall. 3 massive ancient characters seemed to exude an indescribable spiritual fluctuation, invading his mind. These words were written using the ancient language. Wang Tung was no stranger to the ancient language, and he quickly recognized it. Simultaneously, an unexpected situation occurred, surprising Wang Tung. Bubbles of attributes actually appeared around the real Grand Universe Hall, hovering in the air as if magically summoned. Wang Tung was astounded. He immediately released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Cosmos Realm Spirit *I2000 Cosmos Realm Spirit *8000 Cosmos Realm Spirit *6000 its spirit attributes. Wang Tung was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. The attribute bubbles he picked up were all Cosmos Realm Spirit attributes. However, there were many of them, and the total surprisingly reached 63,500 points. Spirit 178700/200000 Cosmos Realm. Wang Tung's spirit attribute instantly soared by a significant margin. Previously, his spirit attribute was close to the 6th level Cosmos Realm. Now, it increased by more than 60,000 points and reached the 9th level Cosmos Realm. It was almost at the perfected stage. At this moment, a cool force circulated in his mind, giving him a slightly swollen feeling in his head. It was the peculiar sensation brought about by the instant expansion of his spiritual power. Wang Ting took a deep breath. Could it be that the God Stage was truly left behind by a God Stage martial warrior? Just a few dropped attribute bubbles had elevated his spirit attributes to such an extent, which was truly unbelievable. Wang Tung's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the Grand Universe Hall in front of him. If only more attribute bubbles would drop. His spirit attribute was almost at the perfected stage. With a surge in spirit attributes, his spiritual power would become even more formidable. At this moment, if he were to unleash his full power, he might even be able to compete with the talents on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking. Unfortunately, no more attribute bubbles were dropping around the Grand Universe Hall, which left Wang Tung extremely disappointed. The Grand Universe Hall was too stingy. Clearly, with such a strong spiritual influence, there must still be powerful residual spiritual waves. How could there be only so few attribute bubbles? Come on, a bit more, please. Wang Tung unleashed his spiritual power, continuously teasing and provoking, even trying to sense the 3 ancient characters on the plaque of the Grand Universe Hall. Still, there was no effect. After all, the Grand Universe Hall was just an inanimate object. This was like performing a seductive dance for a blind person, a waste. The Grand Universe Hall. Helpless, Wang Ting gave up on his antics and stopped making any more moves. He quietly waited, occasionally observing the geniuses around him, looking for any potential targets worth exploiting. The square became more and more crowded. No one dared to be late for the grand disciple acceptance ceremony today. They were all here early. The square was buzzing with voices, a sea of people. However, the square was spacious enough. Even with so many people standing on it, it didn't feel overly crowded. The Constellation Society was all gathered together, appearing extremely conspicuous. Many people cast their eyes over, their expressions complex. Shi Tianyun and Shun Yinfeng stood some distance away and looked at the members of the Constellation Society with grim expressions. Compared to the splendor of the Constellation Society, they seemed much more destitute. Since their defeat by Wang Tung last time, they had been ostracized by many, and even Feng Qingyan didn't have much regard for them. Chapter 2158. Increase in Spirit. President of the 7th Stellar Academy. 3. Updated by BUX and 0VL. Siamacron M. They had signed a contract with Wang Tung to become the lackeys of the Constellation Society. Naturally, Feng Qingyan wouldn't accept them. Although both of them had decent talents, in such a situation with limited resources, their cultivation was greatly affected. This time, they only ranked 23rd and 24th on the freshman leaderboard, lagging behind the geniuses of the Constellation Society. Now, their only hope was to find a powerful martial warrior as their master and thereby break free from the contract with Wang Tung. There were also Wen Ningfu, Jiadan, Qilian Feng, and others who were defeated by Wang Tung. Now, their situation was even worse, and finding a master was their only way out. Zhulong Shan stood in the middle of the Solar Dragon race martial warriors and glanced in the direction of the Constellation Society. He felt exasperated. He lost again. His race was disappointed in him, but he still had a chance. The Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony was an opportunity. If he could become the disciple of a formidable martial warrior, he would naturally gain the attention of the clan. On the other side, Feng Mo was standing with some martial warriors from the Heaven Crane Hall. The people from Heaven Crane Hall didn't know the situation of Wan Dong, Feng Mo, and the other martial warriors, but Wang Tung was a powerful presence now. If he pursued the matter, they would be in big trouble. So, Feng Mo also hoped to find a powerful master, and this trouble could naturally be resolved. At least he didn't have to worry about the Tiana Hall. He could just leave the Heaven Crane Hall at that time. As for Wan Dong and the others, he couldn't care about them. He would let them deal with it themselves. Wan Dong and the others entered the academy earlier than him, so they must have found their mentors already. If they asked their masters for help, they might be able to solve the problem. However, they probably wouldn't do that. It was too embarrassing. If they bring the issue to their masters, it would only embarrass them. After all, Wan Dong and the others were all at the Heaven Stage. Yet, they couldn't defeat a Cosmo Stage martial warrior and got poisoned by him. It would be a laughingstock if this were to be known. That was why Wan Dong and the others were unable to cure the poison in their bodies. In the end, the thoughts of these talented warriors were similar to those of Yuan Mu and others. Despite losing on the freshman leaderboard, they still held a glimmer of hope and wanted to regain their dignity by finding a master. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of ancient and distant bell tolls rang out from an unknown location, echoing across the square. Instantly, everyone fell silent, refraining from speaking, and their gazes turned towards the Grand Universe Hall in front. Everyone knew that the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony was about to begin. Wang Tung also directed his gaze towards the Grand Universe Hall, his eyes flickering with a hint of anticipation. How strong were the formidable warriors of the Stellar Academies? He hoped not to be disappointed. Amidst the diverse thoughts of the crowd, a sudden appearance of figures manifested in the sky, each bearing distinct racial features, from the Three Eyes race. Some were from the human race, and some were from the orc race. However, without exception, they all exuded formidable auras. Judging from their auras, these individuals were at least eternal stage martial warriors. As these powerhouses appeared, the students below all revealed eager expressions in their eyes. It was about to begin. The Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony was about to start. Wang Tung activated his real eye and scanned the formidable warriors above him. Even though he knew that with his current real stage real eye, it would be challenging to see the true realm of these powerhouses, he still chose to do so. His intention was solely to discern the strongest among them. As his gaze swept over, beams of intense light entered Wang Tung's eyes. Gasp! Wang Tung gasped. So powerful! These powerhouses from the academies were truly formidable. Each of them harbored a radiance that was too dazzling to look directly at, like giant stars. He immediately closed his eyes, deactivating the real eye and allowing his spiritual power to circulate through his eyes, alleviating the discomfort caused by gazing at those powerhouses. A cool sensation flowed through, and his eyes gradually returned to normal. He then opened them. "Are you sensing these powerful martial warriors?" Tong and asked through voice transmission. Took a glance, Wang Tong replied. "You have guts," Tong En said speechlessly. With so many academy powerhouses present, even many senior students behave themselves. Yet, Wang Tong dared to actively investigate them. Even Tong En, who is someone known for her audacity, wouldn't dare to do that. Suddenly, she felt that Wang Tong was the true audacious one. They were still lacking a bit. At least, they had some backing behind them, but Wang Tong had nothing. He was alone, yet he dared to do this. Only someone with immense courage could pull off such a feat. Who was that person? Wang Tong looked towards the center of the group of powerhouses and asked. "That is the president of our 7th Stellar Academy." Tong En, seeing that figure, expressed a trace of reverence as she answered Wang Tong through voice transmission. "The president of the 7th Stellar Academy." Wang Tong was astounded. He sized up the other party silently. The president was a kind-looking old man with white hair and a beard. Unlike other warriors, he exuded a restrained aura, appearing like an ordinary elderly person. He wore a starry robe adorned with celestial patterns. The president seemed to notice Wang Tong's gaze and looked over at him. His eyes were deep like whirlpools, seemingly capable of sucking in Wang Tong's eyes. Wang Tong immediately withdrew his gaze, feeling shocked. The power of the president's spiritual force was terrifying and indescribable. It was just a glance, but the intensity was frightening. What realm of strength did this president possess? Wang Tong's current strength was still too low, and he couldn't accurately sense the stages beyond the eternal stage. However, the feeling this president gave him was very similar to that of the Azure Dragon, as well as several God Stage powerhouses in the Academy. It was estimated that he was also a God Stage existence. "How about that? You've been warned not to stare recklessly," Tong En teased. "Even a God Stage martial warrior has appeared. The Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony today is exciting," Wang Tong said excitedly. He didn't mind. Chapter 2159, Spiritual Hollow Mountain. This president is a little black-hearted. 1. Up by BOX0VL. See Omicron M, that's right. Every Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony is an exciting moment. Tong En sighed, as if recalling the time when she first entered the Stellar Academy. A hint of nostalgia appeared on her face. Back then, they were just like this. In the sky, the powerful figures waved their hands, and special fluctuations emanated from their bodies, forming unique domains. Within those domains, the force condensed into thrones, and they sat high above, overlooking the students below. Their gaze carried scrutiny. Although they were sitting there, it seemed as if they were overlooking the world from their divine realms, creating an unreal sensation. The president of the 7th Stellar Academy sat in the center, looking at everyone with a faint smile. He slowly spoke. "Freshmen, I'm very glad that you are standing here, becoming a member of the 7th Stellar Academy. The competition for the freshman leaderboard yesterday was intense and splendid, especially the last match, which surprised even me. I have to say, the talents of this generation have given me quite a surprise." At this point, the president turned his gaze to Wang Tong. Everyone was paying attention to the dean's words. When his gaze fell on Wang Tong, everyone noticed, and expressions of envy appeared on their faces. The president paid special attention to Wang Tong during yesterday's battle. This was undoubtedly a great honor for the students of the Stellar Academies. "You are all outstanding, truly outstanding." The president withdrew his gaze and continued, "But I hope that this excellence is not just for a moment, but will be maintained consistently. Our 7th Stellar Academy has produced many strong warriors. I also hope that in the future you will be one of them, making me proud, making the 7th Stellar Academy proud. Everyone got excited when they heard the president's words. They came to the Stellar Academies for this tremendous honor. The Stellar Academies had stood firm in the universe for countless years, a supreme sanctuary for martial cultivation. When a martial warrior was able to make the Stellar Academies proud of him, this martial warrior's name would spread throughout the universe. This old man has a bit of a pyramid scheme vibe. Wang Ting muttered to himself. Round ball. He was the president of the Stellar Academies, but this fellow said that he had the pyramid scheme vibe. Was he serious? Regarding the president of the Stellar Academy, Round Ball was naturally very curious, so it had been observing. Wang Ting's muttering was not hidden from Round Ball, and it heard everything. All right, one won't waste any time. Now, the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony will start immediately. The president of the 7th Stellar Academy laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the entire square, officially announcing the start of the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. The spirits of the crowd were instantly lifted, and they clenched their fists. Just at this moment, the president waved his hand, causing ripples in the space above the square. Soon, the illusion of a towering mountain slowly emerged. This is, Wang Tung looked up, a gleam of insight flashing in his eyes. He saw an immensely massive and majestic mountain appearing, suspended above everyone's heads, exuding a majestic aura that was awe-inspiring. However, he quickly realized that it seemed to be just a phantom, with an unreal and illusory feeling. No, this mountain is real, but it exists between this space and another. Wang Ting activated his space physique and noticed something. He was even more astounded. Such methods were truly unimaginable. The president of the 7th Stellar Academy, with just a casual wave, displayed such unimaginable techniques. His strength was undoubtedly incredibly formidable. Wang Tung felt that he made the right choice to come to the Stellar Academies. This place was the true sanctuary for martial cultivation. This mountain is called the Spiritual Hollow Mountain. It can assess your spirit, willpower, cultivation, talent, and more. Later, everyone will enter the Spiritual Hollow Mountain, and you only need to climb it. Our Academy's experts will evaluate your performance based on your actions and the results from the freshman leaderboard to select disciples. The president explained slowly. Everyone gazed at the mountain, feeling amazed. Wanton was also particularly surprised. Spiritual Hollow Mountain. This mountain was unexpectedly mystical, capable of assessing spirit, willpower, cultivation, talent, and more. Climbing this mountain is quite difficult, Tong In said with a complex expression as if recalling some unpleasant memories. How difficult is it? Wang Tung curiously asked. Very, very difficult. You'll know once you go in, Tong In replied. With her description, Wang Tung became even more curious. This mountain seemed very interesting. Others were curious too, engaging in discussions through voice transmission. Climb this mountain. The higher you reach, the greater the advantage. Therefore, use all your abilities to climb this mountain. The one who reaches the summit will receive a mystery reward. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of the president's mouth as he spoke. The whole class was stunned. Mystery reward. The fact that there was a mystery reward for reaching the summit was something nobody had expected. For a moment, everyone's hearts were invigorated. The mysterious reward mentioned by the president sparked immense curiosity and eagerness in their hearts. What could this reward be? Surely, it wasn't something ordinary. Since the president mentioned this mysterious reward personally, it must be something extraordinary. It might be an extremely rare treasure. Yuan Mu couldn't help but look at Wang Tung. There was a hint of competitiveness in his eyes. Wang Tung earned 1,000,000 points when he climbed to the top of the freshman leaderboard. Now, at this spiritual hollow mountain, Yuan Mu was determined to surpass others, reach the summit, and claim that mystery reward. Chapter 2160. Spiritual Hollow Mountain. This president is a little black-hearted. 2. Regarding his willpower and talent, Yuan Mu was extremely confident. He didn't believe he would lose to Wang Tung this time. On the other side, Zhulongshan's eyes were shining too. He glared at Wang Tung furiously. Why are all these people looking at me? Wangting couldn't help but rub his nose, feeling a bit speechless. Ha ha! Who asked you to be the most favorable contender for this mystery reward? Tongin laughed and said, by the way, the president uses the same routine every time. One haven't seen anyone reaching the summit and eventually getting that mysterious reward. We don't even know what it is. She shook her head regretfully and looked at Wang Tung again, expressing her anticipation. If you can get that mysterious reward and unravel this mystery, he'll not only thank you for satisfying my curiosity, but many others will be grateful as well. What? Wang Tung was a bit dumbfounded. No one has ever obtained that reward. Yeah. Did you think it was easy to get that reward? Tong In chuckled with a wicked smile. This is the president's usual trick, to stimulate the competitive spirit and desire for treasures among you new students, then make you desperately climb the spiritual hollow mountain. In the end, you'll find that even if you exhaust all your strength, you still can't reach the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. We don't even know how high this mountain is. You keep walking, and the summit seems to be right in front of you, but in reality, it's still far, far away. That's the peculiar aspect of the spiritual hollow mountain, and, at the same time, it's the most annoying part. It was evident that Tong In harbored deep resentment toward the spiritual hollow mountain. Damn, is our president so scheming? Wang Tung looked at the benevolent-looking president in the sky, suddenly feeling that he might have underestimated him. You can't judge a book by its cover. This old guy was quite sinister. I wouldn't dare say that. Our voice transmission can't escape the notice of a powerhouse like the president, Tong In said softly. Wang Tung stared at Tong In astonishment. Why didn't you say it earlier? I thought you knew, but one didn't expect you to be so bold. Tong In chuckled. F***K, you killed me. Wang Tung muttered a curse, stiffening his neck to look up at the face of the president. The president smiled at Wang Tung. This smile directly paralyzed Wang Tung. Whether it was an illusion or not, at this moment, that benevolent smile seemed to be filled with a sense of malice. Damn it, he heard it. Ha ha. Tongin couldn't help but burst out laughing. If it weren't for the occasion, she probably would have clapped her thighs while laughing. He was stunned. Idiot. He dared to speak ill of the president. Was he scared out of his wits? Wang Tung looked at Tong In with black lines all over his head, gritting his teeth and vowing to find an opportunity to teach this woman a lesson. Don't think you're my senior sister, and I want dare to hit you. Reynolds, Baichuan Liu, and Tai Beisha chuckled secretly when they saw Wang Tung suffering a setback. These geniuses, all beaten by Wang Tung in the freshman leaderboard, felt a bit relieved seeing him in a muddle. Don't look at me like that. It's your own words. It has nothing to do with me. Tong In quickly shifted a few steps to the side, saying nervously, Is that so? Wang Tung looked at her with a smirk, saying, It has nothing to do with you. So why are you nervous? Nonsense. I'm not nervous, Tong In replied. Senior sister, rest assured, we're such good friends. I definitely won't do anything to you, Wang Tung said. Do you think I'll believe you? Tong In rolled her eyes. Wang Tung ignored Tong In. He wouldn't be able to get back at her today, so he could only suffer in silence. He frowned and asked, Are you sure no one has ever climbed to the top of the spiritual hollow mountain? Yu Yunxian, Wu Yan, and the others looked over. They were extremely curious about this question too. As far as I know, definitely not, Tong In said. If you don't believe me, you can ask Wei Na and the others. Wang Tung looked at Wei Na and the others, and they nodded without hesitation. As Tong In said, no one had successfully reached the summit. Never before? Wang Tung asked unwillingly. What about those judges? Wei Na and the others were astounded. He dared to compare himself to the judges. Wu Yan, Yu Yunxian, and the others were astounded too. They glanced at Wang Tung. Sometimes, they had to admit that Wang Tung's ambition was higher than theirs. At least at this stage, they dare not compare themselves to those judges. It seems that some of the judges have reached the summit, but our judge from the 7 Stellar Academy has not, Tong In said. Is that so? Wang Tung stroked his chin, nodded, and said, Forget it. As long as someone reaches the summit, it means this mountain can be conquered. Tongan glanced at him, thinking that this guy was indeed a bit arrogant, always wanting to compare himself to those top geniuses. At this point, she was also looking forward to Wang Tang's performance. If he can really climb to the top, it would prove that she has a good eye. By then, she could boast her sister as well. After all, even her sister had to treat a talent who climbed to the top of the spiritual hollow mountain with prudence. Everyone, the time has come. Enter the spiritual hollow mountain immediately. The president's voice suddenly became louder, echoing throughout the square, shaking everyone's spirits. As the words fell, a dimensional rift appeared at the foot of the mountain above everyone's heads. Gasp! There was an immediate uproar below, and everyone suddenly snapped back to reality, their eyes focused on the dimensional rift. Then, boom, 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 figures rushed out, turning into streaks of light, heading towards the dimensional rift beneath the spiritual hollow mountain. Before long, the majority of the new students on the square entered the dimensional rift and appeared at the foot of the spiritual hollow mountain. On the other side, Zhulong Shan moved, transforming into dark red flames, rushing into the dimensional rift. Then it was Fomo's turn. He turned into a ray of green light and followed Zhulong Shan into the spiritual hollow mountain. Yuan Mu glanced at Wang Tang and stepped into the sky. He wasn't in a hurry. The crowd parted automatically and allowed him to enter the spiritual hollow mountain. Shi Tianyun, Shun Yanfeng, Wen Ningfu, Gadan, and Qi Lianfeng entered the spiritual hollow mountain in high spirits. They still didn't know what challenges awaited them. Come, let's go up too. Wang Tang waved his hand and dashed out. The members of the Constellation Society followed closely behind him. Such a scene was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Even the formidable martial warriors from the Academy couldn't help but cast their gazes over. They first looked at the members of the Constellation Society. Then their eyes fell on Wang Tang. The president of the Seven Stellar Academy smiled and shook his head with a smile, seeming to find it quite amusing. Very soon, the members of the Constellation Society entered the spiritual hollow mountain. Wang Tang felt a slight change in the scenery before him, and his feet had already landed on solid ground, surprisingly at the foot of the spiritual hollow mountain. Looking up, the majestic and vast spiritual hollow mountain shook his spirit, bringing a sense of ancient and vicissitude. At the same time, a very peculiar aura permeated the entire mountain. Even though he was at the foot of the mountain, Wang Tang felt his body involuntarily sinking. Whether it was spiritual power, force, or innate talents within his body, everything became sluggish, making it extremely difficult to use these means. Yu Qiqiao, Yu Yunxian, Borit, and the others were around him. They felt the same way. Their expressions were grave as they observed their surroundings. Everyone, let's climb the mountains separately. Wang Tang took a deep breath and said with a smile, All right, Wang Tang, let's see if you can surpass all of us this time, Wu Yin said in a low voice. His gaze flickered. What if one surpassed you? Wang Tang asked. If you surpass us, I will completely acknowledge you. One will willingly join the Constellation Society, and there will be no more regrets, Wu Yin replied. All right, it's a deal. Wang Tang chuckled, waved his hand, and walked towards the mountaintop with large strides. Let's go. Wu Yin, Yu Yunxian, Lu Tian, Reynolds, and even Yu Qiqiao looked at his back view. They took a deep breath and followed him. Chapter 2161. The Secret of the Spiritual Hollow Mountain. Attention of the God Stage. 1. Spiritual Hollow Mountain. One would only realize how difficult it was to climb this mountain after stepping on it. The mountain peaks were steep, with many areas consisting of sheer cliffs. Originally, such terrain wasn't a problem for martial warriors, but this mountain had an indescribable feel that restricted the warrior's spirits, force, talents, etc., making every step difficult. Even upon truly arriving at the mountain, everyone felt a majestic, vast, and profound aura, overwhelming and suffocating. A single mountain emitted an aura as vast as the sea or even the entire universe, which was truly unimaginable. Many talented martial warriors were confident at first, but after entering the spiritual hollow mountain, their expressions changed. As they climbed the mountain, it seemed as though countless shackles were added to their bodies. Using force became extremely challenging, and utilizing spiritual power was severely obstructed. Even the innate talents that could usually be freely used now felt as though they were locked away. Even with their utmost effort, they could only exert a tiny fraction of their innate talents. Yuan Mu walked at the forefront, seemingly needing to prove his talent. He didn't want to fall behind anyone, especially Wang Tong, so he immediately unleashed his divine constellation physique. Behind him was Zhulongshan. In terms of physical strength, the Solar Dragon race had a huge advantage. Next was Feng Mo. His speed wasn't slow, especially with the additional forces available as a three-element martial warrior. Besides them, there were many talented martial warriors scattered throughout spiritual Hollow Mountain, desperately climbing toward the summit. Wang Tong climbed alone, not wanting to be influenced by others. About half an hour after entering the spiritual Hollow Mountain, Wang Tong glanced down and could no longer see the foot of the mountain. This space was peculiar, as if the entire realm only contained this one mountain, and above was an expansive, white sky with nothing else in sight. Wang Tong, this mountain is strange. I can't discern its details at all. Round Ball's voice echoed in Wang Tong's mind. Wang Tong let out a slight sigh, his expression becoming more serious. He prepared to use his real eye to observe the spiritual Hollow Mountain. He was eager to know what caused their bodies to be burdened by such heavy constraints. With his physique and talent, he was still suppressed tightly. Just as he was about to activate the real eye, he immediately felt a hindrance. It seemed as if the ability of his eyes was sealed. Wang Tong felt a bit speechless. This spiritual Hollow Mountain was truly ruthless, not even sparing the ability of his eyes. He had no choice but to exert all his effort to activate his spiritual power. Finally, after much effort, he managed to open the real eye. In the next moment, his eyes were filled with a golden glow, and his gaze became profound as he looked at the mountainous terrain of the spiritual Hollow Mountain. Countless mysterious runes appeared before his eyes, densely packed and flickering with different lights. Wang Tong couldn't help but draw a cold breath, deeply shocked. The entire spiritual Hollow Mountain was covered in runes, engraved into the mountain, radiating a strange power. The entire mountain was within a special domain formed by these runes. Wang Tong was seeing such a dense array of runes for the first time. Even in high-level formations, there weren't as many runes. Moreover, with his discerning eyes, it was easy to see that these runes were ancient, far from ordinary symbols. Wang Tong's eyes gleamed with excitement. With so many ancient runes, he couldn't help but wonder if he could find some attribute bubbles. He knocked on a mountain wall beside him, but found it extraordinarily hard. Forming a claw, he grabbed it forcefully, only to leave no trace. Mind you, he was more powerful than a normal Heaven Stage martial warrior. Yet, he couldn't damage the spiritual Hollow Mountain at all. This was unbelievable. It's so hard, Round Ball exclaimed. This mountain is unbelievable. It's incredibly hard on the outside, yet filled with ancient runes inside. It's beyond comprehension. Wang Tong communicated with Round Ball. Is this entire mountain engraved with ancient runes? Round Ball was also amazed, asking for confirmation. Yes, I see countless runes. The entire mountain is covered with them. Wang Tong nodded. Wow. After receiving confirmation, Round Ball's reaction was similar to Wang Tong's earlier one. It sucked in a cold breath, deeply shocked. This spiritual Hollow Mountain must have been created by an expert beyond the God stage. Wang Tong nodded, agreeing with Round Ball's speculation. A mountain with such mysterious properties would likely be beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors. Even the divine-level array he saw in the hornless ice dragon pearl couldn't be compared to it. Hence, the creator of the spiritual Hollow Mountain must be someone above the alchemy saint level. Anyone who could reach this stage must be at the God stage or above. As a grandmaster alchemist, and having grasped many ancient runes, Wang Tung felt that while it was possible for him to understand the runes inside the spiritual hollow mountain, it would likely take a considerable amount of time. He looked at the talented martial warriors climbing desperately around him, and suddenly felt that understanding the structure and secrets of the spiritual hollow mountain first might be a wise approach. Sometimes, using your brain was just as important as brute force. So, he stopped and, like a gecko, crawled onto the mountain wall. Activating the real eye, he peered into the interior of the mountain, analyzing the runes one by one. Chapter 2162. The Secret of the Spiritual Hollow Mountain. Attention to the God Stage. 2. Time passed slowly, another half-hour gone by. Wang Tung remained motionless at his spot, while many talented warriors passed him. People around were surprised, wondering what Wang Tung was up to. However, the fact that they managed to leave him behind secretly delighted them. Shi Tianyun, Shun Yinfeng, and the others caught up with him one after another. When they saw Wang Tung, a sharp glint appeared in their eyes. They exchanged glances with each other and immediately overtook him. The people outside started discussing when they saw this scene. What's Wang Tung doing? Tongin frowned. They could see the situation inside the spiritual hollow mountain. They knew what happened to Wang Tung within half an hour, but they were puzzled. Is he daydreaming? Bai Yao said speechlessly. It can't be. With something so important, he wouldn't just be daydreaming. There must be some other reason, Yuan Bai remarked. He wouldn't be trying to analyze the spiritual hollow mountain, would he? Tong and seemed to have a sudden realization, speaking out. Analyze the spiritual hollow mountain. Everyone was shocked. Well, someone had done it before. As geniuses, there were always those with unconventional ideas who wanted to analyze the spiritual hollow mountain to find shortcuts. But here was the problem. Up until now, no genius had successfully analyzed the secrets within the spiritual hollow mountain. Not even the talents who became the judges. This guy is troublesome. He always has to do something different, Tong, inside. Is the spiritual hollow mountain that easy to analyze? When he eventually gives up, it will waste a lot of time. Others might already be far ahead. Moreover, despite appearing stationary, he's actually wasting a lot of energy and spiritual power. Inside the spiritual hollow mountain, there's no way to recover physical and spiritual power. Doesn't he realize that? Wei Na and others couldn't help but worry. Continuing like this would undoubtedly significantly affect Wang Tung's final climbing performance. Sometimes one had to admit that having too much talent might not be a good thing. After all, smart people tended to overthink. Wang Tung was currently experiencing such a situation. In the sky, many powerful figures from various academies were also discussing. This batch has another student trying to analyze the spiritual hollow mountain recklessly, said an eternal stage martial warrior, shaking his head. And it's Wang Tung, another eternal stage martial warrior said. He was the first on the freshman leaderboard, defeating 10 talents from the top 10 of the new student list alone. I had high hopes for him, but now, speaking, this powerful figure shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. This young man's spiritual power must be extraordinary. If not, he wouldn't have discovered the situation inside the spiritual hollow mountain. An eternal stage ruler of the Three Eyes race said calmly, with shimmering eyes. Ruler Laius, you're one of the 3 most powerful spiritual power martial warriors below the God stage in the 7 stellar academies. How long do you think he can last? An eternal stage martial warrior asked. I don't know. Laius shook his head. This fellow must have some hidden skills. Even I can't see how powerful his spiritual power is. Even you can't see the strength of his spiritual power. The formidable warriors were shocked. There's no need for you to guess. Just watch. The president suddenly laughed. The president seems to have high hopes for this little fellow. Ruler Laius smiled and said, I haven't seen such an interesting kid in a long time. The president looked at Wang Tung and smiled. The eternal stage martial warriors exchanged glances with one another. They were astounded. Even the 2 formidable warriors by the president's side opened their eyes slowly. Their figures were extremely blurry, as if their true bodies were not in this space. The colossal thrones they sat on were condensed from flames and thunder, emitting a terrifying aura. When their eyes opened, it seemed like they contained the universe and stars, as if they held the fundamental rules and truths. If an eternal stage martial warrior looked into their eyes, he would probably find it difficult to break free. This was the kid who helped deal with that dragon, right? The entity on the throne of flames spoke indifferently. He's also the one who attracted the Azure Dragon God over. The president smiled and replied, "Interesting. A Cosmo stage martial warrior is able to attract a God stage presence. This little guy seems to be quite good at causing trouble." The entity on the throne of thunder laughed lightly. "He seems to be a grandmaster alchemist. His talent does seem quite remarkable." The entity on the throne of flames remarked, "Spending too much time on secondary occupations is bound to delay martial cultivation." The entity on the throne of thunder shook his head. "Do you guys know? This kid possesses various types of forces. Apart from the 5 elemental forces, he also has lightning, poison, wind, ice, light, and several other special attributes, and his cultivation levels are not low," the president explained. The eyes of the 2 God stage entities showed signs of surprise. At their level, they rarely paid attention to external affairs. If it weren't for the appearance of the Azure Dragon, they wouldn't have revealed themselves at all. Given their status, they certainly wouldn't deliberately focus on a mere new student, even if he was a rising star on the star rankings. However, hearing the words of the 7th Stellar Academy's president, they couldn't help but feel a hint of interest. This little guy possessed all force attributes except the dark force. This kind of martial warrior was rare. It wasn't about the issue of spending too much time on cultivating various forces. Rather, the uniqueness and rarity of such a constitution made it almost impossible to occur. Even at their level, where the physical body returns to its origin, it was challenging to gather all force attributes. For a martial warrior to possess 5 forces was already considered quite having lived for countless ages. They had witnessed numerous geniuses, and never before had they seen a genius who could possess all force attributes. Such prodigies were only recorded in ancient texts. Many people felt that it was impossible, including them. However, their understanding was shattered because, in front of their eyes, it seemed like such a prodigy had emerged. Fascinating, truly fascinating. The God stage entity on the throne of flames exclaimed with fiery enthusiasm. "He has all the forces? It aligns well with the principles of our 7th Stellar Academy, but the number of individuals who truly achieve this is extremely rare. One hope this young one brings us some surprises." The president probably called us over for him, the entity on the throne of flames said. The president nodded with a smile. "Apart from you two, quite a few old fellows are also paying attention." "We sense it," the entity on the throne of lightning said, looking at the sky and smiling. "Let's see how far he can go," the president suggested. The 2 God stage martial warriors nodded and fell silent. However, they didn't close their eyes this time. Instead, they cast their gazes upon the spiritual hollow mountain. The eternal stage martial warriors were astounded when they heard the conversation between the 3 God stage martial warriors. That Wang Tung turned out to be a martial artist with all forces. Besides dark force, he had all the other forces. This was unbelievable. How did that kid's body develop? Was he a bug? Sikong II, sitting at the end of the group of eternal stage powerhouses, wasn't as surprised. He was well aware of Wang Tung's talent. However, he didn't expect Wang Tung to achieve such results on the freshman leaderboard. It was truly commendable and had now drawn the attention of the president and the God stage presences. His potential seemed boundless. That boy was indeed an anomaly. On a larger stage, he would undoubtedly unleash even greater potential, fitting into the new environment effortlessly. Sikong II looked in Wang Tung's direction with a complicated gaze. Ruler Lias' gaze flickered slightly. He had always paid close attention to Wang Tung. If Wang Tung's spiritual power met his requirements, he would take him in as his disciple. However, from the looks of it now, it wouldn't be that easy. A bunch of true, God-level martial warriors were waiting to take him in as their disciple. It would never be his turn. With a sigh, Laius felt a bit disheartened. When would he find a successor for his immortal seed secret skill? Chapter 2163. Did he successfully decipher it? 1. In Wang Tung's eyes, flashes of mysterious runes seemed to swiftly pass by, creating an intriguing spectacle. Using runes to form restrictions like shackles, restraining the body, spirit, and talent. The creator of this spiritual hollow mountain is truly ingenious, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Unfortunately, after analyzing for a long time, I've only decoded a small portion. The runes in the entire spiritual hollow mountain are simply too numerous to fully decipher. It's clear they want us to climb this spiritual hollow mountain, leaving us with no other path. Various thoughts raced through Wang Tung's mind, and he couldn't help but sigh, deciding to give up. Some things were beyond his control, and it was better not to force them. However, before doing so, he wanted to make one last attempt. With great difficulty, Wang Tung manipulated his spiritual power to extend into the depths of the spiritual hollow mountain. What's this? In an instant, he felt as if his spiritual power had sunk into a swamp. Despite the runes being right in front of him, he couldn't get any closer. Unwilling to give up, he gritted his teeth and fiercely mobilized his spiritual power to infiltrate the mountain wall. The process lasted for over 10 minutes before he suddenly felt a release, and his spiritual vision instantly expanded. It seemed as if he could now touch those ancient runes. Wang Tung couldn't help but feel a slight joy, controlling his spiritual power to probe into the area where a cluster of ancient runes was densely concentrated. Boom! In an instant, Wang Tung's head buzzed, as if something had exploded inside. In a daze, he wasn't sure what had happened. When he came to his senses, he saw transparent bubbles floating in the area where the dense runes were. Attribute bubbles. Wang Tung was elated. He picked up the attribute bubbles without any hesitation. Picking up the attribute bubbles wasn't as difficult, as they turned into strands of insights and merged into his mind the moment they touched his spiritual power. Ancient runes * 100 ancient runes * I 20 ancient lightning runes * I 30 ancient runes * 95 cosmos realm spirit * 200. Most of these attribute bubbles were ancient runes, and some were even special ancient runes. For example, among the attribute bubbles Wang Tung had just obtained, there was the presence of ancient lightning runes. As these ancient runes merged into Wang Tung's mind, his mastery of ancient runes instantly improved significantly. What surprised Wang Tung even more was the spirit attribute. The fact that the spiritual hollow mountain dropped spirit attributes was truly beyond his expectations. But this was undoubtedly a good thing. Since he needed to pick up attribute bubbles, it would inevitably consume spiritual power. Now, with these spiritual attribute bubbles, he could replenish his spiritual attributes at any time. One didn't expect it could be like this. Wang Tung thoughtfully realized he might have found the correct way to exploit the benefits of the spiritual hollow mountain. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, and without hesitation, he continued to control his spiritual power to explore the more distant ancient runes. Indeed, many attribute bubbles appeared again, and he picked them up one after another. Wang Tung's mastery of ancient rune attributes increased once again, and this time there was even the appearance of ancient ice patterns. It seems that the ancient runes of the spiritual hollow mountain include various special ancient runes. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered as he silently speculated. Excited, he started frantically picking up attribute bubbles. To thoroughly exploit the benefits of the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Tung even returned to the base of the mountain, picking up all the areas he hadn't collected before. Those observing from outside were left bewildered. What is this guy doing? People are desperately climbing up, and he's going down? There must be something wrong with his head. It's over. It's over. Is Wang Tung crazy? Tong In covered her face, indicating that she couldn't bear to look. Wei Na and Bai Yao were speechless too. They had never seen anyone climbing the spiritual hollow mountain upside down. Wang Tung was the first. Not only them, but even the eternal stage powerhouses in the sky were a bit dumbfounded at the moment. They looked at each other, completely unable to understand what Wang Tung was doing. Even the president couldn't help but show a trace of astonishment in his eyes. What is he doing? The two God-stage existences beside him hesitated. I don't know. The president smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said with a flicker in his eyes, "He's climbing back up. Is this kid here to play?" The God-stage existence on the throne of lightning couldn't help but be speechless. The God-stage existence on the throne of flames shook his head. He felt that Wang Tung seemed a bit unserious and couldn't figure out what was going on in his head. At the forefront of the spiritual hollow mountain, Yuan Mu looked down and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That guy didn't catch up. His talent was truly the strongest. Just watch. He would definitely become the most dazzling figure in this grand disciple acceptance ceremony. Yuan Mu remained indifferent. He glanced at the peak of the spiritual hollow mountain with a firm gaze and continued climbing up. Occam nodded when he saw this scene in the plaza of the Grand Universe Hall. Yuan Mu's talent was indeed the strongest. Then, he looked at Wang Tung, who was far behind, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Behind them, Zhulong Shan, Feng Mo, and the others were making every effort to climb, unwilling to fall behind. Wu Yin, Yu Yunxian, Lu Tian, and the others slowly caught up with them. They overtook the other talented martial warriors and followed closely behind Zhulong Shan and the others. Their talent wasn't much weaker than Zhulong Shan and the others. They only lagged because they entered the spiritual hollow mountain a little late. Chapter 2164. Did he successfully decipher it? 2. But when they looked down, they couldn't help but frown. Why hasn't Wang Tung come up yet? Several people were somewhat puzzled. Originally, Wang Tung was ahead of them, but later he remained motionless in one place, and they caught up to him. They thought that even if there was a reason for Wang Tung to fall behind for a while, he would quickly catch up. However, after so long, Wang Tung was still below, and they couldn't even see his shadow. This couldn't help but make them worry. Yu Chi Xiao, Wade, and the others wondered if something had happened to Wang Tung. Shun Yinfeng, Shi Tianyun, and the others secretly sneered. Wang Tung couldn't even catch up to them. It seemed that his talent wasn't that great. He was able to defeat them because of his clone skill. That fellow must be extremely lucky to get some powerful scriptures. His talent might not be stronger than theirs. Thinking of this, they felt a glimmer of hope reignite in their hearts. What matters most for a martial warrior is talent. Since the spiritual hollow mountain was able to test the talent of martial warriors, it must be authentic. Now that Wang Tung was behind them, it indicated that his talent might not be as good as theirs. The two of them suffered a huge blow, and they finally had a chance to turn the table around. Their hearts were filled with hope. They weren't naive. They just wanted a bit of hope. Even when Ningfu, Gadan, and Qi Lianfeng suspected that Wang Tang's talent wasn't very good. If not, he wouldn't be so far behind. Fortunately, Wang Tang only did such an unconventional act once, and then began to climb steadily. His spiritual power continued to tease the ancient runes within the spiritual hollow mountain, causing them to drop attribute bubbles for him to pick up. The overall range of the spiritual hollow mountain was quite large. Therefore, if Wang Tung wanted to pick up every rune at each height, it naturally took a considerable amount of time. As a result, his speed was a bit slow, and he could only gradually catch up with the other warriors above. However, he was not in a hurry, climbing slowly and steadily, picking up attribute bubbles. His proficiency in ancient runes was also improving. Wang Tung could feel that his mastery of ancient runes was rapidly increasing. Occasionally, there would be bubbles containing spirit attributes, replenishing Wang Tung's spiritual consumption and allowing him to endure for a longer time. A man must have a good stamina. Ancient runes *80. Ancient fire runes *105 Cosmos Realm Spirit *25 Ancient runes *110 Ancient runes *70 Ancient water runes *I50 Huh? Wang Tung suddenly exclaimed, his eyes bursting with brilliance. I've actually obtained ancient fire runes and ancient water runes. This was the first time he had acquired these two special ancient runes. Previously, he had only mastered ancient lightning runes, ancient ice runes, and ancient poison runes. Now, he had added two more to his collection. Wang Tung became even more excited, climbing while picking up attribute bubbles. For others, this might be a laborious task, but for Wang Tung, it was a great opportunity. He hadn't even reached the peak yet, and he had already gained such tremendous benefits. Did others have the same? No, they didn't. These were advantages unique to Wang Tung. As time passed, the stars outside had rotated 3 times, but the spiritual hollow mountain remained shrouded in a vast white sky. 3 days quietly went by, one climber after another, but no one reached the summit. Instead, some had reached their limits and dropped out one after another. Of course, their performance was observed by the external powerhouses, and there might be someone willing to take them as disciples. If not, these students could only fend for themselves, diligently completing tasks within the stellar academies to earn points for their cultivation needs in the future. Yuan Mu, Zhulong Shan, and the others were still climbing. Their expressions changed. The process of climbing was undoubtedly extremely tedious, and the force within their bodies was rapidly depleting. Unable to replenish it, they could only rely on their physical strength and willpower to climb. For martial warriors accustomed to using force, being suddenly unable to utilize it was torture. Wang Tung was still trailing behind, but he gradually caught up. On the 4th day, Wang Tung saw Wen Ningfu, and she noticed him too. Her expression immediately changed. Damn, this guy was still around. Hey, isn't this that someone? Wang Tung greeted, unable to recall her name. So he said, the one who lost to Yu Qiqiao, right? Wen Ningfu almost vomited blood. To hell with losing to Yu Qiqiao. Won't have a name. Why are you so far behind? Wen Ningfu took a deep breath, asking the question that lingered in her mind. I'll let you guys go first, so at least you can be happy for a while. If I started in the first place, the pressure on you would be too much. Wang Tung said with a look of concern, one worry about your feelings. Wen Ningfu, he'll go first by. Wang Tung ignored her and surpassed her. Wen Ningfu watched Wang Tung pass by with his indifferent face, suddenly stunned. She felt inexplicably foolish. Why did she doubt this guy's talent? Those people ahead would probably feel the same way as she does now. Wen Ningfu suddenly felt a bit gleeful. Half a day later, Wang Ting caught up with Qi Lianfeng and slowly climbed past him amid his bewildered gaze. After another half a day, Wang Tung saw Shi Tianyun and Shen Yanfeng. He was surprised that they were here. It looked like their talent was not bad. Good to see you. Wang Tung greeted them. Shi Tianyun and Shen Yanfeng almost slipped and fell from the mountain when they saw that familiar face. After climbing for so long, their physical strength was already close to the limit. Wang Tung's sudden appearance was like encountering a hideous female ghost while going to the bathroom in the middle of the night. There's no need to be so excited when meeting an old friend, right? Wang Tung asked with a strange expression. The two of them were going crazy. Who's your old friend? Why had this guy caught up? Wasn't he already far behind? What about the supposedly lackluster talent? Looking at Wang Tung's appearance, it seemed like he hadn't consumed any energy, just like when they first entered the spiritual hollow mountain. For a moment, both of them were dumbfounded. The plot wasn't supposed to develop like this. There seemed to be an unbridgeable gap between them and Wang Tung, and this gap was gradually widening. They completely gave up, lost any desire for comparison, and with their spirit deflated, they couldn't continue. Outside, quite a few Eternal Stage powerhouses shook their heads. Some Eternal Stage figures had been optimistic about these two, but now it seemed that the temperament of these two disciples needed further examination. Wang Ting glanced at them, shook his head, and continued climbing towards a mountaintop. 2 hours later, he saw Yu Qiqiao and others. You finally made it. Yu Qiqiao breathed a sigh of relief. Were you worried I couldn't make it up? Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. Now, he realized why Wen Ningfu, Shi Tianyun, and others had such expressions when they saw him. It turned out they all thought he couldn't make it. Wang Ting couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. What were these people thinking? Even if his talent was a bit lower, it couldn't be worse than theirs, right? Who knows if something happened to you? Yu Qiao said with a bit of annoyance. What could happen to me? I'm fine. He'll be going ahead. Wang Tung passed Yu Qiao and Wade and quickly disappeared from their sight. Yu Qiao was astounded. Why did this fellow seem so relaxed after so many days? I overthought it. She sighed and continued climbing. Now she could barely hold on. She relied entirely on a bit of willpower, hoping not to fall too far behind. In the outside world, many eternal stage powerhouses saw this scene and their eyes lit up. He caught up. I knew this guy wasn't that simple. He seems quite relaxed. But why does he keep walking for a while, then stopping for a while? The president and the other two true God-level martial warriors were in deep thought. Suddenly, their hearts trembled. Could this guy have succeeded in deciphering the situation? Chapter 2165, poking it a few times naturally evoked a reaction. 1. As the 10th day arrived, there were only a few talented martial warriors left on the spiritual Hollow Mountain. More and more people reached their limits and eventually withdrew from the spiritual Hollow Mountain. Inside the spiritual Hollow Mountain, their spirit, force, and more could not recover. Even talent and willpower had reached their limits and could no longer sustain them. Although human willpower was infinite, not everyone could unleash a powerful will at any time. In the end, only the top 10 talents were left on the spiritual Hollow Mountain. Even Yu Qiao and the others couldn't move forward and had to give up. Meanwhile, Yu Yunxian and others continued to lead ahead of Wang Tung, climbing without paying attention to him. At this moment, no one had the energy to care about external matters. Their eyes were fixed on the mountaintop, and their minds were focused solely on the ascent to the summit. At this point, they had depleted their force, and the physical strength they had consumed had almost reached its limit. Even their talent was becoming difficult to maintain. It had turned into a battle of willpower. However, what they didn't know was that their current position was only about 2/3 of the way up the spiritual Hollow Mountain. There was still a considerable distance to climb. This spiritual Hollow Mountain is really high. Round Ball exclaimed in Wang Tung's mind. Isn't that obvious? Wang Tung responded with a hint of sarcasm. Of course it was high. They had been climbing for 10 days and hadn't reached the summit. The academy was quite ruthless. They gave them the challenge of ascending such a terrifying mountain. Even with Wang Tang's formidable mental and spiritual strength, along with his talent and willpower, he felt immense pressure. Without his unique abilities, the ascent would have been far from easy. At this moment, he planted both hands firmly on the mountain wall and leaped upward like a monkey, effortlessly surmounting a significant height. Simultaneously, his spiritual power penetrated the mountain wall, teasing the ancient runes within and collecting the attribute bubbles that dropped as a result. Ancient runes *50 ancient wood runes *IOO cosmos realm spirit *I20 ancient earth runes *I50 ancient runes *I31 by 1. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's mind, transforming into insights that intertwined with his memories. These insights manifested as mysterious and profound runes, shimmering in the depths of his memory. Among them were two particularly special runes, one radiating a vibrant green light, brimming with vitality, and the other emanating an earthy yellow glow, as thick and solid as the earth. Wang Tung felt no surprise anymore. After climbing to such heights, he had already encountered many of these special ancient runes. By now, he had collected a variety of special ancient runes, completing the set of the 5 elemental ancient runes, along with lightning, ice, and poison runes, totaling 8. His speculation received confirmation. The spiritual Hollow Mountain could indeed suppress warriors of all attributes, because the runes here covered all aspects. Yet, he couldn't help but consider if there might be one missing, the Dark Rune. Unfortunately, Wang Tung didn't dare to use his dark force. If he did, he would likely be caught and thoroughly examined by the Academy's powerhouses. His dark force was purer than Yu Yongxian's. They couldn't be compared at all. Yu Yunxian was at most bewitched, and there was still room for salvage. As for him, in other people's eyes, he probably couldn't be saved. He could be sentenced to death. Of course, this was Wang Tung's guess. Even with a remote possibility, Wang Tung wasn't willing to take such a risk. He wasn't done living yet. Roundball, what do you think will happen if one master all the ancient runes? Wang Tung continued climbing while posing the question to Roundball. Master all of them? Roundball was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, you might be thinking too much. Mastering all the ancient runes was a tall order, not even achievable by a saint-level rune master, much less a grandmaster rune master. Wang Tung was quite daring to suggest that. However, Roundball didn't dare to provoke Wang Tung. Climbing the spiritual hollow mountain was already irritating, and what if Wang Tung decided to take out his frustration on it? You think it's impossible? Wang Tung smiled faintly and asked. Well, it's challenging. Roundball hesitated for a moment, expressing tactfully. Setting aside that, what do you think will happen if I truly master all of them? Wang Tung continued, indifferent to the response. I don't know. I've never seen anyone who could master all the ancient runes. There were, however, some ancient saints who were knowledgeable in many runes, but even they wouldn't claim to have mastered them all. In those times, ancient runes hadn't completely disappeared, and they were still widely spread knowledge in the runic world. Roundball spoke with seriousness. Wang Tung nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, his spiritual power detected something, surprising him. Inside the mountain, a sphere composed entirely of runes floated, emitting a faint light. What is this? Wang Tung was surprised. What is what? Roundball thought that Wang Tung was talking to it, so it asked curiously. Nothing. One found something interesting. Wang Tung smiled and didn't pay further attention to Roundball. His gaze focused on the runic sphere suspended within the mountain. This runic sphere was located at the center of the mountain and was still quite a distance away from Wang Tung's spiritual power. Moving his spiritual sense within the mountain was no simple task. It felt like navigating through a muddy swamp, challenging to move a fraction of an inch. Chapter 2166, poking it a few times naturally evoked a reaction. 2. Wang Tung had to halt, slowly moving his spiritual power toward the runic sphere. This runic sphere was like a peerless beauty lying there, tempting yet unapproachable, leaving an itch in the heart. Wang Tung sensed that this runic sphere was definitely not ordinary. It might be the core of the spiritual hollow mountain's runes otherwise. Why hadn't it appeared earlier? Instead, it emerged in this central location. Oh! The president uttered a soft exclamation, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Not far away, Ruler Elias also widened his eyes, focusing his gaze on Wang Tung. What happened? The God-stage presence on the flame throne asked in confusion. That kid has stopped at the core of the spiritual hollow mountain, the dean explained. The core of the spiritual hollow mountain. There was a sharp glint in the eyes of the two God-stage martial warriors. Suddenly, they became intrigued. Why did Wang Tung stop again? Among the crowd below, people like Tong expressed bewilderment. They initially thought Wang Tung was about to catch up, but unexpectedly, he stopped at a crucial moment. Occam frowned. He couldn't quite comprehend Wang Tung's actions. It didn't seem like he had reached his limit. Instead, it looked like he was observing something. What was this kid up to? Many onlookers revealed expressions of astonishment. With the diminishing number of participants on the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Tung naturally drew more attention. Everyone was now watching him closely, especially when he suddenly stopped climbing at this critical juncture. As everyone was exerting their final bits of strength to climb to the summit, Wang Tung suddenly came to a halt, leaving everyone astonished. Time passed on the spiritual hollow mountain. Wang Tung spent half a day painstakingly probing the location of the runic sphere with his spiritual power. The closer he got, the more he realized the runic sphere was surprisingly large, not as small and delicate as it appeared from a distance. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, used his spiritual power to probe the runic sphere right in front of him. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, more intense than the previous encounter with the runes. This time, the reaction was violent. Wang Tung's spiritual power was instantly repelled, causing a shockwave in his mind and leaving his complexion pale. K. He couldn't help but curse, attempting to cover his head, but both of his hands were firmly clinging to the rock wall, making it impossible to move. It was so uncomfortable. The shock just now directly targeted his spiritual body, nearly shaking his soul out of its confines. He didn't expect the protective mechanism of the runic sphere to be so strong. Wang Tung immediately mobilized his spiritual power, circulating it a few times to soothe the pain in his mind before looking back toward the direction of the runic sphere. Several attribute bubbles were floating there. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Wang Tung felt fortunate. He didn't endure that brutal impact for nothing. He carefully controlled his spiritual power and secretly stretched his evil hand toward the attribute bubbles. Ancient Runes *600 Ancient Runes *500 Spiritual Hollow Mountain *300 Cosmos Realm Spirit *U Ancient Runes *450 Spiritual Hollow Mountain *200 Spiritual Hollow Mountain. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Tung's eyes. He had picked up the runes of the spiritual hollow mountain. In an instant, a peculiar scene unfolded in his mind, where countless runes converged to form a majestic mountain. At the center of this mountain was a spherical formation made entirely of runes. This was the spiritual hollow mountain. Evidently, this was the construction method of the spiritual hollow mountain. Unfortunately, the runes on it were extremely complex and numerous. Up to this point, Wang Tung had only managed to grasp a portion of them. Spiritual Hollow Mountain, 500/10,000 Foundation. Wang Tung slowly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if the phantom image of a mountain appeared in them. This was a restrictive mountain, not only serving as a testing ground, but also capable of being used to crush people. Yes, crush people. For some reason, upon obtaining the insights of the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Tung's first thought was to use it to crush people. According to the description of these insights, Wang Tung knew that the spiritual hollow mountain could not only be used to construct weapons, but also could transform into a form of spiritual attack. However, the latter was more challenging, akin to constructing a spiritual maze. The more intricate the spiritual maze, the more spiritual power it would consume. And with countless runes on the spiritual hollow mountain, constructing them all would undoubtedly require an incredibly terrifying amount of spiritual power. Wang didn't think too much. The construction of the spiritual hollow mountain was a huge surprise for him. Without much contemplation, Wang Tung decided to take advantage of this opportunity, even if it meant enduring another potential backlash. Wang Tung took a deep breath, controlled his spiritual power, and gradually approached the runic sphere. With determination, he bit the bullet and thrust his spiritual power forward. Boom! The tremor struck again, leaving Wang Tung feeling worse. Several attribute bubbles popped up once again, and Wang Tung immediately collected them. He then retracted his spiritual power as if he had been electrocuted. It was painful. After taking a moment to recover, he looked at the newly acquired attribute bubbles. Great! There were more spiritual hollow mountain attribute bubbles, as well as some spirit attributes. This could alleviate the exhaustion of his spiritual power. His complexion had initially turned somewhat pale, but with the influx of these spiritual attributes, a rosy tint returned to his face. The onlookers were stunned. His face changed from pale to rosy. What on earth was happening? Was he running a dyeing workshop? Wang Tung continued his risky endeavor, repeatedly thrusting his spiritual power toward the rune sphere, experiencing both pain and pleasure. His facial expressions kept changing, leaving people puzzled. Tong In and the others were initially worried, but seeing him in this state, they eventually became speechless. Was this guy playing around with them? On the other hand, the president and others wore solemn expressions. They seemed to sense something, and all their gazes focused on Wang Tung. Even the strong individuals who were originally paying attention to Yuan Mu and others redirected their attention to Wang Teng. As time passed, Wang Teng finally gave up. It seemed like he had played with the rune sphere too much. No matter how he teased or prodded, the runic sphere showed no signs of producing more attribute bubbles. There was no choice but to give up. Letting out a regretful sigh, Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board. Spiritual Hollow Mountain, 1100/30,000. Well-versed, it has reached the well-versed stage. Wang Teng was a little surprised. He didn't expect this. After all, farming attributes just now was too difficult. The foundation stage required 10,000 attribute points, a feat not easily achieved. It appeared that although the rune sphere was somewhat arrogant, it did respond after being prodded. Poking it a few times naturally evoked a reaction. Wang Teng glanced at his spiritual power attributes once again, feeling a burst of joy. He was at the perfected stage. His spirit attribute had reached the perfected cosmos stage. Spirit 200000/200000 Cosmos Realm. This was a huge surprise. Even before entering the spiritual Hollow Mountain, Wang Teng's spiritual power had experienced a sudden surge. Yet after entering the spiritual Hollow Mountain, his spiritual power unexpectedly increased again, reaching the perfected stage. Moreover, Wang Teng felt that his spiritual power had somehow become more solid. He hadn't noticed it earlier, but now, as he stopped prodding the rune sphere, his spiritual power had completely calmed down, and he could sense this subtle change. Who said the spiritual Hollow Mountain was a torturous place? Clearly, it was a treasure trove. Wang Teng marveled for a moment, then continued his ascent to the mountaintop. There was nothing worth lingering for here, and it was time for him to unleash his potential. His climbing speed suddenly increased, and of course, he didn't forget to continue collecting attribute bubbles. He hadn't harvested this area yet, and naturally, he couldn't easily let it pass. As Wang Teng's speed accelerated, a figure appeared ahead. It was Reynolds. Seeing Wang Teng, Reynolds couldn't help but be stunned. "I thought you had given up," Reynolds gasped, his eyes filled with astonishment. "I'm just getting started." Wang Teng smiled faintly, surpassing him and disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Damn, what is this? So fast." Reynolds widened his eyes, wearing an expression of incredulity. Chapter 2167. I am the peak. 1. Wang Teng started to increase his speed. He surpassed Reynolds in an instant and closed in on the ascending Tai Bei-sha. Within the spiritual Hollow Mountain, her wings were rendered useless. Yet to everyone's surprise, she persevered and ascended even higher than Reynolds. Many Eternal Stage martial warriors noticed this talent from the Feather Race. Still, given the scarcity of light element martial warriors, the formidable figures for various academies could only shake their heads in regret. Catching up, Wang Teng laid eyes on Tai Bei-sha's silhouette. Those distinctive wings made her instantly recognizable. Tai Bei-sha heard the commotion below and looked down in surprise. "So go ahead." Wang Teng grinned slightly, effortlessly overtaking from the side. Tai Bei-sha pupils contracted. How could he be so fast? Did the spiritual Hollow Mountain have no influence on him? Little did they know, Wang Teng had already unraveled the mysteries of the spiritual Hollow Mountain. Every step he took was on a runic node, and though the constraining force persisted, it was considerably weaker than for others. Coupled with Wang Teng's terrifying innate talent, his speed naturally outstripped theirs by a significant margin. Gasp! There was an uproar in the plaza of the Grand Universe Hall. Wang Teng's sudden burst of speed caught everyone off guard. Many had assumed he was struggling, or at the very least, would find it challenging to surpass the earlier prodigies. Yet, he unleashed his full potential only at the end, leaving everyone puzzled about what he had been doing before. In the sky above, the president's eyes revealed a strange expression as he remarked, "It seems he has truly deciphered it." He deciphered the spiritual Hollow Mountain. Eternal Stage powerhouses around express surprise, finding it somewhat unbelievable. However, Wang Teng's current speed was undeniably abnormal, not typical of someone who had just entered the spiritual Hollow Mountain. Is Wang Teng a rune master too? Many people guessed. Even if he is a saint-level rune master, it would be challenging to decipher the spiritual hollow mountain. Wang Teng hasn't reached that level. How'd he manage it? Another eternal stage ruler questioned. This little fellow is really surprising, the God Stage martial warrior on the flame throne commented. For these powerhouses, very few things could surprise them, especially when it came to a group of new students. Even if they possessed high talent, it shouldn't be enough to amaze these seasoned individuals. However, Wang Teng repeatedly astonished them, whether it was the comprehensive attributes earlier or now deciphering the spiritual hollow mountain. Both occurrences were enough to leave them surprised. The simultaneous appearance of these two feats in one person was even more unbelievable. Wang Teng's talent was indeed extraordinary. Each event increased their focus on Wang Teng, and almost all the gazes of the powerhouses were now concentrated on him, while the other geniuses seemed to fade into the background. Yuan Mu, Zhulong Shan, and others were still unaware of this harsh reality, diligently climbing the spiritual hollow mountain. Wang Teng spotted Feng Mo's figure and casually surpassed him. Feng Mo, not expecting it to be Wang Teng, stiffened at the sight, as if he had seen a ghost. Next, Wang Teng began a frenzied overtaking spree. One by one, Wang Teng surpassed the other talents, including Baichuan Lu, Borit, Lu Tian, and many others. Wang Teng, Borit, and Yu Yunxian were stunned when they saw Wang Teng. But soon they understood. Wang Teng's talent was beyond question, and his current surge to the front was in line with his past performances. However, what astonished them was Wang Teng's speed. It was too fast. How could he be this quick? Did the spiritual hollow mountain have no effect on him? At this moment, Wang Teng had become a dazzling scenery on the spiritual hollow mountain. He was too conspicuous. When everyone was approaching their limits, each step feeling incredibly difficult, there was one person who seemed like an exuberant husky, frolicking around as if just waking up. This situation was both shocking and somewhat perplexing. Lu Tian's eyes flickered. He looked at Wang Teng's back view and sighed in his heart. His pride had taken a hit in the face of this individual. Wang Teng continued to ascend. However, after a while, he noticed the absence of other figures, which surprised him. Looks like there aren't many left, he muttered to himself. Even Yu Yunxian, Lu Tian, and the others got surpassed by you. There must be only a few people left, Roundball said. Wang Teng nodded. 2 hours later, Wang Teng finally spotted a figure. Wu Yin was gritting his teeth, enduring the climb, when he suddenly sensed movement behind him and turned to look. Brother Wu Yin, remember what you said. Wang Teng looked at him and smiled. Wu Yin, damn, how did this jerk catch up? He thought Wang Teng had given up, only to have him reappear when he was almost unable to continue. That smirk on his face made Wu Yin want to pick up a stone from the spiritual hollow mountain and hurl it at him. Wang Teng quickly caught up, climbing alongside Wu Yin. What were you doing down there? Wu Yin asked, noticing Wang Teng's speed and unable to suppress his curiosity. This guy had plenty of energy left, yet he only caught up now. I'll let you guys climb first. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun if you lost right from the beginning, Wang Teng replied casually. Wu Yin face-palmed, utterly annoyed. He took a deep breath to restrain the urge to throw something at Wang Teng. Chapter 2168. I am the peak. 2. Unfortunately, you guys are still too slow. I waited for half the day, and you only climbed here. Wang Teng sighed, shook his head, and said, well, I'd better head to the summit early and go home for dinner. Bye. Wang Teng's figure quickly disappeared before Wu Yan's eyes. He came fast and left fast. Wu Yan's expression seemed constipated. He remained silent for a while before finally uttering a word. Damn. Ha. Roundball laughed heartily in Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng, you're ruthless. You didn't see his expression just now. It was so funny. Wang Teng smiled. Playing cool and then running away indeed felt satisfying. But this Wu Yin was asking for it. Since Wu Ming handed him over, he had to reluctantly discipline him. The monotonous climbing process continued. 3 hours later, the figure of Zhulong Shan appeared ahead. Muscles bulged all over his body, and sweat covered his forehead Yet he persisted, teeth clenched. His eyes flickered with a dark red glow, as if a pillar of magma was about to erupt. This surprised Wang Teng. In terms of strength, Zhuliangshan was definitely not on par with Wu Yan. However, he unexpectedly climbed higher than Wu Yan. Wang Teng gave him some recognition, but still had to surpass him. He quickly caught up and smiled at Zhuliangshan. Zhuliangshan was stunned. Was he having an illusion? To see the person he least wanted to see here. Wang Teng. A somewhat hoarse voice came out from Zhuliangshan. "You're not climbing fast enough," Wang Teng said casually and then passed him directly. Zhuliangshan finally confirmed that this wasn't an illusion. He gritted his teeth, wanting to chase after Wang Teng, but the speed made him feel powerless and bewildered. At this time, how could Wang Teng's speed still be so fast? This was a question not only in Zhuliangshan's mind, but also in the minds of the geniuses who had seen Wang Teng before. Unfortunately, they had no idea why it happened. Damn it! Zhuliangshan watched Wang Teng disappear before his eyes, a sense of unwillingness surging in his heart. Unable to hold back, he pounded a fist against the mountain wall. The last one. Only Yuan Mu is left. Judging by this trend, Wang Teng should be able to catch up soon. This is too abnormal. In just a short time, he surpassed so many talented warriors. Was Wang Teng playing around before? On the plaza of the Grand Universe Hall, everyone wasn't surprised when they saw Wang Teng surpassing Zhuliangshan. However, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Occam's face turned black. The burst of power from Wang Teng completely exceeded his expectations. With that kid's speed, Yuan Mu might not be guaranteed a stable victory. There was even a good chance he would lose. This wasn't the result he wanted to see. Yuan Mu had already lost on the freshman leaderboard. If Wang Teng continued to outperform him on the spiritual hollow mountain, it would mean that the other's talent truly surpassed the divine constellation physique. The divine constellation physique carried a prestigious reputation. If it were to be defeated by Wang Teng, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir, likely something people couldn't accept. Occam involuntarily clenched his fists. Before, he believed Yuan Mu would surely defeat Wang Teng. Now, it seemed like he might have to face the embarrassment. The president and others were not surprised by this result. They were more interested in whether Wang Teng could reach the summit. As for Yuan Mu, who was leading earlier, many felt regretful. This individual possessed the divine constellation physique and undoubtedly had good talent. But unfortunately, he was being suppressed by the monstrous Wang Teng. On the divine mountain, Yuan Mu was situated at the highest point. At this moment, he had a pause to rest and then couldn't help but look down below. He was approaching his limit, and he wondered about the people behind him. Wang Teng won't be able to catch up, right? At this moment, a faint smile finally appeared on Yuan Mu's face, but quickly faded as he looked toward the summit, furrowing his brow. It seemed there was still a considerable distance to the mountaintop. This mountain felt incredibly strange to him. The summit was clearly in sight, yet no matter how he climbed, he couldn't get any closer. Monotonous, tasteless, with an unattainable goal. It was a torment to the heart of every climber. Even for someone as resolute as Yuan Mu, facing such an insurmountable peak inevitably bred a hint of discouragement in his heart. Should he give up just like this? Yuan Mu took a deep breath. His expression became resolute again as he adjusted his mindset and continued to climb upward. However, at this moment, a figure silently appeared behind Yuan Mu. This time, Wang Teng deliberately kept his voice at the lowest volume, preparing to give Yuan Mu a surprise. Quietly approaching from behind, Yuan Mu was completely unaware. He remained focused on his climb. In the outside world, at such a close distance, Yuan Mu would have long detected Wang Teng. But within the spiritual hollow mountain, everything was restricted. Coupled with Yuan Mu's significant exhaustion, he was unable to notice Wang Teng at all. On the plaza of the Grand Universe Hall, many people's expressions turned strange when they saw Wang Teng creeping toward Yuan Mu. What was this guy up to? Occam's expression subtly changed as his gaze remained fixed on Wang Teng. He really caught up, and, judging by his demeanor, It seemed effortless, with no sign of difficulty on his face. It indicated that he hadn't reached his limit yet. Chapter 2169, I am the peak. 3. On the contrary, Yuan Mu, though still persevering, was at the end of his strength. The difference between the two was crystal clear. On the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Tung finally arrived beneath Yuan Mu and abruptly uttered a voice. Hello. Yuan Mu never expected to hear another voice here. His hand trembled, nearly causing him to roll down the mountain. His face turned pale, and his heart raced. What a close call. He breathed a sigh of relief, his heart still pounding. Then, with an unpleasant expression, he looked down. Below him, a figure appeared, smiling and looking up at him. Wang Tung. Yuan Mu's pupils contracted, his expression growing even more grim. Why was he here? This situation completely exceeded Yuan Mu's expectations. He always thought he was the most talented among the new students. Yet now, Wang Tung had caught up and was just a hair's breadth away. Didn't this indicate that Wang Tung's talent was comparable to his? Satisfying his morbid sense of humor, Wang Tung didn't say much more. He directly overtook Yuan Mu at an incredibly fast speed and continued climbing upward. Yuan Mu's expression changed slightly, and his pupils sharply contracted. That's impossible. Why, when they had reached such a height, did Wang Tung still seem so at ease? He didn't look like someone who had been climbing for more than 10 days. Goodbye. Take your time climbing. Oh, go ahead. Wang Tung's voice echoed from above. Yuan Mu looked up, only to see Wang Tung unexpectedly turning back, waving casually at him with an extremely relaxed demeanor. Silence. Yuan Mu immediately gritted his teeth, wanting to accelerate and catch up with Wang Tung. However, he overestimated his condition. With an unstable step, not only did he fail to catch up, but he also slid down for a distance. Many onlookers couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at this sight. This was too dangerous. With a slight misstep, Yuan Mu could have fallen directly, and all the progress he had made climbing would have been lost in an instant. Tong In and others couldn't help feeling some sympathy for Yuan Mu. He got the short end of the stick encountering Wang Tung. Darn it! Yuan Mu's eyes revealed intense unwillingness. He clenched his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. His once handsome and aloof face now appeared somewhat ferocious. He didn't give up. Step by step, he chased after Wang Tung's figure, but watched in despair as Wang Tung grew farther away. What is despair? This is it. At first, he thought that the other party was weaker than him, only to realize that the other party didn't treat him as his opponent at all. Because the gap was too vast, he couldn't even keep up with the other's back. A strong sense of hopelessness emerged in Yuan Mu's heart. For the first time since he debuted, he faced such a significant setback. Wang Tung was unaware of the massive blow he dealt to Yuan Mu. He continued climbing towards the summit. He was the only one left, and there was no one ahead to block his steps. Only the peak, like a deity towering above, overlooked this climber. And what Wang Tung had to do now was conquer this mountain, conquer this peak. I want to see if he can stop my footsteps. Wang Tung chuckled inwardly, his expression remarkably calm. His body resembled an extraordinarily agile divine ape. Each swift move allowed him to cross vast distances. In the plaza of the Grand Universe Hall, everyone's gaze was on Wang Tung. They were flabbergasted. Fast. Why is he still so fast? Doesn't he get tired at all? F***K. Was he a bug? Report. I want to report. This guy must be cheating. At this rate, Wang Tung should be able to reach the summit, right? Silence. The crowd fell silent. Indeed, at this speed, Wang Tung seemed highly likely to reach the summit, achieving what even the judges couldn't do. Could Wang Tung really do it? Everyone stared fixedly at Wang Tung's figure, watching him step by step approach the peak of the spiritual hollow mountain. They all involuntarily held their breath. Could Wang Tung create a miracle? As time passed, another day went by. While everyone was focused on Wang Tung, Yuan Mu had already reached his limit. His consciousness blurred, but he continued to climb subconsciously. His arms stretched out, unable to grasp the mountain wall anymore, and he fell. He struggled to open his eyes, filled with reluctance. The scenery on either side rapidly receded, and he desperately looked towards the mountaintop. The summit was still there, but he had no chance anymore. He wanted to find Wang Tung's figure, but he couldn't even see the other's back. He was filled with unwillingness. This time, he was completely defeated by that guy, and he could find no excuses to refute it. Inferior in strength and talent. In front of that guy, what pride did he have? Admirable. The president shook his head and waved his big hand. As Yuan Mu was about to crash to the ground, he made him disappear within the spiritual hollow mountain. The two God-stage martial warriors nodded and shook their heads. Normally, Yuan Mu's brilliance would have been dazzling even if he couldn't reach the peak. However, now, overshadowed by Wang Tung's brilliance, Yuan Mu's light was completely concealed. In front of a radiant sun, how could ordinary starlight attract attention? Many eternal stage powerhouses were eager to make a move. God stage powerhouses might not be interested, but having Yuan Mu as a disciple would still be excellent. Chapter 2170. I am the peak. 4. As for Wang Tung, they had completely given up. That guy was too monstrous. He must be under the watchful eyes of the president and the God stage beings of the academy now. They had no chance. Yuan Mu was sent to Occam's side. The other party's expression was gloomy, but he still took out a pill and fed it to Yuan Mu. Before long, Yuan Mu gradually regained consciousness. Seeing the surroundings, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had returned to the Grand Universe Hall Plaza. Then he quickly realized he had reached his limit and couldn't climb any further. A sense of unwillingness surged in his heart, and his expression became extremely bleak. Wang Tung, has he come out? Yuan Mu asked. He's still in the Divine Space Mountain, Occam said coldly. Still inside? Yuan Mu struggled to get up, immediately looking towards the spiritual hollow mountain. Indeed, he found Wang Tung's figure. Then his expression changed drastically. From the outside perspective, Wang Tung was already very close to the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. That guy was about to reach the peak. Yuan Mu clenched his fist, his nails deeply piercing into his palm without him even noticing. Why? Why could Wang Tung achieve it while he couldn't? How could the divine constellation physique lose to someone else? Countless questions surfaced in his mind, causing his thoughts to become chaotic, almost driving him mad. Time passed again. On the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Tung gazed at the summit above, his eyes shimmering. Finally, we're almost there. At this point, he could feel his limits. Although he had unraveled the mysteries of the spiritual hollow mountain, at most, he only alleviated the pressure by using runic nodes. It wasn't a true liberation from the shackles of the spiritual hollow mountain. He couldn't do it now. Even if he was a saint rune master, he wouldn't be able to do it. Climbing to this height, his force, spirit, and more were almost at their limits. He even used all kinds of talents, activating different physiques in his body to sustain him until now. It could be said that even without unraveling the mysteries of the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Tung's sheer force, spirit, and talent were enough to crush Yuan Mu. I didn't expect this. The president sighed. After so many years, there's still someone who can reach the peak of the spiritual hollow mountain. They don't know that if they truly climb using force, spirit, talent, etc., Cosmos Stage martial warriors simply cannot reach the summit of this spiritual hollow mountain. The entity on the flame throne chuckled. President, your tricks are as evil as always. You gave them an unattainable goal. The person on the lightning throne complained. Every generation of students had fallen for the president's schemes. Unfortunately, all the students foolishly fell into the president's carefully laid trap. They sought not only the mystery reward at the end, but also to prove themselves. After all, which genius wouldn't want to reach the pinnacle and become a revered figure? The president undoubtedly understood the psychology of these talented warriors, leading them all to climb toward the mountain's peak. Ha ha! The president couldn't help but burst into laughter, his voice slowly echoing. Only by working hard can they reach a higher position. One hope they can understand this truth. The two God-stage martial warriors nodded. But this kid really surprised us. He actually reached this seemingly unattainable goal, remarked the entity on the lightning throne. He found another way, sort of cheating. The entity on the flame throne said wryly. This is the second one, right? The one back then also did something similar. Their runic talents are quite extraordinary, the entity on the lightning throne added. Runic talent can be considered a form of innate ability. It doesn't count as cheating, the president chuckled. But compared to the previous one, who stumbled upon the secrets of the spiritual hollow mountain in advance, Wang Tung's achievement is more commendable. As the president and others discussed, 3 more hours passed, and Wang Tung's face turned slightly pale. However, he finally reached the summit. Gripping the platform at the mountain's peak, he executed a somersault and landed steadily at the highest point. Puff! A deep exhale escaped from Wang Tung's lips. Standing at the summit, he gazed down at the spiritual hollow mountain below. A sense of accomplishment surged within him. He had succeeded. He had conquered the spiritual hollow mountain. I am at the peak. The onlookers below, their eyes squinting against the dazzling radiance of the figure at the mountain's peak, felt a complex mix of emotions. It was as if they were witnessing an intense brilliance that defied description. Wang Tung had reached the summit. Once again, he had created a miracle. Wang Tung smiled faintly, standing tall at the mountain's peak. His heart swelled with an unprecedented sense of openness. However, before he could fully savor the moment, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. In an instant, he involuntarily disappeared from his position. F***K. Chapter 2171. There are mountains beyond mountains and skies beyond skies. Wang Tung reached the peak of the spiritual hollow mountain. Everyone was flabbergasted. Yuan Mu, Zhulong Shan, and the others were filled with unwillingness. Wu Yin, Lu Tian, Bai Chuan Lu, and the other talented martial warriors were in awe too. This guy was truly extraordinary. Though they were reluctant to admit it, they were indeed trailing behind Wang Tung by a considerable margin. Only when observed from the outside did they realize the vast distance still separating them from the mountaintop. They were simply unable to reach the summit. Yet, Wang Tung had achieved the impossible. He surpassed them all, climbing to the pinnacle, a feat beyond the reach of all geniuses. Such a disparity left many prodigies feeling powerless. On the other side, the president and the 2 God-stage martial warriors were surprised. He had reached the peak. Amazing. The young man completely deciphered the spiritual hollow mountain on his own, surpassing even the previous genius who had accomplished a similar feat in a lightning element, earth element, and metal element martial warrior. I can teach this brat. The God-stage martial warrior on the lightning throne slapped the armrest and said loudly, "Oomph. Wang Tung has a divine flame. A fire element martial warrior like me is the most suitable to guide him." The God-stage martial warrior on the fire throne chuckled. "What's the big deal with the divine flame? My lightning, earth, and metal powers are immensely powerful. Coupled with my profound techniques, I can make him a formidable force," boasted the God-stage martial warrior on the lightning throne. "Your words are biased. His possession of the divine flame is an advantage, and it would be unwise to ignore it. If he combines it with my techniques and martial arts, his divine flame will exhibit its greatest power, far surpassing ordinary lightning forces," argued the God-stage martial warrior on the flame throne. The surrounding eternal stage powerhouses were left stunned. Just as Wang Tung reached the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain, the 2 God-stage powerhouses were already eager to compete to be his master. Such a situation was extremely rare in the history of the 7th Stellar Academy. No, it should be said that such situations were extremely rare in the history of the 7 Stellar Academies. Only those truly peerless geniuses could compel God-stage powerhouses to set aside their pride and vie for discipleship. No need to argue. "One have decided to personally take Wang Tung as my disciple," said the president of the 7th Stellar Academy, gently stroking his beard with a smile. The two God-stage martial warriors were shocked. The eternal stage martial warriors around them looked at the president in astonishment too. The president hadn't personally taken a disciple for a long time. This time, he was making an exception for Wang Tong. Sikong II couldn't help but be amazed when he saw this scene. Wang Tong was impressive. When he learned that the other had ascended to the star rankings, he knew that the rise of this young genius was only a matter of time. However, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Becoming the president's disciple would significantly elevate Wang Tong's identity and background. Many major forces would start to regard him with a hint of apprehension, and older generation powerhouses might hesitate to act against him. Wang Tong would also gain considerable growth time with his status. President, you have many things to attend to every day. Don't tire yourself out. Leave this hard work to us, the being on the flame throne said. That's right. President, you're the face of the 7th Stellar Academy, overseeing everything. Teaching disciples is a trivial matter that doesn't require your personal attention, added the powerhouse on the lightning throne. The president could only laugh wryly. Just as he was about to say something, his brow suddenly furrowed. On the mountaintop of the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Tong's figure unexpectedly vanished. The president and the two God-stage martial warriors exchanged glances with one another. Rising from their thrones, they seemed to have a sudden realization. What happened? The eternal stage martial warriors around were greatly surprised, furrowing their brows as they looked toward the mountaintop of the spiritual hollow mountain. Why did Wang Tong disappear? Tong In and the others were still in shock. They were stunned when Wang Tong suddenly disappeared. Yuan Mu, Zhulong Shan, and the others didn't know what happened either. They stared at the peak of the mountain with puzzled expressions. Did Wang Tong go to claim the mysterious reward? Only the president and the others knew that the so-called mystery reward was just a diversion. In reality, it wasn't at the mountaintop of the spiritual hollow mountain. If someone truly reached the summit, the president wouldn't mind presenting some items as a reward for the achievement. For beings of their caliber, even a small token would be considered a rare treasure to ordinary Cosmos stage martial warriors. At this moment, the president and the others wore extremely grave expressions, indicating that Wang Tong's disappearance had nothing to do with them. I heard that the creator of the spiritual hollow mountain left behind some tricks. The God-stage entity on the flame throne contemplated for a moment, hesitatingly speaking. This information was ancient, obscure, and known to very few. Some even regarded it as mere rumor, as no one had truly triggered it. Even the last genius who reached the summit didn't activate any hidden mechanisms at the mountaintop. As time passed, many had forgotten about this piece of information. Even though every batch of freshmen would use the spiritual hollow mountain for their test, no one thought of the small tricks hidden inside. Upon hearing this, the president seemed to recall something, his eyes flashing with a hint of shock. It seems that Wang Tong indeed triggered the hidden mechanism in the spiritual hollow mountain. The two God-stage martial warriors glanced at each other. They were even more astounded. Do you know what the triggering conditions are? The God-stage entity on the flame throne inquired. No one knows. The president regretfully shook his head. His eyes flashed with a glint of brilliance, staring deeply at the spiritual hollow mountain. Come, let's take a look. As he spoke, he vanished from his original position and appeared instantly at the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. The two God-stage entities, with a hint of curiosity in their eyes, followed the president into the spiritual hollow mountain, directly arriving at the peak. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were astonished. What on earth was happening? Even the president and the others personally ascended to the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. From the looks of the president and the others, it seemed that they were also unaware of what was going on. Could it be that there was no reward? Many people were left puzzled. They had no idea about the mysteries of the spiritual hollow mountain. No matter how they speculated, they couldn't fathom that Wang Tong had triggered some hidden mechanism in the spiritual hollow mountain. The only thing they could guess was that it was definitely not simple, as it had alarmed the president and the others. Yuan Mu, Zhulong Shan, and the others blinked continuously. They felt uneasy, wondering if Wang Tung was about to stir up trouble again. They had already been hit hard, and they didn't want to face another setback. Tong In and the others discussed in low voices. They didn't know what happened either. Why do one feel like Wang Tung is about to cause trouble again? Yu Qiao mused, speaking with a sense of foreboding. Everyone felt speechless. The way you're talking, it sounds like Wang Tung frequently causes trouble. How much distrust do you have for him? But after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was true. Whenever Wang Tung was mentioned, it invariably brought to mind his penchant for mischief, like he was never at peace. Wang Tung looked around in confusion. He found himself at the foot of another mountain. Looking up, he was surprised to see a peak even higher and steeper than the spiritual hollow mountain. What was going on? Hadn't he just climbed to the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain? Why was he now at the foot of another mountain? This mountain in front of him was clearly not the spiritual hollow mountain, but it gave him a familiar feeling. There seemed to be some kind of binding force preventing flight and confining him within the mountain's range. However, it was different. The two mountains were not the same. Oh my God! Wang Tung raised his hand to his forehead, gazing at the mountain's peak in silence. What is this? Are they making me climb again? He had just finished climbing the spiritual hollow mountain, and before he could even rejoice, it seemed he was about to embark on another ascent. This felt like a joke. No, wait. Wang Tung suddenly furrowed his brows, examining his own body with a serious expression. This is not my real body. It's just a spiritual projection. Someone had silently transported his spiritual form to this place, but his physical body remained in an unknown location. Even Wang Tung, typically calm and collected, felt a bit uneasy in this situation. He was brought here for no reason, and his spirit left his body. No one would be able to accept this. Taking 2 deep breaths to maintain composure, he scanned the surroundings. The place seemed eerily similar to the previous situation. The surroundings were indeed similar to the previous scenario, with a solitary mountain and a vast emptiness. This mountain seemed to float in the depths of a universe. This scene reminded Wang Tung of a saying. There are mountains beyond mountains and skies beyond skies. Wasn't this mountain in front of him another peak beyond the spiritual hollow mountain? Wasn't this sky around him an even greater expanse? So, was he going to continue climbing the mountain? Wang Tung felt a bit exasperated. Just when he thought he had finished climbing the spiritual hollow mountain, he was being forced to embark on another ascent. He couldn't take it anymore. Also, climbing this mountain might be dangerous. Approaching the edge, he peered down. Rocks tumbled, but no sound reached his ears. It seemed like an endless abyss below. If he were to fall during the climb, he would undoubtedly face certain death. Moreover, he had no idea what this mountain was all about. Perhaps it had nothing to do with the talent test of the academy. Climbing this mountain might be a futile endeavor. Wang Tung decided to sit cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, closing his eyes to meditate. Regardless of the circumstances, he refused to climb. If someone could silently transport his spiritual form here without him resisting, then resisting might be futile if something happened. Furthermore, the 7th Stellar Academy's president and other powerful figures were outside the spiritual hollow mountain. If he vanished inexplicably, they would surely take action. So he waited. At the foot of the mountain, life seemed to return to the surroundings due to Wang Tung's appearance. But as he sat like a stone, the area fell back into silence at the mountain's summit. A figure clad in simple garments sat cross-legged, facing the distant void, seemingly lost in contemplation. Motionless like a carved stone statue, the person remained in that position. After countless ages, someone has finally arrived at this place. After an indeterminate period, a hint of emotion flickered in their eyes, accompanied by a soft sigh. But, lowering their head, as if observing the situation at the mountain's base, a faint smile graced their lips. Quite an interesting little fellow. Chapter 2172, Spirit Torture. 1. Wang Tung sat cross-legged at the mountain's base, facing the abyss below. He focused on his breath, paying no heed to the surroundings. This place was too desolate. If he stayed here for too long, he feared he might grow restless, perhaps even subconsciously compelled to climb that mountain. Because climbing was the only way out. There was a restraining force on the mountain, preventing anyone from leaving its confines. Either they would fall directly down, or they would climb. As long as one's mind was intact, the first thought that would come to mind was climbing. But Wang Teng deliberately chose not to do so. He opted for the third option, staying put. This choice seemed more prudent. Someone must have brought me here. They'll stay put and see how they handle it. Wang Teng thought to himself, could it be a powerful individual from the academy? Adding another test for me? It doesn't feel right, though. The president is right there. If a strong individual used a method to teleport me away, they would at least notify me. I wonder if the president and the others will come to rescue me. Is shouting for help useful now? Various thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind. He realized that he couldn't practice here, so that left him with nothing to do but daydream. The recent climb up the spiritual hollow mountain had left his spirit extremely exhausted and weakened. At the moment, he had no desire to move. Otherwise, with his personality, he might have tried climbing the mountain. During Wang Teng's wait, time slowly passed. But in this place, time seemed to have no concept. It felt like a day had passed, yet it also felt like 3 days. Everything appeared exceptionally dull, and Wang Teng felt that the mental fatigue he had experienced was somewhat relieved it wasn't due to cultivation, just a result of resting. So, Wang Teng believed that his choice was very wise. He should rest here. Climbing? It was tiring. Previously, climbing Spiritual Hollow Mountain was unavoidable. But this mountain? Who knew if there were any rewards? Unfortunately, the president he eagerly awaited never appeared, leaving him quite disappointed. President, please save me. Save your adorable student. With my excellent talent, not saving me is a loss for the 7th Stellar Academy. Wang Teng muttered to himself. On top of the mountain, the figure chuckled and shook his head. This kid had quite the personality. Little one, climb up here, and you can formally become my disciple. A voice filled with age suddenly echoed in Wang Teng's ears. Wang Teng was momentarily stunned, abruptly opening his eyes and looking around. However, he furrowed his brow quickly because there was no sign of anyone around. Then, he raised his head, gazing toward the mountaintop, lost in thought. The person just now seemed to have said that he could become his disciple. Climb up, and I can become his disciple. Wang Teng's expression turned somewhat peculiar, unsure whether this was real or not. This was the same trick as the president. With the president, it was a mystery reward, and here it was becoming a disciple. But Wang Teng still didn't know the other person's strength, and accepting him as his master seemed a bit hasty. Elder, one have already reached the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. I can have a God-stage martial warrior as my master. Wang Teng's eyes turned, and he respectfully bowed towards the mountaintop, honestly stating. His intention was clear. He could already find a God-stage martial warrior as his master. If the elder's strength was weaker than the God stage, there was no need for further discussion. Of course, this was all his fabrication. He didn't know that a God stage martial warrior wanted to take him in as his disciple. However, he believed that based on his performance on Spiritual Hollow Mountain, even if the God stage martial warrior didn't take him in as his disciple, an eternal stage ruler would. It wouldn't be any worse. If the figure on this mountain was a God stage existence, then he would consider it. However, if not, there was no need to climb another mountain. God stage. The figure chuckled and said, my ability is naturally above your God stage. Above the God stage. Wang Teng seemed to detect a hint of disdain in the figure's voice. Suddenly, his whole body shook, and a burst of brilliance erupted from his eyes, filled with incredulity. Could this elder be that powerful? Could it be a trick? But thinking about it, the fact that the figure was able to transfer him here, in the presence of the president and others, could be considered a demonstration of strength. If that's the case, climbing this mountain might not be a bad idea. It felt exciting just thinking about having a formidable martial warrior above the God stage as his master. But I'm a student from the stellar academies. Wang Tung hesitated. You brat, you haven't even climbed the mountain yet, and you're already considering so much. Do you think you can make it up here? The figure on the mountaintop laughed and scolded, saying, No matter, as long as you can climb up, everything will be fine. Since Senior says so, then he'll rest assured. Wang Tung grinned, stood up from the ground, and prepared to climb the mountain. However, upon seeing this even more towering and steep mountain in front of him, Wang Tung couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. It was too high. This mountain looked even higher than the spiritual hollow mountain. Now that he was a spiritual entity, the restrictions on this mountain were probably targeted at the spiritual aspect. Since he had already agreed, he stopped hesitating and took a deep breath. He then started climbing up the mountain. He placed his hands on the rock wall. After climbing a mountain for more than 10 days before, he had already become accustomed to it. Climbing had become a skill. He climbed dozens of meters easily. Wang Tung felt a bit puzzled. Apart from that imprisoning force, seemed to have no other challenges. Was it so simple? It was too easy. Although there was restraint, it didn't have much impact. He could maintain a normal climbing speed, unlike the spiritual hollow mountain before, which gave him a feeling of being crushed by a great mountain. Chapter 2173. Spirit Torture 2. This was completely beyond his expectations. The experience of climbing the spiritual hollow mountain before had given him a false impression, making him think that this mountain would be the same. However, reality proved otherwise. Soon, he climbed 1,000 meters, and suddenly, a strong wind swept in from all around. This wind seemed to come from nowhere, as if it appeared out of thin air, directly blowing onto his spiritual entity. It's here. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Wang Tung's expression changed, and his face became serious. At the same time, waves of pain spread from his body. This was the wind specifically targeting spiritual entities. He lowered his head to take a look, and there was no trace of injury on his body, but the cutting pain felt substantial. Puff! Another gust of wind blew, and Wang Tung's entire face contorted. He gasped for cold air. Damn, it hurts. Wang Tung gritted his teeth, endured the fierce wind, and continued to climb upward, trying to speed up as much as possible. However, the restrictions of this mountain kept his speed within a certain range, unable to exceed it, forcing him to climb methodically. He didn't know how long he had been climbing, and Wang Tung felt them all over. Every part of his body was in pain, as if he had been cut 1,000 times. If his willpower hadn't been strong enough, he would be unable to bear it. Just at this moment, the fierce wind suddenly disappeared. Wang Tung was slightly stunned and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He was still alive. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck directly at him. What the hell? Wang Tung couldn't help but curse as he endured the thunderous impact. This feeling was simply indescribable. Before, he used to bear lightning strikes with his physical body, but this time, his spiritual entity endured the lightning, which felt even more painful than enduring it with his physical body. What drove him crazy was that right after the fierce wind, lightning followed, providing absolutely no opportunity for rest. Boom, boom, boom. Before Wang Tung could think too much, several bolts of lightning struck again. This time, there were 3 thunderbolts in a row. He was left charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Although the lightning was painful, it was like the fierce wind, leaving no visible marks. Immediately, he snapped back to reality and hurriedly continued climbing. He had almost been stunned just now, forgetting even to climb the mountain. Wang Tung was not foolish. Based on the previous 2 rounds of torment, it seemed that the type of torture would change at regular intervals. For example, it was fierce wind before, followed by lightning. Perhaps next in line would be flames. What he needed to do now was to surpass this region as quickly as possible, or rather, to reach the summit as quickly as possible. This cursed peak was even more torturous than the spiritual hollow mountain. The spiritual hollow mountain only required him to climb, but this mountain was truly a torment. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning struck down, relentlessly pounding Wang Tung's form, making every cell in his body feel an unparalleled agony. The pain levels of the fierce wind and the lightning were comparable, yet entirely different. One was akin to a lacerating pain, and the other a terrifying stabbing sensation. This torment worked on Wang Tung's spiritual entity, intensifying his sensations as if his entire being were on the verge of collapse. After an indeterminate period, the lightning abruptly ceased. Wang Tung was on his guard. He scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Boom! A ball of crimson flames descended directly from above, enveloping him entirely. I swear, damn it! Wang Tung felt pain throughout his body, as if he were being seared in a furnace. Me and my jinx mouth. Why did one have to mention fire? And fire really came. Am I so accurate? What's next? Ice? Ice and fire. Wang Tung was speechless. He bore with the excruciating pain and climbed up the mountain frantically. Balls of flames descended from the sky, relentlessly scorching his spiritual form. Bearing the pain with gritted teeth, his face grew paler, and his spiritual entity gradually thinned. Under this continuous torment, his spiritual energy was severely depleted, and with no replenishment in sight, it was at risk of dissipating. At the mountain's summit, the figure shook its head, a hint of disappointment apparent in its eyes, before turning its gaze back to the void. I can't go on like this. Wang Tung felt a weight on his heart. He sensed that if this continued, his spiritual strength wouldn't withstand the journey to the mountaintop. He needed to find another solution. This torment is directly targeting the spirit, or in other words, the soul. What is the soul? Wait a minute. The soul can be considered a form of willpower. 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 My primordial consciousness. My unyielding lightning battle conscious. Aren't these forms of willpower? When they emanate, they transform into auras, but fundamentally, they are a kind of willpower. In an instant, a flash of insight crossed Wang Tung's mind. He immediately employed the power of his own will, the only recourse he had in this situation. In this predicament where other methods were ineffective, willpower could still be utilized. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Wang Tung's spiritual form. The ancient and vast willpower, the unwavering resolve, the lightning authority. All three forms of conscious simultaneously burst forth. His spiritual entity became like an immortal lightning deity, majestic, ancient, and impervious to violation. His spiritual form once again solidified, resisting the flames that surrounded him. Wang Tung continued to climb, aiming to traverse this fiery region as quickly as possible. At the mountain's summit, the figure's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and a look of keen interest appeared on its face. On the mountain wall, a figure resembling a monkey ablaze with flames continued to climb, unwavering and indomitable. Chapter Spirit Torture 3. At some point, the flames disappeared, giving way to a biting cold. Wang Tung. Gusts of cold wind blew in, and a freezing chill penetrated deep into his soul, almost freezing him solid. Frost appeared on the surface of Wang Tung's body, making him shiver uncontrollably. So cold, if he hadn't just used the power of his will to solidify his spiritual form, he might have disintegrated on the spot. This mountain was relentless. It seemed to get more ruthless with every challenge, leaving no room for survival. Wang Tung dared not speculate anymore. His mouth was jinxed. Every time he spoke, the next challenge seemed even more daunting. He feared that if he continued, it might not end well. Bearing the piercing cold, he continued climbing step by step. Although he had employed the power of his will, it was still challenging to persist. His spiritual form continued to weaken. As time drifted on, Wang Tung continued his relentless ascent. The biting cold dissipated, replaced by a razor-sharp golden gale. This wind, more menacing than the previous icy gusts, added an extra edge to the challenge. Subsequently, the golden tempest transformed into numerous green vines, entwining around him, attempting to drag him into the abyss. Following this, Giant stones tumbled down, torrents of water surged, and venomous winds ran rampant. Every ordeal landed on him with tangible force. As if that weren't enough, the torment persisted in relentless cycles. Each round concluded only to give way to a new set of trials. As long as Wang Tung had not reached the ultimate peak, he remained subjected to this inhuman torture. Under such torture, Wang Tung's spiritual form became thinner and thinner, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Can't we stop this madness? Wang Tung felt the thinness of his spiritual form, nearly as delicate as a piece of paper, and was on the verge of tears. When did apprenticeship become such an arduous ordeal? Was this teacher serious or not? This was literally a matter of life and death. At least with the spiritual Hollow Mountain, there were some loopholes to exploit, but this mountain doesn't allow for any chances. It doesn't give him any opportunities. In this critical moment, as waves of green, poisonous winds swept in from all directions, and Wang Tung found himself unable to hold on any longer, an enchanting black lotus mark unconsciously appeared on the center of his forehead. This black lotus mark resisted the final onslaught of the green poison wind, keeping his true spirit intact. Unaware of it himself, Wang Tung only had one thought in his mind as he climbed. He wanted to reach the summit and question the old guy who tricked him into becoming his disciple. Are you playing me? After an indeterminate period, when he climbed onto the final resting place, there were no more obstacles before him. As he gazed around, atop the summit, a figure weathered by time sat cross-legged, facing away from him. Wang Tung's vision darkened, and he fell into unconsciousness. His spiritual form had reached its limits. It was the sudden activation of the demon lotus poison body that played a role, unexpectedly manifesting in his spiritual form. That was a surprise. The figure that had been seated in meditation for countless years now moved slightly. Slowly, he stood up and turned around. Before Wang Tung stood a middle-aged man with graying hair, sharp eyebrows, and eyes as profound as the void. He exuded an aura of ancient wisdom and weariness. Despite wearing simple attire, he possessed a unique charm that left an indelible impression. Approaching Wang Tung, the middle-aged man scrutinized him with a strange gleam in his eyes. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Chapter 2175, The Origin of the Universe. The Limit of the Cosmos Stage. 1. A towering mountain hovered in the void. At the summit, a figure sat cross-legged on the ground, and a black-haired youth lay suspended in front of him. The unprecedented strength of the soul. Even with my many years of experience, this can be called a first. No wonder his spiritual power is so formidable. And that power of will, ancient and unyielding, intertwined with lightning. These are rarely seen willpowers. I didn't expect them to appear simultaneously in a martial warrior at the Cosmos stage. Truly intriguing. Moreover, the degree of these willpowers far exceeds his own realm, at least reaching the universe stage. In addition, there are traces of various talents in him. These talents are different, yet they perfectly blend into his body and even his soul, without any rejection or non-integration. From the essence of his soul, he's just in his 20s, yet he has achieved such accomplishments, surpassing the most powerful races in the universe. It seems that this young man has many secrets. The middle-aged man with white hair cast a profound gaze over the black-haired youth before him, and his eyes flashed with strange light. This youth had indeed provided him with quite a few surprises. Before Wang Tung used the power of will, he thought Wang Tung was not the person he was looking for. However, now it seemed he had almost misjudged him. The black-haired youth before him was more than qualified to become his disciple. Moreover, he was like a piece of extraordinary jade. With careful carving, he could undoubtedly surpass the geniuses of the most powerful races. After an unknown period, Wang Tung slowly regained consciousness. The pain in his body had disappeared, and his spiritual form had once again become solid. He looked at his condition with some astonishment. He had nearly dissipated before, but now he had inexplicably returned to normal. It was truly miraculous. Wait, no, this wasn't his spiritual form. It was his physical body. His spiritual form has returned to his physical body. No wonder everything felt strange. With his physical body back, Wang Tung finally felt a sense of security. Otherwise, he felt like he was walking around without clothes. Wait a minute. He seemed to have seen someone here when he climbed up. Wang Tung was suddenly startled and quickly looked around, only to find himself suspended in midair. The figure that was sitting cross-legged before was now sitting beside him. He was instantly shocked, and his whole body fell from midair to the ground. The person sat silently beside him like a ghost. If it were an ordinary martial warrior, with his spiritual power, he would have sensed it a long time ago. But this person showed no fluctuations, and he didn't notice anything. Aren't you supposed to be very bold? Why are you scared now? The middle-aged man with white hair said. Wang Tung forced a laugh and said, I'm not scared, just unprepared. How do I address you? I have no name. The middle-aged man with white hair said calmly. His tone revealed a sense of ancientness. No name. Wang Tung's eyes flickered, thinking to himself, how could a person not have a name? Despite his thoughts, he bowed respectfully and said, Then I will address you directly as Elder? No need for too much courtesy. The middle-aged man with white hair looked at Wang Tung, nodded, and said, As I mentioned before, as long as you climb up here, I will accept you as my disciple. Now, I will fulfill my promise. A glint flashed in Wang Tung's eyes. He was going to take him in as his disciple. Direct, decisive. Wang Tung couldn't help but wonder about the true cultivation level of this elder. If he was indeed a being above the God stage, he wouldn't need to be afraid of anyone in the universe anymore. What's your name? The white-haired middle-aged man asked. Wang Tung. Wang Tung replied. The white-haired middle-aged man nodded. He said slowly, In my entire life, I have taken in only 2 disciples. Now you're the 3rd. However, my true body is not present here. This is just a remnant left behind by me. So, for now, I can only acknowledge you as my disciple in name. Once you come before me in the future, I will formally hold a disciple initiation ceremony and officially accept you as my disciple. Wang Tung's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. It turned out he was just a disciple in name. However, the elder mentioned that his true body was not present, so Wang Tung dared not ask for more. However, the next time we meet, if your progress fails to satisfy me, I reserve the right to revoke your status at any time, the intermediate-aged individual with white hair added. Wang Tung was speechless. Just a moment ago, the elder seemed straightforward, but now there was a sudden change. Nevertheless, he wasn't worried about failing to impress the elder. After all, he had some special advantages. If he couldn't gain recognition under these circumstances, he might as well find a hole to hide in and never come out again. He wanted to find a master because he wanted a powerful backing, thus providing enough time for his personal growth. Wang Tung had the support of the system, so he didn't need to rely too much on a master for cultivation. Hence, having a disciple in name was not bad. You don't need to worry. With your age and cultivation level, I'm already quite satisfied. With your talent, as long as you continue to grow smoothly, you can surpass the majority of geniuses, the intermediate-aged man with ivory tresses said. Moreover, now that you are my disciple in name, I will naturally provide you with some opportunities. Opportunities? Wang Tung's eyes lit up. Tangible benefits were always welcomed. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Master! Seeing Wang Tung's eager expression, the intermediate-aged individual couldn't help but find it amusing. Shaking his head, he said, Don't be in such a hurry. Before I provide you with opportunities, I need to know which path you intend to take. Chapter 2176. The Origin of the Universe. The Limit of the Cosmos Stage. To which path? Wang Tung was stunned. This question was a little familiar. His expression turned strange. I see that your spirit is powerful. Do you want to major in spirit? The white-haired middle-aged man asked. I don't major in spirit. Wang Tung shook his head. Your force cultivation is not bad too. That means that you major in force, the white-haired middle-aged man said. Which forces do you plan to use? Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, ice, light. Wang Tung counted with his fingers and replied honestly. Well, he shouldn't say anything about dark force. The white-haired middle-aged man. Master, Wang Tung felt a little guilty. Do you have all these forces? The white-haired middle-aged man looked at Wang Tung and asked. Yes. Wang Tung nodded. The middle-aged man with white hair had a profound gaze, seemingly lost in thought. He said, Little one, you have surprised me. You're too kind, Wang Tung replied. I'm not praising you, the white-haired man said. Do you know what the consequences are of cultivating so many types of forces simultaneously? I know, Wang Tung nodded. Do you still want to continue? The man asked indifferently. Yes, Wang Tung said firmly. Good. The white-haired man looked at him deeply and remarked, You have extraordinary spirit. Even your senior brother and sister are not as impressive as you. Master, is this a compliment? Wang Tung asked carefully. Yes, the white-haired middle-aged man replied. In that case, thank you, Wang Tung said with a cheerful smile. So, you're planning to focus on cultivating forces? The white-haired man shook his head and commented. To be honest, Master, my development in various aspects is relatively balanced. Whether it's spiritual strength, forces, physical strength, and so on, there are no weaknesses. So, in a sense, 1 a.m. focusing on all of them, Wang Tung explained with a shy smile. This statement might sound a bit boastful, but it was the truth. The white-haired man didn't expect Wang Tung to say such things, and even he, for a moment, was left speechless. In the past, he was the one who excelled in showing off, but today he found himself being outdone by this newly accepted disciple. It was truly a first in his life. For some reason, the white-haired middle-aged man felt relieved. His first 2 disciples were not as adept as him in the art of showing off. Master, can I? Wang Tung noticed the white-haired middle-aged man's silence and thought that he had angered him. He called him carefully. In my experience, your situation is unprecedented. The middle-aged man with white hair spoke after a moment of silence. He looked calmly at Wang Tung and said, Though in my philosophy, all paths lead to the summit, and one can reach the pinnacle regardless of the chosen route, I must admit, your choice is the most challenging. Let me ask you once more, are you certain you want to proceed? Yes. Wang Tung nodded without any hesitation. He had long contemplated this question. Without the presence of the system, he would not have made this choice. But since the opportunity was laid before him, he couldn't afford to miss it. Good. The middle-aged man with white hair, whether relieved or harboring complex emotions, glanced at him and nodded. Since you've chosen this path, one will support you. With a casual wave of his hand, a transparent sphere the size of a head appeared in front of Wang Tung, emitting a faint and ethereal glow as it hovered in midair. This object is the origin of a universe. I happened to pass by a universe on the brink of destruction in my earlier years and condensed it into existence. Now one bestow it upon you. The origin of a universe. Wang Tung's eyes widened in astonishment. He had heard about this treasure from Roundball. It was said to be an extremely rare item that could only be obtained from within a secret realm, and few were fortunate enough to possess it. The last time he entered the chaotic Uncharted, he didn't get the origin of the universe, even though his gains were not bad. Reflecting on it later, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Yet, his master was able to take out the origin of the universe so easily. This was unbelievable. If Roundball were present, its eyes would likely widen in disbelief. What it had mentioned about others obtaining the origin of a universe in the past seemed trivial compared to the colossal sphere before him. The middle-aged man's earlier words hinted that this particular origin of a universe was extracted from a universe on the brink of demise, making it a complete and intact cosmic source. It was unlike the mere fractions acquired by previous martial warriors. At this moment, Wang Tung could distinctly sense the peculiar power emanating from the origin of a universe. It seemed to encapsulate the most fundamental forces of the universe. With just a slight exposure to the radiance emanating from the transparent sphere, he felt as if his entire being was undergoing a sublime transformation. Do you know what the Cosmos stage is? The middle-aged man glanced at Wang Tung, not affording him a chance to respond before continuing. To reach the Cosmos stage is to birth a small universe within a warrior's body. Upon absorbing this origin of a universe, the inner cosmos will tend towards perfection, leading to a metamorphosis and elevation of the soul and physique. Martial warriors at the Cosmos stage should be able to reach the limit of the Cosmos stage after absorbing the origin of a universe of this magnitude. The limit of the Cosmos stage. Wang Tung repeated in surprise. Every realm has its limits, but those who truly reach them are exceedingly rare. Generally, the deeper the foundation within each stage, the stronger one's abilities become. Upon advancing to the next stage, the strength also surpasses those of the same stage. To go far, one must have a profound foundation. Reaching the limits is the best outcome, the middle-aged man patiently explained. What happens after reaching the limits? Wang Tung inquired curiously. Nothing special. It merely means invincibility within the same stage. The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. Invincibility within the same realm. Wang Tung raised an eyebrow, fell silent for a moment, and internally quipped, quite the nothing special. He had always believed that defeating all geniuses at the same stage would make him invincible within that stage. However, it now seemed that true invincibility required pushing the boundaries of the stage to its limits. And achieving these limits appeared to be an immensely challenging feat without sufficient opportunities. It was simply impossible. Regarding the origin of a universe before him, Wang Tung dared to assert that even a true God-stage powerhouse might struggle to produce such a treasure. Let's merge. It'll protect you, the white-haired middle-aged man said. All right. Wang Tung nodded without hesitation. He seated himself in a meditative posture, his gaze fixed upon the transparent sphere. With a casual gesture from the middle-aged man, the transparent sphere floated toward Wang Tung, gradually merging into his body from above. Boom! In an instant, Wang Tung felt a shock throughout his body. A peculiar force erupted within his inner cosmos, transforming into wisps of transparent energy that swept through his entire internal universe, reaching every corner. The transformation was starting. Outside, the middle-aged man with white hair watched Wang Tung with a gaze that carried a hint of complexity. This individual was the most unique genius he had encountered, and also the most gifted. Could you be the person I am seeking? The middle-aged man mumbled to himself. The voice was so soft that no one would have heard it. As time passed, Wang Tung completely absorbed the origin of a universe. Slowly opening his eyes, he sensed that his entire being had transformed. Unable to resist, he glanced at his attribute panel. Origin of life, 118,000, origin of soul, 118000 spirit, 20,000/236000, cosmos realm. My origin of life and origin of soul have both increased. There's also my spirit attribute. It's already at the perfected stage, but there's a new limit now. 236,000 points. It's going to increase again. Is this the limit? Wang Tung was surprised. He clenched his fist and instantly felt a subtle metamorphosis in his physical form, as if his body had undergone a profound transformation, making his strength incredibly formidable. Boom! A punch erupted, creating a resounding explosion in the air. The space twisted, collapsed, and then shattered, revealing a pitch-black void of nothingness. The might of a single punch was terrifying. So powerful, Wang Tung marveled. His physical strength was already formidable, capable of rivaling a heaven-stage martial warrior. Now it seemed to have become even more potent, a development that was nothing short of incredible. Chapter 2177. Oh my God. Direct Disciple. 1. Your current strength is equivalent to the power of the fourth realm power, declared the middle-aged man with white hair. The fourth realm. Wang Tung was slightly puzzled and asked, Master, What is the realm power? Realm power is the power of the world, a unit specifically used to measure strength. The pinnacle of the cosmos stage is the 10th realm power, and you have only reached the 4th realm power, explained the middle-aged man. The power of the world. Wang Tung pondered for a moment and then was suddenly surprised. I've only reached the 4th realm power? There's still such a long way to go to reach the pinnacle. Your limit has not been reached yet, the middle-aged man said with an odd expression. My limit hasn't been reached? Wang Tung was taken aback and asked, Do you mean you can continue merging the origin of a universe? The white-haired middle-aged man took out another origin of a universe and said. Wang Tung stared at the transparent cosmic source, astonished, and said, Master, don't you have only one of this? When did the origin of a universe become so common? Who said I only have one? The middle-aged man said indifferently. This one was casually refined when one passed by another collapsing universe. Wang Tung was speechless. Impressive. Casually refining another origin of a universe. As if it's so easy. This is an origin of a universe, for heaven's sake. It's not something easily refined. This isn't some common energy that you can find anywhere. And how do you keep coming across collapsing universes? Are collapsing universes so easily encountered? Wang Tung didn't know what to say anymore. Sit down, absorb. The middle-aged man with white hair said, paying no mind to what Wang Tung might be thinking. Wang Tung didn't waste any time. He sat down cross-legged obediently and gave an I'm ready expression. This was an origin of a universe, and even if he had already absorbed one, he certainly didn't find it excessive. With a flick of the middle-aged man's finger, the origin of a universe descended onto Wang Tung's head and slowly merged. Once again, Wang Tung experienced a profound shock throughout his body. Strange energies swept through his inner cosmos, causing another transformation. As time passed slowly, the middle-aged man with white hair furrowed his brow slightly, expressing surprise. He still hasn't reached the limit. At his level of cultivation, there shouldn't be much to astonish him, but Wang Tung's current performance still managed to elicit a sense of wonder. This Cosmos stage martial warrior hadn't reached his limit even after absorbing 2 origin of a universe. This completely exceeded his understanding. In his long lifespan, the most talented martial warrior he ever encountered could only absorb 1 origin of a universe when he was at the Cosmos stage. That was the limit. Yet here was Wang Tung, having absorbed 2 and seemingly poised to continue. The middle-aged man's interest was piqued once again. He took out another origin of a universe, the last one he had refined when passing through yet another collapsing universe. As a powerhouse like him had traversed numerous realms, he naturally encountered several collapsing universes. However, this was also his last origin of a universe in reserve. If Wang Tung still didn't reach his limit, he would have to rely on finding another origin of a universe on his own. This young man seemed like an endless abyss. The middle-aged man with white hair placed the 3rd origin of a universe above Wang Tung's head for him to absorb. Wang Tung, who was about to exit his cultivation state, was surprised to feel another origin of a universe erupting within his inner cosmos. He was a bit dazed. What was going on? Another one. Could it be that he still hadn't reached the limit of the cosmos stage? Wang Tung was thoroughly astonished, but he didn't have the luxury of overthinking. Immediately, he immersed his consciousness once again, beginning to absorb this 3rd origin of a universe. He noticed that this origin of a universe was vastly different from the origin energy of chaos he absorbed in the chaotic uncharted. The origin of a universe originated from the entire cosmic realm, whereas the origin energy of chaos was influenced by the origin of chaos, existing as a type of energy born in chaos. To obtain the true origin of chaos, one would need to refine the entire cosmic uncharted. However, the souls of the chaotic beasts were somewhat similar to this origin of a universe, both capable of elevating one's life essence and inducing transformation. When Wang Tung ascended to the cosmos stage, it was with the assistance of the souls of the chaotic beasts that he reached his limit. That meant that with the help of the chaotic beasts, he had reached the limit of the celestial stage and advanced to the cosmos stage. Therefore, for Wang Tong to reach the cosmos stage limit now, he required multiple origins of a universe. As the middle-aged man with white hair had stated, the deeper one's foundation, the stronger their power. However, conversely, advancing to the next realm would become increasingly challenging. With the absorption of the third origin of a universe by Wang Tong, he finally sensed a saturation, emanating from the depths of his soul and his physical body alike. Both his soul essence and physique experienced a swelling sensation. Slowly opening his eyes, he smiled at the middle-aged man with white hair. "Master, I've finally reached the limit." At this moment, Wang Tung's perception of the white-haired middle-aged man underwent a subtle change. It seemed like this man truly regarded him as a disciple. If not, he wouldn't have casually given him 3 precious origin of a universe without a trace of reluctance. Initially seeking backing, Wang Tung now harbored a hint of respect for the man. Well, considering how much he was given, the middle-aged man nodded and said, "You've absorbed 3 balls of origin of a universe in total. Even one have never seen this before. It seems your foundation is even more profound than I imagined." Chapter 2178. Oh my God. Direct Disciple. 2. However, it will be difficult for me to advance to the heaven stage, Wang Tong said with a bitter smile. He glanced at the attributes board. The attributes changed again. Origin of life, 150,000, origin of soul, 150,000, spirit, 200,000/300,000, cosmos realm. His origin of life and origin of soul had increased to 150,000 points, and the limit of his spirit attribute had increased to 300,000 points. Wang Tung almost wanted to vomit out the origin of a universe he just absorbed. He still had to continue raising his spiritual attribute by another 100,000 points, which seemed incredibly challenging. Since it's the path you've chosen, you'll have to grit your teeth and complete it even if it's tough, the middle-aged man with white hair said calmly, observing Wang Tung's expression. A faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, but quickly vanished. "Kid, I didn't give you 3 origin of a universe for nothing." "Understand, Master." Wang Tung sighed and nodded, accepting his fate. "All right, now give it your all and throw another punch," the middle-aged man with white hair said. Wang Tung immediately became focused again, moved to an open space, and threw a punch. With a resounding boom, the void collapsed directly, and a terrifying force burst out, causing formidable fluctuations that directly shattered the surrounding space. The previous punch had only collapsed the space within 1 meter of his fist, but this punch could collapse the space within 3 meters. "Not bad. 6th realm power," the middle-aged man with white hair commented. "6th realm power? Didn't you say that the limit of the cosmos stage is the 10th realm?" Wang Tung asked in confusion. "You've overlooked several other factors, techniques, innate talent, and even your domain," the middle-aged man with white hair explained. "1C. The techniques one practice, my innate talents, and even my domain are still unable to fully unleash my power to the 10th realm power." Wang Tung nodded thoughtfully. "You already have the foundation of the 10th realm power, but to fully bring it out, you need various skills and enlightenment. That's the difference between a martial warrior and a brute," the middle-aged man with white hair explained. Wang Tung nodded. "What scripture are you practicing? What level is it?" The white-haired middle-aged man asked again. "It's a scripture one created myself." Wang Tung didn't hide the truth. "A self-created scripture?" The middle-aged man with white hair raised his eyebrows. His surprise at Wang Tung was growing, and the calmness in his deep gaze had been disrupted multiple times by Wang Tung's revelations. A cosmos stage, martial warriors created a scripture and dared to cultivate it? The middle-aged man with white hair felt that, despite his age, he was encountering an oddity for the first time, expanding his knowledge. "Let me see your self-created scripture," he reluctantly said. At this point, he wanted to massage his forehead, but to maintain an image of a superior being in front of Wang Tung. he resisted the urge. Wang Tung, seeing his expression, felt a bit uneasy for some reason. He then silently recited his self-created technique, the Chaos Constellation Scripture. Anyway, aside from him, no one else could cultivate this technique. As Wang Tung silently recited the technique, the middle-aged man with white hair was initially planning to correct and refine it. In his view, a self-created scripture by a Cosmo Stage martial warrior would likely be full of errors and problems, even if it could be cultivated. However, as Wang Tung continued, the middle-aged man became increasingly shocked. A trace of disbelief appeared in his deep eyes. If the previous two instances of surprise were like small ripples, this time it was as if a massive stone had been thrown into a calm lake, creating a tumult that disturbed the fish below. When Wang Tung finished recounting the final word of the Chaos Constellation Scripture, the middle-aged man with white hair fell into contemplation. After a long while, he closed his eyes and seemingly cast Wang Tung aside. Wang Tung? What was going on? His master, who just seemed ready to correct his scripture, was now ignoring him. Wang Tung had no choice but to sit cross-legged in front of the other party and wait quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the middle-aged man with white hair opens his eyes, staring at Wang Tung without saying a word. "Master, is there something wrong?" Wang Tung asked cautiously, feeling a bit startled. "Marvelous!" the middle-aged man with white hair suddenly exclaimed. "Wang Tung, did you truly create this scripture yourself?" the middle-aged man with white hair asked. "Yes." Wang Tung nodded. "Only to the Cosmos Stage?" the white-haired middle-aged man asked again. Wang Tung nodded again, saying, "The next part of the scripture hasn't been deduced yet. It requires a lot of preparation, and I'm still only at the Cosmos Stage." "That's right, you're only at the Cosmos Stage," the white-haired middle-aged man exclaimed. If it weren't for the undeniable reality and his extensive experience, he would never have believed that such a profound scripture was created by a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. The middle-aged man with white hair was extremely curious. He sighed in his heart, realizing that this disciple had completely shattered his preconceptions about scriptures built up over many years. However, he couldn't resist asking, "How did you create this technique?" Wang Tung's expression became somewhat strange. Was this master feeling discouraged by him? At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that there was something wrong with the scripture. It looked like that wasn't the case. Without hiding anything, he straightforwardly recounted the original intention and the process of creating the scripture. The middle-aged man with white hair was surprisingly intrigued, nodding from time to time. He looked at Wang Tung and said, "You have quite the luck." "SOSO." Wang Tung chuckled. "But to create such a technique, your thoughts are truly extraordinary. Even eternal stage martial warriors might not dare to think like this." The middle-aged man with white hair shook his head. "You're too kind," Wang Tung replied. "I can't teach you much about this scripture. We can only discuss it, and 111 share some of my insights with you. One hope it helps you in creating a heaven stage scripture in the future. However, the actual creation process will depend on you. Otherwise, you may be easily influenced by my path," the middle-aged man with white hair said. "That is more than enough." Wang Tung exclaimed in joy. "Master, your insights as a powerful martial warrior are beyond what ordinary martial warriors can compare. They will surely be of great help to me." The middle-aged man with white hair nodded slowly and continued. "Your scripture is based on multiple original forces, merging them to form the chaos force. The process emphasizes balance. It'll take the example of the five-element forces." Wang Tung became serious, his gaze constantly flickering. He nodded from time to time, interjecting with questions or sharing his own viewpoints. The two of them mutually verified and exchanged thoughts. If anyone who knew the middle-aged man with white hair saw this, they would likely be astonished to see Wang Tung engaged in such deep discussions with him. Time flew by, and they discussed for 10 days and nights, completely forgetting about time. It wasn't until the middle-aged man with white hair slowly stopped that Wang Tung closed his eyes to digest what he had gained. 3 days later, Wang Tung slowly opened his eyes. The radiance in his eyes was restrained, and he stood up, respectfully bowing to the middle-aged man with white hair. "Thank you, Master. It's time for you to leave." The middle-aged man with white hair waved his hand, and a token flew toward Wang Tung. Wang Tung instinctively caught the token and couldn't help but be surprised. When he looked up, he found that the surroundings had instantly changed, just like when he arrived, without any warning when leaving. "Holding this token, you are now my direct disciple. When the day comes for us to meet again, it will be the unveiling of your identity. If anyone from the Stellar Academies asks, show them the token, and they will understand." A voice slowly reached Wang Tung's ears, fading away as he left the mountain and eventually dissipated in the air. Wang Tung looked around and realized he was back at the peak of the spiritual hollow mountain. The president of the 7th Stellar Academy and the 2 God Stage martial warriors from the 7th Stellar Academy were standing not far away. They stared at Wang Tung in surprise. Outside Spiritual Hollow Mountain, the students stared wide-eyed at the scene. In their eyes, Wang Tung had only disappeared for a moment, then returned to the peak of Spiritual Hollow Mountain. "President, instructors." Wang Tung hurriedly greeted the president and the 2 terrifying presences. The president of the 7th Stellar Academy suddenly saw the token in Wang Tung's hand. His expression changed slightly as he grabbed Wang Tung's shoulder and disappeared on the spot. "Follow me." The 2 God Stage martial warriors exchanged glances with one another before following him. They disappeared from the top of the Spiritual Hollow Mountain. Chapter 2179. Legacy in the Grand Universe Hall. 1. What on earth happened? The people outside the Spiritual Hollow Mountain were astounded when they saw Wang Tung appearing again and getting taken away by the president and the others. They started guessing what happened. At the same time, Spiritual Hollow Mountain vanished before their eyes, leaving them in awe. Silence. An Eternal Stage martial warrior from the academy stood up and shouted. The crowd immediately quieted down, looking at the Eternal Stage martial warrior. All the performances of the new students have been observed by the instructors present. Now, the formal apprentice selection begins. Students chosen by the instructors. Carefully consider whether you want to take them as your masters. Instructors choose students, and students also choose instructors. No one will force you. The Eternal Stage martial warrior said calmly. The new students present were instantly shaken, forgetting about the situation with Wang Tung. Other people's affairs were not as important as their own future. Besides, with Wang Tung absent, their brilliance would not be overshadowed. It was so heartbreaking. Wang Tung's presence in this generation suppressed all the other geniuses, surpassing everyone in talent and strength. They felt despair. At this moment, many new students looked eagerly at the Eternal Stage martial warriors with only one thought in their minds. Pick me, please pick me. They yearned to become stronger. Having a master was an excellent way to achieve that. If they could choose a suitable strong master, there might be a chance to surpass him in the future. Yuan Mu, are you willing to take me as your master? In the sky, an Eternal Stage ruler gazed at Yuan Mu, and his voice slowly echoed. Although Yuan Mu was not as exceptional as Wang Tung, his talent was still outstanding enough to catch the attention of an Eternal Stage ruler. Eternal Stage rulers were the most powerful among Eternal Stage martial warriors. Despite seeming to have quite a few in the Stellar Academies, they were priceless figures in the universe. Regardless of where they were in the universe, Eternal Stage rulers were always the top-tier beings. In the absence of God Stage entities, Eternal Stage rulers were the most powerful figures. With a snap of their fingers, they could annihilate an entire star system, showcasing their terrifying might. However, at this moment, Yuan Mu revealed a trace of unwillingness. While Wang Tung was taken away by the president and 2 God Stage presences, Yuan Mu could only end up accepting an Eternal Stage ruler as his master, and the disparity was too significant. He was too proud, setting his demands too high at the beginning. Now, facing this enormous gap, he found it hard to accept. Yuan Mu, your divine constellation physique is indeed an extremely powerful physique, not inferior to anyone. The method 1, cultivate, coincides with your path. Are you willing to accept me as your master? At this moment, another eternal stage ruler stepped forward, speaking. Everyone was envious. Yuan Mu's talent was truly remarkable, attracting the attention and competition of two eternal stage rulers. Lu Tian, your path of slaughter aligns with mine. Are you willing to accept me as your mentor? Another eternal stage ruler spoke, looking at Lu Tian. Like opening floodgates, one by one, strong figures stepped forward, choosing disciples they favored. Unlike the lively scene in the Grand Universe Hall, it was strangely quiet on Wang Tung's side. The president brought Wang Tung into a quiet great hall. He didn't speak and just looked at him with a complicated gaze. The other two God-stage martial warriors appeared. They looked at the president and then at Wang Tung, falling into silence. Wang Tung, suddenly finding himself here, couldn't help but feel speechless. Couldn't these big shots have given him a heads up in advance? Without saying a word, they brought him here. He was a person, not a puppet on strings. After silently complaining, he couldn't help but assess the surroundings. He knew this was a hall, but it was extraordinarily peculiar, resembling a starry sky with countless stars. Some formed peculiar constellations, some condensed into shining star rivers spanning the void, and various star clusters, nebulae, and more. Is this the Grand Universe Hall? Wang Tung immediately thought of the Grand Universe Hall in the plaza, as the appearance and name were too fitting, but it was hard to be sure. But soon, he retracted his gaze and looked at the president and the others. He got a shock. Three God-stage martial warriors were staring straight at him, making him feel a bit uneasy and nervous. Master isn't tricking me, right? Wang Tung wondered to himself. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the president guiltily. President, elders, why are you looking at me like this? Don't be nervous. The president chuckled and asked, where did you just go? Wang Tung didn't hide anything and recounted what happened after leaving Spiritual Hollow Mountain. The president and the two God-stage beings had flickering gazes, seemingly with a strange glint in their eyes. When they heard the whole story, a hint of shock appeared on their faces. At their level, there were very few things that could make them feel astonished. But today, something truly remarkable had happened. Beyond the mountain, beyond the sky. What incredible means. He's far ahead of us. The three God-stage powerhouses exclaimed. In that case, it should be correct. The president sighed and, with a slightly complex expression, looked at Wang Tung, saying, I initially intended to take you as my disciple, but I didn't expect you to catch the eye of that existence. Wait, the president was planning to take me as his disciple? Wang Tung, hearing the president's words, couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. This was the president of the Stellar Academy. If he became his disciple, his status within the academy would be extraordinary. What a pity. However, judging by the president's expression, it seemed like his master might be even more extraordinary. Chapter 2180. Legacy in the Grand Universe Hall. 2. With these thoughts, Wang Tung felt much more balanced. Moreover, it seemed that the president wouldn't trouble him for choosing another master. Wang Tung breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but ask curiously, President, do you know who my master is? He was quite curious about his master's identity. Unfortunately, his master loved to play mysterious and wouldn't tell him. It was really annoying. Since he didn't tell you, I can't say much. I can only say that he has an inseparable connection with our stellar academies. The president paced with his hands behind his back and said slowly, when the 7 stellar academies recruit disciples, we can all use 7 stellar academies. The students who enter 7 stellar academies undergo the academy's assessment, but they also face another assessment, which no one knows about. However, it's clear that you've passed it. Assessment? Could it be deciphering Spiritual Hollow Mountain? Or reaching the Suanmit? Wang Tung was a bit curious, speculating in his mind. Let me see the token in your hand, the president said. Wang Tung regained his senses and passed the token to the president. After receiving the token, the president carefully examined it in his hand, his expression becoming more complex. For a token to make a God stage existence, especially the president of the Stellar Academies, to show such a complex expression, indicated that the token was truly extraordinary. Wang Teng hadn't taken a close look at the token since he got it. At this moment, his gaze also fell on the token. The token was entirely purple, adorned with peculiar patterns. The engravings were mysterious, and the token bore no words. Whether on the front or back, it appeared the same, making it impossible to distinguish between the two sides. Indeed, it is him, the dean murmured, returning the token to Wang Teng. Keep it safe. Don't lose it. Being able to have that existence as your master is your destiny. The two true God stage beings exchanged a glance, hesitant to speak. The disciple they had set their eyes on seemed to have disappeared. It was regrettable and frustrating. They had high hopes for Wang Teng. His talent was undoubtedly the highest among the geniuses they had seen in years, surpassing all others. Unfortunately, such a genius was now beyond their reach. Wang Teng was unaware of the thoughts of the three God stage figures. He simply nodded and pocketed the token. Without the need for the others to explain, he understood the critical importance of the token. Now that he had no idea where his master was, he could only rely on this token to maintain his identity. Judging by the demeanor of the president and the others, it was evident that his master was an influential figure. So, holding on to this token was paramount. Also, when he left, his master seemed to have said he was taken in as a direct disciple. Originally, he was just a disciple in name, with the possibility of having his status revoked at any time. How did it suddenly change to becoming a direct disciple? Was it because of the chaos constellation scripture? Wang Teng's expression was somewhat peculiar. Did his master, after discussing with him for 10 days and nights, finally succumb to his talent? Thus, he directly upgraded him from a disciple in name to a direct disciple. This unexpected change in treatment caught him off guard. Nevertheless, it was a good thing. At least, he was now firmly holding on to this powerful thigh. Unfortunately, he still didn't know his master's name, so he couldn't use his master's identity to act recklessly. Speaking of which, could his master be preventing him from doing so by not revealing his name? For so many years, that person has never taken a disciple before the president sighed. Never? Were there no others who entered that mountain before? Wang Teng asked curiously. At least, no one within our 7 stellar academies has ever entered, the president asserted. No one has entered before? It doesn't seem very difficult. Wang Teng was surprised. He entered that mountain without even understanding what was going on. The president and the other 2 God stage martial warriors were speechless. This kid had quite the audacity. If it wasn't difficult, why would no one have entered for so many years? That was all the geniuses from the 7 stellar academies over the years, including those with astonishing talents that amazed the entire universe. However, without exception, none of them could gain recognition to enter that mountain. This indicated the immense difficulty involved. However, they couldn't refute it because Wang Teng had indeed entered that mountain and successfully become a disciple. Of course, they wouldn't argue with a junior over such matters. President, can one still seek another master? Wang Teng asked, his eyes twinkling. You still want to find another master? The president was caught between laughter and tears. Well, my master isn't around, so can I find another mentor who can guide me in his absence? Wang Teng casually remarked. The 2 God stage martial warriors were speechless again. Their expressions turned strange. If they had such a disciple who, immediately after becoming a disciple, turned around and sought another master, they might consider slapping this rebellious disciple on the spot. Is it not allowed? Wang Teng asked. Forget about it. If your master finds out about this, he might kick you out. No, he might slap you to death. The president glanced at Wang Teng and said, in the future, you can continue to cultivate at the stellar academies as usual. If there's anything you don't understand, you can seek guidance from the academy's instructors. They'll make sure they provide you with all the assistance and guidance you need. Chapter 2181. Legacy in the Grand Universe Hall. 3. Really? Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He had never intended to seek another master. This was just a ploy to gain some advantages. Unexpectedly, it turned into a pleasant surprise. Good lad, you dare to trick me. The president also realized this clever student had outfoxed him. He pointed at Wang Tung, chuckling and shaking his head. The two true God-stage beings also found it amusing. They increasingly felt that Wang Tung was to their liking. Unfortunately, this outstanding disciple had been taken away, and they couldn't get him back. It was truly frustrating. I'm speaking the truth. One didn't trick you. Wang Tung chuckled. Also, I'm a student of stellar academies. With my talent, if it goes to waste, don't you think it would be a pity? You little kid, now you're praising yourself. The president couldn't help but laugh. President, mark my words. Today, I take pride in being a member of the 7th Stellar Academy. In the future, I will make sure the Academy takes pride in having me. Wang Tung declared solemnly. All right, I'll remember your words. I want to see how you make the Academy proud. The president looked at him deeply. Although he had said similar things to all new students on the plaza of the Grand Universe Hall, his requirements for Wang Tung were different now. Making the Stellar Academies genuinely proud of a student was no easy task. Wang Tung didn't say much. He had enough confidence in himself. As long as he became powerful enough, everything would fall into place. Well, you don't need to worry. What I said earlier still stands, the president reassured him. Thank you. Wang Tung expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. Consider this your reward for reaching the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. The president grinned like an old fox. Oh. Wang Tung opened his mouth, feeling a bit speechless. Did he gain or lose in the end? The president, amused by his embarrassed expression, suddenly asked, Do you know where you are? Wang Tung smiled bitterly in his heart, returned to reality, and hesitated before saying, The Grand Universe Hall? Yes, this is the Grand Universe Hall. The president nodded and said, The Grand Universe Hall is our 7 Stellar Academy's most important legacy ground. Since I brought you in, it's not just a random place to chat. Legacy ground. Wang Tung was stunned. The Grand Universe Hall turned out to be a legacy ground. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Did the president bring him here for... This is the mystery reward I'm giving you. The president chuckled. Wang Tung's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly said, President, from now on, you are the person I most admire in this stellar academy, the guiding light on my life's path. Stop buttering me up. The president couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Wang Tung, if the president is the person you most admire, what are we? The God-stage martial warrior with lightning force shimmering around him gave an ambiguous smile. All of you. All of you. Wang Tung said awkwardly. Ha ha. The 3 true God-stage beings couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, enough of the small talk. The president shook his head, restrained his laughter, and waved his hand. Suddenly, Wang Tung felt the surrounding scenery rapidly retreating, countless stars turning into dazzling lights, giving off a dreamlike feeling. Each of these stars represents a legacy. What kind of legacy you can obtain depends on your luck. Remember, you can only choose one. Chapter 2182. You can get attributes from everything. Star Formula Scripture. 1. Countless streams of light passed by Wang Tung as numerous stars in the Grand Universe Hall began to retreat. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Tung gradually came to a stop, only to find that the surroundings had once again turned into the universe. However, this sky was different from the one he had seen before. The constellations, nebulae, and other celestial formations around him were clearly distinct from the previous starry scene. What a mysterious technique! Wang Tung observed the surroundings and couldn't help but marvel. He then looked around, transformed into a stream of light, and rushed toward one of the stars. Every star is a legacy. I can only choose one legacy. I don't know how to choose. Let's take a casual look first. Wang Tung quickly arrived in front of the nearest star, hesitated for a moment, and activated his real eye to examine it. With the help of his real eye, the star seemed to shed its surface appearance, revealing its true form. Beneath that starlight, there were strange runes, forming chains that entwined around the star. Wang Tung's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. After some contemplation, he extended his spiritual power to make contact with the star. Boom! A roar echoed in his mind, followed by fragmented and chaotic information. So-called legacy turns out to be the insights left behind by martial warriors. The star in front of me contains the insights left by an earth element martial warrior, including scripture, battle techniques, and even domain insights. A glint of brilliance flashed in Wang Tung's eyes. However, this inheritance was only equivalent to that of a heaven stage martial warrior and wasn't considered too powerful. Wang Tung's gaze turned towards the deeper parts of the universe. According to normal rules, the stronger the legacy, the deeper it would be located. Just as he was about to rush towards the deeper parts of the universe, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, rubbing his chin in thought. I wonder if one can profit from this. In Wang Tung's eyes, he could get attributes from everything. As long as it was a treasure, regardless of whether he could profit from it or not, he wanted to give it a try. So, Wang Tung decided to experiment. He condensed his spiritual power into a stick and thrust it towards the star in front of him. This was the experience he gained from farming attributes on the spiritual hollow mountain. No matter what it was, poking at it was the way to go. Boom! A resounding boom suddenly emanated from the light sphere, louder than before. A unique force fluctuation swept out, creating a counterforce that directly shook Wang Tung away. Wang Tung didn't mind. His gaze was fixed on the glowing sphere, and his eyes lit up. Sure enough, several attribute bubbles emerged, floating around the light sphere. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Wang Tung's mouth. His spiritual power swept out, immediately picking up those attribute bubbles. Star Earth Scripture, Cosmos Stage, *3000, Earth Domain, *60, Earth Domain, *5. There weren't many attribute bubbles, but Wang Tung was surprised. Star Earth Scripture. Wang Tung closed his eyes. A hologram appeared in his mind, sitting cross-legged and cultivating the Star Earth Scripture. And it was the Cosmos Stage, Star Earth Scripture. Wang Tung had previously obtained Planetary Stage and Celestial Stage Star Earth Scriptures, and now he had acquired the advanced version. When he created the Chaos Constellation Scripture, he used this scripture as a reference. He had early on discovered that this scripture was a complete set, including attributes like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, and ice. As for whether there were other attributes, he wasn't sure. But just the connection between these attributes provided him with a lot of insights. He speculated that the person who created these scriptures probably wanted to start from the easy and progress to the difficult. They initially created single scriptures, moving from low level to high level, and finally merged them. Whether the other person succeeded in the fusion, Wang Tung didn't know, but these techniques greatly inspired him. Now, he wanted to push the Chaos Constellation Scripture to the Heaven Stage. This Cosmos Stage Star Earth Scripture came just in time. However, the thought of collecting scriptures for the other attributes made Wang Tung feel a bit annoyed. There were so many of them. Everything depended on luck. There were many legacies in the Universal Hall, and encountering the Star Earth Scripture in the very first one suggested the possibility of finding corresponding legacies ahead. Perhaps there were more fortuitous encounters awaiting Wang Tung. Retracting his thoughts, he glanced at the other two domain attribute bubbles. The Earth domain, with a total of only no attribute points, was not particularly abundant, but it was better than nothing. Wang Tung's domain was at the 7th rank. Further advancement wasn't an easy task. It required gradual progress. Then he looked at the star in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and decided against it. There were many legacy stars here, and there was no need to grab onto one recklessly. Focusing too much on collecting attributes from one star might attract the attention of the president and others. Moreover, he estimated that he wouldn't stay in this grand universe hall for too long and needed to make the most of his time. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Tung swiftly moved towards another star. These stars had their differences. The previous one, with a faint yellow halo inside, was undoubtedly the legacy of an earth element martial warrior. The current star emitted a gentle blue halo, unmistakably representing the legacy of a water element martial warrior. Following the same procedure, Wang Tung condensed his spiritual power into a staff and fiercely thrust it forward. Boom! After a resounding roar, a unique force swept out. Unlike the previous time when he was shaken away, this time he staunchly withstood the impact, remaining steadfast in his position. Chapter 2183. You can get attributes from everything. Star Formula Scripture. 2. Attribute bubbles dropped, and he picked them up. Water element scripture. Heaven stage. Asterisk Igo water domain. Asterisk 20 water domain. Asterisk 3. Wang Tung shook his head with a hint of disappointment. Then, without lingering, he rushed towards another distant legacy star. What is this little guy doing? The God stage martial warrior enveloped in flames furrowed his brow, puzzled. He should be searching for a suitable inheritance for himself. The God stage martial warrior, surrounded by lightning, casually remarked. Searching them one by one like this, how long will it take him? It would be better to head directly to deeper areas, the God stage martial warrior said in a somewhat exasperated tone. This little guy's actions are often perplexing, but in the end, it seems he's not wasting his time, the president mused. President, are you perhaps a bit too optimistic about this little guy? The God stage fire element martial warrior questioned. Ha ha, the president laughed. How about we make a bet? Oh, what are we betting on? The God stage fire element martial warrior showed a surprised expression. He was intrigued. The president rarely made bets with anyone, so this occasion was a rare opportunity, and he couldn't afford to miss it. Besides, the president was well known for possessing many valuable items. Any small wager would likely make them envious. The lightning God stage martial warrior also became interested and looked toward the president. I have 2 blood dragonwood here. I bet he will obtain a God stage legacy. If I lose, these blood dragonwood will be yours. The president revealed 2 peculiar blood-red plants in his hands. The 2 God stage martial warriors were astounded. The 2 blood-red plants emitted a strong blood aura, their trunks resembling that of a true dragon, with a majestic and twisted appearance. Blood dragonwoods? It's said that these trees grow by bathing in dragon blood, and the medicinal liquid extracted from them contains the essence of dragon blood. President, you're going all out, offering 2 of them at once, the fire God stage martial warrior remarked. The legacy of a God stage martial warrior? President, you're quite ambitious. He's only at the cosmos stage. How can he obtain a God stage legacy? The lightning God stage martial warrior shook his head. What will you 2 bet against me? The president remained unfazed, merely smiling. I don't have many treasures equivalent to the blood dragonwood on me. The fire God stage martial warrior pondered for a moment, then hesitated as he said, How about this 5-colored soil? 5-colored soil. The president was surprised. He nodded and continued. 5-colored soil can cultivate eternal level and above plant life, making it quite a rare treasure. It's my turn. The lightning God stage martial warrior chuckled, producing an item and saying, This is Thunder Tribulation Elixir, refined from the Calamity Lightning. It has a tempering effect, beneficial for cultivators beyond the eternal stage. Thunder Tribulation Elixir. The president and the fire God stage martial warrior stared at the liquid in astonishment. This was an exceedingly rare substance. Thunder Tribulation Elixir only formed during lightning calamities, and not every lightning calamity produced it. The chances were very slim. Generally, only those at the universe stage or above who attracted calamity lightning would yield Thunder Tribulation Elixir, and its efficacy was also related to the strength of the calamity lightning. The stronger the calamity lightning, the more potent the Thunder Tribulation Elixir born from it. Moreover, only powerful lightning element martial warriors could extract it. The God stage martial warrior's Thunder Tribulation Elixir was obviously refined from a calamity lightning, and as a God stage being, what he produced was not to be underestimated. Well done. This item would indeed be of great help to us. The fire God stage martial warrior nodded. I didn't expect you to be willing to bring it out this time. If the president is willing to offer treasures like blood dragonwoods, and your five-colored soil isn't ordinary either, how could one be unwilling to bring out this thunder tribulation elixir? One can endure a bit more hardship during the next calamity, lightning if needed. The lightning God Stage martial warrior replied, "Let's see if he can get the God Stage legacy." The president smiled and said. Within the Grand Universe Hall, Wang Tung sped swiftly, his pace considerably faster than before. Racing through, his spiritual power condensed into successive sticks, fiercely stabbing toward the legacy stars. He had now mastered the three principles of farming attributes: fast, accurate, ruthless. Without any hesitation, after a day of diligent efforts, he had finally plundered over 100 legacy stars, reaping quite a fruitful harvest. At this point, he had gathered all 5 elemental attributes of the star formula scripture. The legacy stars in the Grand Universe Hall indeed held these star formula scriptures, living up to his expectations. Unfortunately, he hadn't come across any star formula scriptures with special attributes yet, leaving him somewhat frustrated. Boom! Wang Tung thrust his spiritual power stick into an enormous and dazzling star, and immediately a surge of impact swept over him, knocking him back. Such formidable impact! Wang Tung was astonished. This impact was much stronger than before. At this moment, several massive attribute bubbles dropped down, and Wang Tung's eyes lit up. His spiritual power swept out, immediately picking them up. Star Lightning Scripture, Cosmos Stage. Asterisk I-500 Star Lightning Scripture, Cosmos Stage. Asterisk 2000 Lightning Domain. Asterisk 300 Lightning Domain. Asterisk 200 Origin of Lightning. Asterisk IO Star Lightning Scripture. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. Speak of the devil. After finding attributes for so long, Wang Tung finally encountered a star formula scripture with a special attribute. Moreover, the domain attributes seemed to be significantly more abundant than the previous legacy stars. There was even the origin of lightning. This wasn't something a heaven stage legacy constellation could have. A universe stage legacy star. Wang Tung looked at the legacy star and immediately noticed some discrepancies, feeling a bit surprised. Previously, the legacy stars he encountered were all at the heaven stage, and compared to this one, they were noticeably smaller. He couldn't help but halt his steps and look around. Soon, he discovered several legacy stars that were obviously larger and more dazzling than the heaven stage ones. Without any hesitation, Wang Tung quickly rushed towards those universe stage stars. Without a doubt, he would get more attributes from the universe stage legacy stars. When Wang Tung approached one of the universe stage legacy stars, he couldn't help but be stunned, exclaiming, "This is a legacy star of the light element." He immediately became interested. He controlled his spiritual power stick, more cautiously this time, and fiercely stabbed it. He was much more careful this time, poking and immediately retreating, avoiding the peculiar fluctuations that swept out from the legacy star. Attribute bubbles fell. Get them. Starlight Scripture, Cosmos Stage. Asterisk I-600 Starlight Scripture, Cosmos Stage. Asterisk I-800 Light Domain. Asterisk 500 Light Domain. Asterisk 300 Origin of Light. Asterisk 20 Star Formula Scripture. It looks like I'm quite lucky. I have another star formula scripture, and it's a rare light element scripture. Wang Tung was surprised and elated. He had never received this light element star formula scripture before. This time, he received the Cosmos Stage star formula scripture directly. He was extremely lucky. Simultaneously, as the remaining attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's consciousness, related insights emerged. Light Domain. Origin of Light. Wang Tung suddenly felt that his light domain seemed to have broken through a certain barrier, reaching a new level. Light Domain. 400/5000, 5th rank. His light domain had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank, and it had finally advanced to the 5th rank. The formidable power of the light domain was beyond doubt. During the battle with Tai Bei Sha, her use of the light domain was quite impressive. Initially, Wang Tung's light domain was inferior to hers, but now he felt that the difference wasn't that significant. Next time, if he were to battle Tai Beisha again, his light domain would be enough to surprise her. Besides that, there was the origin of light. Wang Tung already had the origin of light, and the additional 20 attribute points this time further enhanced his understanding. Wang Tung couldn't help but hesitate. Should he continue poking this legacy star? After all, this was the light element. It was hard to come by. In the end, he sighed and gave up the idea. Instead, he rushed towards the next universe stage legacy star. One by one, the surrounding universe stage legacy stars were quickly sheared by Wang Tung. In addition to lightning and light elements, he also obtained an ice element star formula scripture. Counting them, he now possessed 8 star formula scriptures. I still lack poison and wind elements. One wonder if there are any here. Wang Tung furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings. These 2 types of inheritance stars were not common, especially the poison element legacy star. Wang Tung had yet to come across one. Chapter 2184. Wang Tung's wind talent is the strongest? 1. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Wang Tung was extremely curious about the star formula scripture. He really wanted to know what would happen if he could collect all the scriptures. Coincidentally, Wang Tung encountered the star formula scriptures in the legacies of the Grand Universe Hall this time. If he didn't harvest all the scriptures, it would be a shame to waste such a great opportunity. As he moved forward, his gaze swept the surroundings. He activated the real eye, prioritizing the search for poison and wind element legacy stars. Suddenly, his gaze condensed as he spotted a distant legacy star emitting a faint, ghostly green light. It was far away, almost at the limit of his line of sight. Without hesitation, Wang Tung instantly rushed towards it. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for delay. In an instant, he arrived in front of the legacy star, which radiated a faint, ghostly green light. His spiritual power condensed into a stick 11 and thrust forward. Boom! Ripples of ghostly green waves spread from the inheritance star, shaking the surroundings. Within the fluctuations, a potent toxic force was present. If it weren't for a poison element martial warrior, they probably couldn't withstand the impact of such a toxic force. Therefore, the choice of legacy stars, including their stage, was a crucial consideration for martial warriors. Not everyone was like Wang Tung, for whom the choice of legacy stars had almost no impact. For instance, this legacy star contained the legacy of a universe stage martial warrior. The toxic force contained within would have a significant impact on ordinary Cosmos stage martial warriors and even Heaven stage martial warriors. However, Wang Tung, with his demon lotus poison body, did not need to worry about this toxic force. The only thing he needed to endure was the terrifying impact. The impact generated by a universe stage legacy star was enough to send him flying. So, Wang Tung didn't resist directly. Instead, he evaded until the impact nearly disappeared, then proceeded to collect the attribute bubbles. Standing at a distance, Wang Tung watched as attribute bubbles dropped from the legacy star. His eyes gleamed, and he released his spiritual power immediately to collect them. Star Poison Scripture, Cosmos Stage. Asterisk 2000 Star Poison Scripture, Cosmos Stage. Asterisk 1700 Poison Domain, asterisk 120 Poison Domain, asterisk IO Origin of Poison, asterisk 500 Star Poison Scripture. It's here. Wang Tung was elated. After searching for a long time, he finally found a legacy star that gave him the Star Poison Scripture. It wasn't easy. Wang Tung felt elated. At the same time, in his mind, an image of a figure seated in meditation appeared, practicing the Star Poison Scripture. Wang Tung noticed that these scriptures were not exceptionally profound compared to the universe stage and eternal stage scriptures he had acquired. However, they possessed unique characteristics that set them apart. What made them particularly valuable was the interconnection between each scripture, something that higher-level techniques lacked. Fortunately for Wang Tung, the Star Poison Scripture attribute dropped from this legacy star carried a substantial attribute value of 3,700 points. This allowed him to master the scripture from the foundation to the specialized level in one fell swoop. Additionally, there were some poison domain attributes. While Wang Teng had already mastered several poison domains, including a mixed poison domain, most were at the 3rd rank. Among them, the purest poison domain had reached the 7th rank, making further improvements challenging. The attribute value dropped by this universe stage legacy star was not substantial since Wang Teng had only scratched the surface. He had not truly obtained the corresponding legacy. Lastly, there was the origin of poison, with significantly more points than the previously acquired power of origin, totaling 500 points. Perhaps it was due to Wang Teng's lower level of the power of poison origin. Origin of poison 1100/10,000, 1st rank. Wang Teng didn't pay too much attention to these enhancements. After collecting everything, he continued searching for the legacy stars that suited his needs. In another dimension of the Grand Universe Hall, 3 God Stage entities stood silently in place, their gazes seemingly penetrating the space, observing Wang Teng's figure navigating the starry expanse. For the better part of the day, they remained nearly motionless, a brief moment for them akin to a few breaths in their extended lifetimes. However, Wang Teng's every move caught their interest, especially since the ultimate outcome of their bet hinged on it. Tihi's 3 treasures at stake were far from ordinary, and losing would undoubtedly leave them feeling the pinch for a considerable rhyme. The president lightly stroked his graying beard, a faint smile playing on his lips, exuding an air of confidence. The other 2 God Stage entities also found their spirits uplifted, as, so far, Wang Teng had only been lingering among Universe Stage legacy stars. He was still a considerable distance from the God Stage legacies the president had mentioned. "President, you're probably going to lose. My Thunder Tribulation Elixir can be saved now," the Lightning God Stage figure remarked with a cheerful smile. "Securing the acknowledgement of a legacy isn't as easy as you think. It seems he understands his limitations. If he can't subdue even a Universe Stage legacy, how can he aspire to conquer a God Stage one?" The Fire God Stage presence added. "Don't be in a hurry. It's still early," the president said with a faint smile. The 2 God Stage entities exchanged surprised glances. Even at this point, the president maintained an air of confidence, leaving them genuinely astonished. "However, we should give him a fixed time. Otherwise, he might keep dragging it out." Tihi president shook his head and transmitted his voice directly into Wang Teng's ears. "Wang Teng, you only have 3 days. If you can't find your legacy within 3 days, you must leave." Chapter 2185. Wang Teng's wind talent is the strongest? 2. On the other side, Wang Teng was shocked. "Damn it, I knew it." He expected this, but he couldn't help but complain when he knew that there were only 3 days. The president was so stingy. Couldn't they give him a few more days with so many legacies? Wang Teng's heart was bleeding. But regardless of his complaints, Wang Teng dared not express them. He could only accelerate his search with a sense of resignation. When Wang Teng focused all his attention on finding wind element legacy stars, he finally made some progress. This took him half a day. During this period, Wang Teng found a total of 4 wind element legacy stars, each of which he probed with his spiritual power. The first 2 wind element legacy stars were heaven stage stars, dropping heaven stage scripture attributes and corresponding domain attributes. The latter 2 were universe stage legacy stars, dropping universe stage scripture attributes and some domain and origin attributes. But not a single one was the star formula scripture he was looking for. "Why don't I have any luck?" Wang Teng furrowed his brows, feeling a bit frustrated. Adding the previous half-day, he had already wasted a day. With only 2 days left, finding a suitable legacy in this vast array seemed uncertain. Wang Teng took a deep breath. Wind element legacy stars were hard to come by. After half a day of searching, he found only 4. He decided to give it another 3 hours. He might have to give up if he couldn't find a suitable wind element legacy star with the star formula scripture within that time frame. Next, he would have to search for a genuine legacy, rather than wasting time here. Wang Tung increased his speed to the maximum, swiftly traversing the starry expanse. In just over 2 hours, he had delved deep into the starry space, encountering numerous legacy stars along the way, including some universe stage ones. But he could only cast a reluctant glance at them and move on without looking back. These were not the wind element legacy stars he was searching for. Ha ha ha! The lightning god stage presence burst out laughing when he saw this scene. This little guy seems to be frightened. Look at him, not daring to waste any more time. If we don't pressure him a bit, he probably would still be wandering around in front, the president said. What is this little guy doing exactly? Just now, I saw him using his spiritual force to probe all the legacy stars of various attributes. Yes, that's right, probing. The fire god stage martial warriors gave a strange look. After a moment of contemplation, he found a word to describe Wang Tung's actions. Probing. The lightning god stage martial warrior was stunned. He hadn't paid attention to these details, merely thinking that Wang Tung was investigating the legacy stars. Even the president, hearing the word used by the fire god stage martial warrior, had his hand trembling slightly, almost pulling out a tuft of his beard. Probing? What a good use of this word. It sounded indecent. Do you guys not think so? The fire god stage martial warrior asked. It does seem a bit like that, the lightning element god stage martial warrior speculated. Perhaps this is his unique way of investigation. It's just a bit peculiar. The fire god stage martial warrior chuckled. Was it just a bit peculiar? It was downright special. Who would use probing to investigate something? Let's not bother with what methods he uses. He has been searching for so long. Has he still not found a suitable inheritance? The fire god stage martial warrior frowned. Judging by the looks of it, it seems that universe stage legacies might not satisfy his appetite, the lightning god stage martial warrior said, his gaze flashing slightly. Could he be aiming for eternal stage legacies? The fire god stage martial warrior pondered. He didn't think that Wang Tung would look for the legacy of a god stage martial warrior. Even though Wang Tung's talent was indeed impressive, the difference in strength was always there. It would be absurd for a Cosmos stage warrior to obtain a God stage legacy. Pure nonsense. The president remained silent throughout, wearing a faint smile, calmly watching Wang Tung. He was also eager to see what Wang Tung could achieve. Could he create another miracle? At a certain moment, Wang Tung's figure suddenly halted, coming to an abrupt stop. A dazzling wind element legacy star appeared before his eyes. The intense azure glow was so vivid that he could almost see it clearly without resorting to using his real eye. The Eternal Stage Legacy Star. This was, at the very least, an Eternal Stage Legacy Star. He took a deep breath, cautiously approaching, like a thief preparing to steal a bird's egg. For some reason, he felt a slight excitement. Perhaps it was the first time encountered an Eternal Stage Legacy Star, and he had no idea what would happen if he gave it a poke. At the moment Wang Tung discovered the Eternal Stage Legacy Star, the 3 God Stage presences couldn't help but let out a surprise sound. He found an Eternal Stage Wind Element Legacy Star. This little guy is quite lucky, said the Fire God Stage Martial Warrior said. After searching for so long, he finally found an Eternal Stage Legacy Star. I thought he could only find Universe Stage Legacy Stars. The Lightning God Stage Martial Warrior remarked. You underestimate him. This little one's talent is not limited to this extent, the president suddenly said. Oh, the 2 God Stage Martial Warriors were surprised. Generally speaking, the higher the talent, the easier it is to sense corresponding attribute legacy stars. While Wang Tung's talent is comprehensive, there should still be variations. It's impossible for him to find high-level legacy stars for every attribute. If that were the case, it would be too incredible, the Fire God Stage Martial Warrior analyzed. That's right. No matter how talented you are, it's impossible for all your talents to be so powerful. The Lightning God Stage Martial Warrior nodded. He agreed with the Fire God Stage Martial Warrior on this matter. Wang Tung having talents across all elements was already extraordinary, but if every talent were exceptionally powerful, it would transcend the realm of being extraordinary. I initially thought his talents in the lightning and fire elements were the strongest, but now it seems his talent in the wind element might be the most potent, the fire god stage martial warrior said, his eyes flashing subtly. That's not necessarily true, the president chuckled. You're placing too much confidence in him. The two god stage entities sighed with a wry smile. They had noticed that whenever they pointed out Wang Tung's flaws, the president would come out to counter their opinions. It seemed he was more protective of this young man than his real disciples. Of course, it wasn't that they lacked confidence in Wang Tung. They were just being realistic. Let's continue observing, the president said with a meaningful glint in his eyes. Wang Tung approached the colossal blue star, taking a deep breath and preparing himself. If anything went wrong, he would immediately retreat. An eternal stage legacy star was undoubtedly not easy to deal with. Wang Tung took a deep breath, controlled his spiritual power, and fiercely poked it out. With a resounding boom, a tremendously formidable wave emanated from the legacy star. Damn it! Wang Tung's figure flickered, attempting to dodge the terrifying shockwave, but he was a step too late. This legacy star belonged to the wind element, and a unique force it contained naturally possessed the characteristics of wind force. That is speed. A shockwave swept through like a fierce wind, violently blasting Wang Tung away. He retreated a distance of 10,000 meters before coming to a stop. The eternal stage legacy star is so powerful. Wang Tung's expression changed. He didn't dare to underestimate it. He just wanted to get some attribute bubbles, but he faced such a tremendous counterforce. Obtaining the legacy within would likely be extremely challenging. Haha! The two god stage martial warriors burst out laughing when they saw this scene. Seeing Wang Tung suffer made them inexplicably happy. This guy was quite audacious, and this time, he had finally met his match. Unaware of the three god stage beings mocking him behind his back, Wang Tung's gaze was completely drawn to the attribute bubbles dropped by the eternal stage legacy star. These bubbles were significantly larger than the ones dropped by the previous universe stage legacy stars, clearly indicating their substantial content. However, Wang Tung felt a bit regretful. The eternal stage legacy star was too high level, so it probably wouldn't drop a Cosmos stage star formula scripture. Never mind. Pick them up first, then think about it. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. He picked up the enormous attribute bubbles. 9 Heavens Imperial Wine Scripture *3000 9 Heavens Imperial Wine Scripture *2500 Star Wind Scripture, Cosmos Stage. *2200 Star Wind Scripture, Cosmos Stage. *I800 Wine Domain, Actualization Phase. *500 Wine Domain, Actualization Phase. *3500 Origin of Wind, *300 Origin of Wind, *400 Eternal Matter, *I5. Oh my God! Wang Tung's eyes widened. This was a huge gain. Chapter 21, 86 Chronicles of Time. 1. Wang Tung was astounded by the attribute bubbles dropped by the eternal stage wind element legacy star. 9 Heavens Imperial Wind Scripture. This was an eternal stage wind element scripture. As the attribute bubbles merged into his consciousness, a humanoid figure materialized. This figure possessed intricate cyan meridians coursing through its body. An astonishing cyan force enveloped his body like a 9-headed dragon. Wang Tung was enlightened. He swiftly grasped the essence of this eternal stage wind element scripture, the 9 Heavens Imperial Wind Scripture. 9 Heavens Imperial Wine Scripture, Eternal Stage 5500/8000, Foundation. However, the 5,500 attribute points only allowed Wang Tung to attain a foundation-level mastery. To further advance, he needed either to continue accumulating points or allocate blank attribute points. What caught Wang Tung by surprise was the second scripture, the one he had been seeking relentlessly, the Star Wind Scripture. Another figure appeared in Wang Tung's mind, demonstrating the cultivation of this cosmos stage scripture. Compared to the nine heavens imperial wind scripture, this scripture was merely cosmos stage and naturally inferior. Yet Wang Tung felt a sense of delight. He searched high and low for the scripture, but here it was. After searching tirelessly and finding nothing, he unexpectedly discovered this scripture within the eternal stage legacy star. Perhaps the formidable martial warrior who left behind this eternal stage legacy once dedicated himself to mastering the star wind scripture. At this moment, Wang Tung had essentially collected all the star formula scriptures for each attribute, leaving only the dark force. As the last scripture, Wang Tung's joy was unparalleled, surpassing even that of acquiring the nine heavens imperial wind scripture. He couldn't help but anticipate the fusion of these star formula scriptures, but he knew the timing was not right. Therefore, he reluctantly set the matter aside, planning to thoroughly study these cosmos stage scriptures after returning. Besides scriptures, there were domain attributes too. This time, the domain attribute gave Wang Tung a pleasant surprise. The actualization phase. The wind domain he got from this eternal stage legacy star was an actualization phase domain. There were 8,500 points of attributes in total. It was a substantial amount. Wind domain, 2,500/4,000, fourth rank actualization phase. Wang Tung's wind domain was originally an ordinary domain, and it was at the fourth rank. However, with the recent acquisition of the actualization phase domain, it leaped to the fourth tank too, instantly aligning with the normal wind domain. Obtaining a new actualization phase domain filled Wang Tung with great joy, recognizing the immense superiority of an actualization phase domain over a regular one. Wang Tung could now confidently affirm that only universe stage powerhouses wielded actualization phase domains. Most heaven stage martial warriors, in contrast, were only capable of commanding normal domains. Then, there was the origin of wind. There were 700 points of it. Origin of wind, 8,300/10,000, first rank. Wang Tung's grasp of the origin of wind was formidable, approaching the pinnacle of the first rank. He might soon break through to the second rank. Finally, there were 15 points of eternal matter attributes. While the attribute value wasn't particularly high, the eternal matter was a special material possessed only by eternal stage powerhouses. Wang Tung had acquired a small amount through his assistance in refining the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill for 2 eternal stage experts in a previous endeavor. Unexpectedly, this time he obtained it directly from the eternal stage legacy star. It was a significant and unexpected gain. As the eternal matter melded into Wang Tung's inner cosmos, it seemed to fuse with his soul, adding a unique characteristic to his spiritual essence. After sensing it briefly and noting no significant changes compared to the last time, he regretfully dismissed the matter and moved on. Well then, I've finally collected all the star formula scriptures. Now it's time for me to seek the true legacy I need. He cast a glance at the eternal stage legacy star before slowly drifting backward. While the legacy before him was not bad, he could only choose one. Naturally, he couldn't afford to squander such an exceptional opportunity on a mere eternal stage legacy. Disdainful. If he was going to seek, he would seek the best. His goal was the God stage legacy. It had to be admitted that in this regard, the president had a remarkably profound insight. He foresaw early on that he would opt for a God stage legacy. This time, Wang Tung didn't rush to search. The previous questing process had made him realize a crucial issue. It seemed that these stellar constellations of legacies required talent for sensing. One couldn't simply search aimlessly. In the beginning, there were too many legacy stars, making sensing unnecessary since they were everywhere. Wang Tung, eager to explore all the possibilities, naturally didn't bother with such details. However, after questing for quite some time and finding only one eternal stage legacy star, he suddenly became aware of the problem. If he continued searching, he might not be able to find a God stage legacy star. If even eternal stage legacy stars were so rare, finding a god stage 1 would be an even greater challenge. Wang Tong closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Despite having various talents, he could only choose one. A decision had to be made. His consciousness involuntarily delved into the attributes board to review his talents. The various force talents required no elaboration. They were the most common talents. More notably, there were physique talents. Wang Tong possessed numerous physique talents, among them the potent and promising demon lotus poison body, the spiritual wood divine physique, the true dragon battle physique, and many others. However, the two most powerful talents were likely the time and space talents. Chapter 21, 87 Chronicles of Time. 2. A glint flashed in Wang Tong's eyes. It remained unknown whether the Grand Universe Hall housed legacies related to time and space. If there was, that would be great. There was no better legacy than time and space. The opportunity to enter the Grand Universe Hall was exceedingly rare, and Wang Tong was uncertain when the next chance would present itself. He had to seize the moment. What is Wang Tong doing? The Fire God Stage martial warrior observed the scene, unable to suppress his curiosity. He seems to be uninterested in this Wind Element Eternal Stage legacy. The Lightning God Stage martial warrior hesitated for a moment before responding. He doesn't want a Wind Element Eternal Stage legacy. The Fire God Stage martial warrior was speechless. He couldn't decide if Wang Tong was overestimating himself or if his courage was commendable. If he missed this legacy, there was no guarantee he would find a better one next time. In the end, Wang Tong decided to attempt sensing with his time talent first. Time talents were exceptionally rare, and if he could obtain a corresponding legacy, it would be the most significant gain of this endeavor. Should he acquire a legacy related to time talent, he would no longer crudely wield time power. Instead, he could systematically utilize the power of time. With closed eyes, he activated his time talent. Peculiar ripples emanated from his body, spreading outward. Thankfully, the three God Stage entities were not present in this spatial region. Otherwise, they would have been profoundly shocked. The extraordinary fluctuations emanating from Wang Tong's body at this moment were none other than the power of time. A Cosmos Stage martial warrior, unexpectedly wielding the power of time. This was something not even a God Stage martial warrior dared to imagine. Before long, Wang Tong furrowed his brows. He couldn't sense anything. Is it because my time talent is too weak? He couldn't help but speculate in his mind. Obtaining the time talent was exceedingly rare. Currently, his attribute points were just over 1,000, and reaching the perfected state of the time attribute required 10,000 points. Moreover, if it followed the developmental pattern of his space talent, even reaching the perfected state would only transform the time talent into a first-rank time physique. Therefore, his time talent was still too weak. This could be one reason. Or is it because the distance is too far? Wang Tong rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then charged deeper into the starry expanse. Regardless, he had to search and explore. Giving up without trying was something he couldn't accept. Wang Tong was fervently eager for a legacy related to the time talent. To save time, he simultaneously activated his space physique. Waves of spatial fluctuations emanated from him, spreading into the surroundings. Both talents were active, sensing simultaneously. He refrained from activating other talents, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Activating too many talents at once would undoubtedly hinder his judgment. Since Wang Tong had decided to seek legacies related to time and space, he couldn't afford to expend too much energy on other talents. It was easy to lose focus. In Wang Tong's quest, time slowly passed once again, and a day elapsed. During this time, he encountered several Eternal Stage legacy stars, one related to the Earth element, another to the Wood element, and the third to the Metal element. In terms of value, they might not surpass the Wind element legacy he first encountered. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, these constellations shone like individual stars, radiating dazzling brilliance. Wang Tong, however, showed no attachment and moved past them without hesitation. Of course, since he encountered them, he couldn't resist seizing the opportunity to gain some benefits. Wang Tung received some scriptures, domains, origins, and eternal matter attribute bubbles through his probing attempts. It seems he's truly searching for a God stage legacy. The fire God stage figure remarked upon witnessing this scene. Do you think he can find it? The lightning God stage martial warrior nodded and smiled. It's hard to say. It depends on his talents and luck. God stage legacies are situated in the deepest regions, and they have no fixed locations. It's challenging to locate them, the fire god stage martial warrior explained. Even if he finds one, it doesn't guarantee he can subdue it. God stage legacies are extremely difficult to conquer. The lightning God stage martial warrior glanced at the president and continued, regardless of how you look at it, Wang Tung's chances of obtaining a God stage legacy are quite slim. It's all right. If I lose, they'll give you the 2 blood dragon wood. The president smiled and replied. The 2 God stage powerhouses revealed a hint of satisfaction. The blood dragon wood was theirs. However, they were unaware of what kind of heritage Wang Tung was truly seeking. If it were an ordinary God stage legacy, with Wang Tung's talent, he could find it with a bit of time. 3 hours passed. Wang Tung abruptly halted his movement, his gaze fixated on a specific spot, a faint hint of excitement glimmering in his eyes. He sensed it. After searching for so long, he finally felt the presence of a time element legacy. The Grand Universe Hall truly did not disappoint. It even housed an epic legacy. How remarkable! Without hesitation, Wang Tung rushed toward the designated location. Although he sensed the existence of the time legacy, the distance should not be close. It was merely a faint feeling. After about 1 or 2 minutes, a peculiar heritage celestial appeared in Wang Tung's eyes, silently floating in the deep void, devoid of any extraneous stars in its vicinity. This star, Wang Tung frowned. It was too small. The radiance was also immensely feeble. A stellar inheritance of this size could never be a deity-level legacy. At most, it might be a heaven stage legacy. Wang Tung felt a twinge of regret, mixed with a detect of resignation. At the same time, a hint of apprehension accompanied him as he approached the diminutive heritage star. Chapter 2188, Chronicles of Time. 3. Activating the real eye, Wang Tung examined the legacy star. It displayed a nearly transparent quality, devoid of any distinct color. However, faint streams of luminescence shimmered within, and intricate and enigmatic runes entwined its surface, emanating exceptionally peculiar vibrations. These runes, even to Wang Tung, a rune grandmaster with an extensive knowledge of ancient symbols, appeared unprecedented. Could this be the legendary time runes? Wang Tung murmured to himself. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from dwelling on the thought. Pondering now served little purpose. These runes were the materialization of enlightenment. Even if he tried to exploit the situation, he couldn't obtain time runes. Thinking about it was futile. It should be a heaven stage time legacy. After scrutinizing the legacy star for a while, Wang Tung made his judgment. Heaven stage time legacy. In terms of level, it was a bit low, but being a time legacy made it incredibly rare and precious. If it were any other warrior with time talents, they might choose to directly accept the inheritance. However, Wang Tung had another option. Get some attribute bubbles. In doing so, he might not be able to acquire the complete legacy, but at least he could obtain a portion of it, which was better than nothing. The legacy star. In another spatial domain, the president and the 2 God stage beings experienced a slight tremor in their hearts. Their expressions showed a subtle change. Naturally, they recognized the legacy star as a time-related one. Such inheritances were exceedingly rare throughout the entire Grand Universe Hall. But the question was, why was Wang Tung there? Was this a coincidence? Or did he look for it himself? If Wang Tung had sought it out himself, it would be intriguing. Could it be that Wang Tung possesses the time talent? The fire god stage martial warrior fell into silence for a moment before uttering the words time talent, as if those 2 words carried an unimaginable weight. After speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle, but the amusement seemed tinged with a hint of awkwardness. What if Wang Tung truly had the time talent? There is no relevant information in this regard. The president stared at Wang Tung in that spatial domain, shaking his head after a moment. It's unlikely. Time talents appear once in several epochs, the lightning god stage martial warrior remarked. Even though they were reluctant to believe it, at this moment, they all focused their gazes on Wang Tung, waiting to see what choice he would make. If he chose this legacy star, it would be 100% confirmation that Wang Tung possessed a time talent. If he didn't choose it, further investigation would be needed. In the next moment, a gleam flashed in Wang Tung's eyes. His spiritual power condensed into his staff, stabbing out fiercely. Bang! Unlike before, a profoundly dull sound emanated from the time legacy star. He felt as if his spiritual power had plunged into a quagmire, difficult to extricate himself from. An invisible fluctuation spread slowly. While lacking the terrifying impact from before, Wang Tung's expression changed drastically. His pupils vibrated intensely. Without hesitation, he directly employed the space flash, disappearing from his original position and reappearing several kilometers away. The space around the time legacy star suddenly distorted, and time became chaotic. Wang Tung, still with lingering fear, gazed at that area. If he hadn't sensed the terrifying fluctuation in advance due to his time talent, he would probably have been deeply ensnared in the chaotic time zone by now. Time, at any moment and under any circumstances, was an extremely formidable and mysterious domain that must never be underestimated. Even God-stage beings would find themselves in a difficult situation when trapped in such a chaotic time zone. This kid is playing with fire. The fire God-stage martial warrior frowned. He seems to have avoided it in advance. The lightning God-stage martial warrior stared at Wang Tung with piercing eyes. The fire God-stage martial warrior and the president noticed this too. There was a sharp glint in their eyes. Could it be that he truly possesses the time talent? This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of the three uncontrollably. Several attribute bubbles appeared around the time legacy star. Wang Tung felt excited, but refrained from hastily collecting the bubbles. The time fluctuation in that area had not completely dissipated, and his spiritual power would be greatly affected upon entering. After 10 minutes, the time fluctuation in that area finally completely dissipated. Wang Tung carefully sensed it and then confidently extended his spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles. Chronicles of Time *I glow Chronicles of Time *I 200 reverse / 500 time domain * 800 time domain * 600. Chapter 2189. Using such a method is truly despicable. 1. The attribute bubbles from the time element legacy star entered Wang Tung's body. His eyes lit up. Good stuff. This time he hit the jackpot. Although it was only a heaven stage legacy, the attribute bubbles dropped from it seemed to Wang Tung to far surpass the eternal stage legacies he encountered before. He even felt that the eternal stage wind element legacy star was not as valuable as this time legacy star. Of course, it was a matter of personal preference. It didn't mean that the value of the wind element legacy was lower. If it was a wind element martial warrior, the eternal stage wind element legacy would naturally be more valuable to them, and the time legacy would be useless. Wang Tung took a deep breath, calming his emotions a bit, and then looked at the attributes board. First was the Chronicles of Time. After this attribute bubble merged into Wang Tung's mind, profound insights emerged, like condensed mysterious runes, imprinted in his memory. Wang Tung instantly gained enlightenment. The Chronicles of Time wasn't a scripture or battle skill. Instead, it was the insights into time left behind by the person who created this legacy. It summarized the thoughts and ideas from the person's cultivation process. With the insights from the Chronicles of Time, Wang Tung could avoid many detours in his cultivation. Simultaneously, his mastery of the power of time would become more adept, not as rudimentary as before. The same technique, when executed before and after obtaining the Chronicles of Time, would undoubtedly be different. Now, with the insights from the Chronicles of Time, if Wang Tung used the power of time, he could not only save time, but also accelerate the speed of his execution. No matter how you looked at it, it was a good thing. Chronicles of Time, 2200/5000 Foundation. Unfortunately, there were only 2,200 points of attributes, so Wang Tung could only reach the Foundation stage. Next was a battle technique. As the attribute bubble merged into Wang Tung's mind, a humanoid figure appeared. This figure was extraordinary, standing in the void, emanating an indescribable aura. Although he stood there, it seemed like he wasn't there at all. There was a kind of illusion, an unreal feeling, as if there was a discontinuity between the previous second and the next. Suddenly, the figure made a move. He had no weapon in his hand, just using his palm as a blade, lightly slashing towards the empty space in front. It was an unremarkable palm, even a bit ethereal, without any apparent force. However, as this palm was executed, ripples appeared in the space in front, and an invisible blade swept through. Suddenly, a planet in front disintegrated. The disintegration wasn't due to a massive impact causing an explosion. Instead, it was a material breakdown, as if the time on that planet was reversed. Yes, reversed. All the substances on that planet returned to an extremely primitive state, leading to its ultimate collapse. The scene ended, and the humanoid figure disappeared. Wang Tung remained stunned in place, unable to recover for a long time. The image of the planet disintegrating lingered in his mind. Gasp! After a moment, he finally came to his senses. He couldn't help but inhale a cold breath, and his eyes were filled with shock. Reverse the flow of time, causing the target to disintegrate. Can such an attack be blocked? Wang Tung murmured to himself, finding it hard to imagine that such an attack truly existed. He had once experimented with reversing time to heal wounds, but it came at the cost of some damage to the essence of life and soul. According to his previous experiments, if he wanted to unleash the terrifying power seen in the recent scene, his essence of life and soul probably wouldn't be sufficient. He would collapse before even executing the strike. However, after obtaining this battle technique, named Reverse Slash, Wang Tung discovered that he had seemingly been using the wrong approach all along. While utilizing the power of time would indeed subject his body to erosion by time, there was a way to avoid it and prevent the erosion from being too severe. Both the Chronicles of Time and this Reverse Slash contained detailed records of this knowledge. Clearly, this was the most valuable experience. This is fantastic. Joy lit up Wang Tung's eyes, and he murmured to himself, with the Chronicles of Time and this time element battle technique, I can at least use the power of time to launch attacks without worrying about consuming too much essence of life and soul. His origin of life and origin of soul were already much stronger than ordinary Cosmos stage martial warriors, reaching the limit of the Cosmos stage. Moreover, he could replenish them by picking up attributes, making the consequences much smaller than those of other time element martial warriors in the past. Reverse Slash, Heaven Stage 500/5000, Foundation. Unfortunately, Wang Ting only received 500 points. It was too little. This battle technique, Reverse Slash, requires a whopping 5,000 attribute points just to reach the foundation level, indicating that it was not that easy to master. Furthermore, this battle technique was categorized as Heaven Stage, and its rank was not considered high. Perhaps it was because of this that the legacy before him was designated as a Heaven Stage legacy. Such a level implies one thing. While the martial technique was undoubtedly powerful, it might not cause significant harm to those much stronger than oneself. If an Eternal Stage martial warrior acted, he might be able to resist the power of time of this battle technique. Wang Tung shook his head, no longer dwelling on such thoughts. What he had now was already sufficient. Given his current strength, thinking about Eternal Stage abilities was too far-fetched. As long as he remained prudent, it was unlikely that Eternal Stage martial warriors would attack him. Chapter 2190. Using such a method is truly despicable. 2. Such beings have their dignity and wouldn't aimlessly target a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Even if they belong to hostile factions, it wouldn't be practical for an eternal stage figure to directly confront a Cosmos stage martial warrior. But the name of this martial technique seems a bit hasty, Wang Tung remarked, glancing at the attributes board. Reverse slash. It was appropriate, but the style was lacking. It appeared that the predecessor, much like himself, was not particularly skilled in naming things. The last two attribute bubbles were the time domain. This was an extremely rare attribute bubble. Among the domains Wang Tung currently possessed, there was no domain related to time. Obtaining the power of such a domain was truly a pleasant surprise. Immediately, the relevant insights fused into his mind, rapidly enhancing his mastery of the time domain. Time domain, 400/2000, second rank. Wang Tung was surprised. He hadn't expected that his insights into the time domain would surpass the first rank, reaching the second rank, considering that his space domain was currently at the first rank. His time domain actually caught up. Although time and space were considered the two most powerful laws in the universe, mastering time proved to be more challenging than space to some extent. Otherwise, why would there be relatively more powerhouses who mastered space than time? After his time domain reached the second rank, Wang Tung's understanding of time improved significantly. However, he discovered that using the time domain consumed more terrifying amounts of power of time and caused even more severe erosion to his origin of soul and origin of life. Only by increasing the rank could he potentially reduce some of the backlash. Of course, this meant that when using the same methods, the higher the mastery of the domain, the lower the backlash. However, generally speaking, as the mastery of the domain increased, the techniques employed would also become more powerful, leading to a more formidable backlash. It was all relative. In essence, everything depended on the individual's ability to withstand the level of backlash. Despite the lengthy explanation, it only took a short moment. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Tung turned his gaze back to the time element legacy star, contemplating for a few moments. With such a good opportunity, why not pick a few more bubbles? Just a few more. It wouldn't waste too much time. At this moment, it seemed as if a voice was constantly repeating in Wang Tung's mind, urging him to stay and continue collecting the attributes. So, Wang Tung decided to stay. Bang! Since he decided to stay, Wang Tung wasted no time. He condensed his spiritual power into a stick and fiercely stabbed at the time element legacy star. The power of time spread from the star, permeating the surroundings. Attribute bubbles emerged one after another. Wang Tung directly picked them up without examining them closely. He continued stabbing. Thud, thud, thud. Continuous sounds echoed. The time element legacy star got harassed by Wang Tung continuously. "Oh, 4-0, what is this guy doing?" The lightning god stage martial warrior exclaimed. He didn't accept the legacy, but keeps stabbing it like that. Is he playing? The fire god stage marital warrior said with bewilderment. Even the president had a stream of black lines on his head, unable to comprehend Wang Tung's unusual operation. At their level, not understanding the actions of a Cosmos stage martial warrior was truly embarrassing. The three God stage presences dared not disclose what was happening here. Wang Tung stabbed for about a dozen times. The attribute bubbles dropping from the time element legacy star became fewer, but he continued his persistent stabbing. He was a professional at farming attribute bubbles. However, the time element legacy star no longer gave him the opportunity. The surrounding space suddenly fluctuated, and the star directly escaped. Wang Tung, time element legacy star, I can run away. You deserve it. The lightning god stage martial warrior spat out the words uncontrollably when he saw this scene. Even he thought Wang Tung went overboard, allowing a rare and precious time element legacy star to escape. Was this something a person would do? In that case, we can't tell if he has the time talent or not. The fire god stage marital warrior frowned. Let it be, there's no need to insist. If he truly possesses a talent for time, he will expose it sooner or later. What we need to do is keep an eye on him, ensuring he doesn't fall prematurely. Such a genius belongs to our 7th Stellar Academy. It's truly fortunate, haha, the president said, laughing heartily and appearing quite pleased. That's true. Regardless, he is a member of our 7th Stellar Academy. The two God Stage entities agreed. With this young man, when the time comes for the 7 Stellar Academies to compete, our 7th Stellar Academy will surely rise. It seems like there's something to look forward to in this generation. The Lightning God Stage martial warrior chuckled. In the past competitions, our 7th Stellar Academy has always been at the bottom. How unfortunate. The Fire God Stage marital warrior remarked. Having only him is not enough. The president shook his head. I hope he becomes the disruptor in our 7th Stellar Academy, stirring up the other students. Oh, the two God Stage entities expressed surprise, then nodded in admiration. President, you're thinking ahead. Wang Ting looked at the empty void before him. The Time Element Legacy star had long vanished without a trace, leaving him somewhat speechless. Did it have to run away like that? It made him look like some unforgivable villain. All he did was stab it a few times. Full of grievances, Wang Tung shook his head regretfully and glanced at the attributes board. Chronicles of Time, 3000/10,000, well-versed, reverse / Heaven Stage 4100/10,000, well-versed, time domain, 500/3000, third rank. Fortunately, the harvest was good. Because he stabbed it a few more times, all 3 types of attribute values increased by 1 level. Without dwelling on it further, Wang Tung, after choosing a direction, swiftly dashed towards a distant location. Earlier, when he sensed the Time Element Legacy star, he also sensed the presence of Space Legacy stars somewhere in the distance. There were 2 of them. He sensed 2 Space Element Legacy stars just now. These 2 stars were in different directions, but, generally speaking, both were on the route Wang Tung was currently taking, one on the left and one on the right. He decided to head towards the right Space Element Legacy star first. The one he sensed on the other side seemed to be more intense, and the better things should be saved for later. Soon, Wang Tung arrived at his destination. A peculiar legacy star appeared before his eyes. This star was entirely silver-white, and judging by its size, it should belong to the Cosmos Stage. Cosmos Stage. Wang Tung rubbed his chin, preparing to give it a poke first. He congregated his spiritual power and stabbed it out. With a loud bang, a powerful space fluctuation swept out. Wang Tung was much calmer than when he encountered the Time Element Legacy star. With a flicker, he disappeared from his original position. He had no problem resisting Cosmos Stage space fluctuations. But there was no need for him to forcefully endure it. As the attribute bubbles fell, Wang Tung's spiritual power rushed into the still lingering spatial fluctuation, retrieving the attribute bubbles. Chronicles of Space *I300 Chronicles of Space *I600 Space Domain *IVO Space Domain *80. Several attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body, transforming into insights that he absorbed. Chronicles of Space. Wang Tung's expression turned strange. Chronicles of Time. Chronicles of Space. How many chronicles are there? These are high-level insights. Can you be a little more serious? Chronicles of Space, 2900/3000, Foundation. There were 2,900 points of attributes in total. It was only enough for Wang Tung to reach the Foundation stage. The problem was that the Foundation stage required 3,000 attribute points, just 100 points short. Wasn't this tempting him to continue poking the star? Damn it, using such a method is truly despicable. Wang Tung looked at the other attribute bubbles. He received 180 points of space domain. It wasn't a lot, but considering that this was only a Cosmos Stage Legacy star, it was already impressive that the other party could grasp the domain. Space domain, 980/1000, first rank, Wang Tung. Are you kidding me? System, you must be kidding, right? He felt utterly powerless to complain. The space domain just reached the critical point, lacking only 20 attribute points to break through to the second rank. Was it really a coincidence? He couldn't believe that there was no foul play involved. Chapter 2191. We underestimated this little guy's decisiveness. 1. In such a case, it'll go along with your wishes. With a fierce and determined glare, Wang Tung directed his spiritual power toward the space element legacy star before him, forcefully thrusting it out. If he was going to reap, he might as well do it thoroughly. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed as Wang Tung's spiritual power jabbed at the star, and attribute bubbles kept dropping. In no time, Wang Tung found himself stunned in place. The space element legacy star was gone. It ran away. It ran away again. Without a word, with a flicker of spatial fluctuations, it vanished without a trace. Wang Tung didn't know what to say anymore. He cursed under his breath and glanced at the attributes board. Chronicles of Space, 3300/5000, well-versed, space domain, 1300/2000, second rank. Both attributes had ascended by a level, and Wang Tung felt reasonably satisfied. At least his efforts were not in vain. Without further hesitation, he swiftly dashed toward the location of another space element legacy star. He found a space element legacy star. The two God-stage martial warriors were taken aback to see Wang Tung actually locating a space element legacy star. Just moments after finding the time element legacy star, he found a space element one. What kind of talent did this little guy possess? Or did he truly possess some special means to locate the corresponding legacy stars? The two formidable figures from the Stellar Academy were now genuinely puzzled. Mainly because Wang Tung didn't go to accept the legacy, but kept poking legacy stars, leaving them utterly baffled. After some time, Wang Tung found another constellation space element legacy star. This left the two God-stage martial warriors exchanging glances, even more convinced that Wang Tung must have some special means to locate these legacy stars. Mind you, whether it was the Time Constellation Legacy Star or the Space Element Legacy Star, they were all extremely rare. Other martial warriors might come across one, and that would be considered very fortunate. However, Wang Tung had found so many, leaving people with plenty to ponder. A universe stage Space Element Legacy Star. Wang Tung's eyes slightly lit up. He was genuinely surprised. Without hesitation, he began to poke it. Boom! An extremely terrifying spatial fluctuation instantly rippled out, prompting Wang Tung to swiftly dodge and reappear in the distance. Several attribute bubbles emerged from within the legacy star, hovering in the surroundings. Get them! Wang Tung silently exclaimed in his mind as his spiritual power reached out, picking them up one by one. Chronicles of Space *4500 Chronicles of Space *3800 Space Domain *2000 Space Domain *2200 Origin of Space *U Origin of Space *600. I can't believe it. What a huge harvest! Wang Tung's eyes widened slightly, utterly surprised by the abundance of gains this time. The Universe Stage Legacy Star was terrifying. Wang Tung couldn't help but sigh at the unexpected windfall. Then, he turned his attention to the changes in the attributes board. However, when he saw the first attribute value, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. It was the Chronicles of Space again. Why couldn't he get a specific scripture or battle technique? Wang Tung felt a bit helpless, but before he could ponder more, relevant insights immediately emerged in his mind. Astonishingly, these were insights from within the Chronicles of Space. He suddenly realized that the insights gained from this Chronicles of Space were much more profound than before. Despite both being Chronicles of Space, the insights were different. In an instant, Wang Tung gained some enlightenment. The Chronicles of Space was probably the insights of a space element martial warrior, just presented in this particular form. Chronicles of Space, Universe Stage 6600/10,000. Specialized. Wang Tung glanced at the attributes board, somewhat surprised. This time, the Chronicles of Space had the words Universe Stage added to it, indicating a clear connection between the two. Now, this universe stage Chronicles of Space seemed to replace the previous Chronicles of Space obtained from the Cosmos Stage Legacy. Furthermore, Wang Tung's mastery of the Chronicles of Space had progressed from well-versed to specialized, instantly advancing to a higher level. His proficiency in controlling spatial energy became extremely adept, making future applications of spatial power more fluid. Next was the Space Domain attribute, and this time, he unexpectedly gained a substantial 4,200 points. Space Domain, 500/4,000, 4th rank. As a result, Wang Tung's Space Domain jumped from the 2nd rank to the 4th rank. It rose 2 levels. Wang Tung was overjoyed. This time, he truly struck gold. Even the Space Domain had advanced so much. Finally, there was the Origin of Space attribute, totaling 1,300 points, a considerable amount. This was the power of laws of origin, one of the most challenging to comprehend among various origin laws. Although Wang Tung had already grasped the origin of space, wasn't much, only 630 points of attribute value. This time, he gained more than he did in the previous encounter in the Chaotic Uncharted, a whopping 1,300 points of attribute value. Origin of Space, 1930/10,000, 1st rank. Unfortunately, he didn't acquire any space scriptures or battle techniques, leaving Wang Tung somewhat disappointed. Wang Tung looked at the Universe Stage Legacy star in front of him, hesitating. Should he accept this legacy? Time was running out. The delay earlier had left him with less than a day. If he couldn't find a higher-level Space Element Legacy star, he would be at a significant loss. He couldn't afford to act recklessly now. If he probed carelessly again and the current Space Element Legacy star disappeared, he might not be able to retrieve it. Feeling a bit helpless, Wang Tung ultimately decided to search once more. He was unwilling to settle for a Universe Stage Legacy star, even if it was a space one. Chapter 2192, we underestimated this little guy's decisiveness. 2. Then he left directly to search for other legacy stars. He doesn't even want the Universe Stage Space Element Legacy star. Does he really possess space talent? The Fire God Stage Martial Warrior asked. He has space talent, the president unexpectedly revealed, smiling. But his decisive abandonment of this Universe Stage Legacy still surprises me. It seems, as I suspected, he is aiming for a God Stage Legacy. President, you knew about it already? The Lightning God Stage Martial Warrior asked in surprise. Yes, he once used his space talent. It's not much of a secret. The president nodded. The 2 God Stage Martial Warriors were speechless. The president had known all along, yet he watched them speculate, seemingly for his own amusement. He truly is a space talent. This young man's talent is exceptional, the Lightning God Stage Martial Warrior remarked, his gaze flashing. The Fire God Stage Martial Warrior nodded in agreement. A martial warrior with a powerful physical body and the bonus of space talent was already extraordinary, a rarity in the world. Even so, I still don't believe he can obtain a God Stage Legacy. The Fire God Stage Martial Warrior shook his head. The president was now somewhat uncertain. It seemed that if Wang Tung was indeed seeking a God Stage Legacy related to space, the difficulty would undoubtedly increase. 4 ordinary God Stage Legacies related to the 5 elemental forces, the president believed Wang Tung might have a chance. However, a God Stage Legacy focused on space was exceptionally rare, and finding it was far from guaranteed. I recall there aren't many space legacies in the Grand Universe Hall, right? The Lightning God Stage Martial Warrior asked. Yes. The president nodded. There's only one God Stage Space Legacy. The Lightning God Stage Martial Warrior and the Fire God Stage Martial Warrior fell into silence, their gazes converging on Wang Tung. Only one. Could he find it? Wang Tung raced through the void, almost reaching his maximum speed as he dashed toward the depths of this spatial expanse. He believed that if there were God Stage Legacies, they must be located in the deepest part of the Grand Universe Hall. The surrounding starry sky gradually became more profound, turning pitch black, devoid of any stars, and completely void of light. In such an environment, Even perception seemed incredibly difficult. Frowning, Wang Tong activated the fourth-rank space physique to its utmost. Waves of spatial energy emanated from him, forming a vast net that extended in all directions. As time passed, the remaining time grew shorter, leaving only half a day. Could it be that there is no God stage space element legacy? Wang Tung's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. During his ascent of the staircase in the Godslayer Sword Scripture, he had gained the Godslayer Sword Scripture. This was a divine-level space element battle technique. In terms of heritage, the Great Qin Academy was undoubtedly inferior to the Stellar Academies. In theory, the Stellar Academies should not lack God stage legacies. Unfortunately, the facts were apparent. Wang Tung couldn't help but sigh. If things didn't work out, he might have to give up. He didn't have time to waste anymore. Perhaps it was his fate to seek God stage legacies related to other forces instead. He activated various elemental talents and swiftly headed in a direction. An hour later, he suddenly came to a halt. He felt it. It seemed to be a lightning element legacy star. In his perception, there appeared to be a massive star in the void ahead, radiating a dazzling light. This radiance was even more intense than the eternal stage legacy stars he had encountered earlier. This must be a God stage legacy. The lightning element God stage legacy was an excellent choice too. Without hesitation, Wang Tung rushed towards it. However, after flying thousands of meters, he suddenly stopped. A subtle movement in his heart made him gaze skeptically at another section of the void. It was as if something there was calling out to him. Wang Teng's space physique remained active. He felt a restless sensation in his body, as if it wanted to rush in that direction. But this was just an impulse. He didn't sense the presence of any legacy there, and it seemed quite distant. It wasn't like the lightning element God stage legacy. Wang Ting could already feel the scorching heat before he got close to it. This feeling was undeniable. The lightning element God stage legacy was right in front of him. On the contrary, the impulse from the other side was filled with uncertainty. Wang Ting suddenly found himself in a dilemma. Didn't he discover the lightning element God stage legacy? Why did he stop? The fire God stage martial warrior was surprised. This kid is quite lucky. The president's expression was peculiar. President, did you see something? The lightning God stage martial warrior asked curiously. Within the Grand Universe Hall, the president's authority surpassed theirs. What they couldn't see, the president might still be able to. Hence the question. You'll see. The president shook his head. His gaze had never left Wang Tung, and he was curious about which choice Wang Tung would ultimately make. In the void, Wang Tung hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and rushed towards the unknown. He raced madly through the void, covering quite a distance. Now, he could only follow his instincts. Otherwise, he couldn't perceive anything at all. Time passed bit by bit, 1 hour, 2 hours. The sensation became increasingly intense, but time continued to dwindle. Why haven't one arrived yet? Wang Tung felt a bit frantic. The distance was beyond his expectations. He had been flying for so long and still had yet to reach. Could it be that his intuition was wrong? But now that he had come this far, going back to find the God stage lightning element legacy star was no longer an option. He could only grit his teeth and continue flying forward. Boom! Wang Tung immediately activated his space flash and light bolt skills. His body turned into a streak of light, flickering in the void, sometimes disappearing, sometimes reappearing, swiftly traversing through space. The time is running out. This kid is getting anxious. The Fire God Stage martial warrior shook his head. If the time runs out and he still hasn't found the corresponding legacy, will you really let him leave? The Lightning God Stage martial warrior asked. This was an extremely rare opportunity. If he missed it like this, it would be a pity. Wang Tung was a talent they had high hopes for. If he failed to obtain a legacy in the Grand Universe Hall, it would be a significant loss of opportunity. The president set the time limit, and if it needed changing, it could be changed. It all depended on the president. It's his own choice. No one can be blamed, the president said casually. The growth of a genius is more challenging, with many more trials than an ordinary warrior. If he can't overcome such trials, it only means his temperament is not enough. There are gains and losses. If he wants a better legacy, he must be prepared to get nothing. The Fire God Stage Martial Warrior added. All right, you two seem to be taking it lightly. The Lightning God Stage Martial Warrior shook his head. He was an impulsive person, while the President and the Fire God Stage Martial Warrior were more rational. Unaware of the exchange between the President and the two God Stage Martial Warriors, Wang Ting only had one thought at this moment. Find it. Find that legacy, or he wouldn't be content. There was only 1 hour left. Wang Tung's speed had reached its maximum, and in the void, only the lingering afterimage of a streak of light could be seen. He had become the sole light in this pitch-black void, until a faint starlight appeared in front. In this dim void, that speck of starlight was extremely eye-catching. Wang Tung shuddered, an uncontrollable joy surging from the depths of his heart, almost spreading through his entire consciousness. He saw it. He finally saw it. It was indeed a God Stage Legacy star. As the distance shortened, the starlight in front gradually enlarged, transforming into a colossal, silver-white, radiant celestial body. All right, it's you. Wang Ting couldn't help but burst into laughter. His eyes shimmered with a brilliant light, and with almost no hesitation, his figure turned into a streak of light and plunged into that legacy star. Boom! A terrifying roar echoed. The void trembled, and the colossal celestial body suddenly erupted with endless radiance, as if it wanted to illuminate the entire void. In an instant, everything seemed to freeze. Invisible spatial fluctuations swept through, and the massive silver-white, celestial body vibrated continuously, as if welcoming Wang Tung's arrival. The President and the two God Stage Martial Warriors widened their eyes slightly, completely unprepared for the fact that Wang Tung would rush into the legacy star without a moment's hesitation. This is too impulsive. The Fire God Stage Martial Warrior sighed. Is he not afraid of being rebounded and killed by this legacy star? The legacy stars asked. Phew! The President let out a sigh, smiling bitterly. We underestimated this young man's decisiveness. Chapter 2193. Wang Tung didn't find a master? The Gathering of the Judges. 1. 10 days flew by in the blink of an eye. The Seventh Stellar Academy's grand disciple acceptance ceremony had come to a close. Many talented students were accepted as disciples by the Academy's formidable figures, embarking on the challenging path of cultivation. Don't think that becoming a disciple guarantees an easy life. On the contrary, even harsher trials await them. The methods of these Academy powerhouses were no joking matter. Strict masters create outstanding disciples. To uphold their prestige, the Academy instructors could be exceedingly strict with their teachings. Of course, those students without masters had it even tougher. They could only rely on themselves and risk their lives to gain experience. Half a year ago, almost all students were practicing within the Academy. Now, they must venture outside, undertake various missions, experience life and death situations. This was the best and fastest way for them to improve. Warriors need to undergo challenges. Staying in the Stellar Academy for practice would only make them weak. Whether it was a student who had a master or a student who didn't, there would always be one person's whereabouts that caught their attention. His significance was vastly different. He single-handedly suppressed all the geniuses of the Seventh Stellar Academy, rightfully earning the title of the strongest freshman. Unconsciously, many people regarded him as the leader of the new generation, even a spiritual guide. This was something he had earned. Few dared to challenge him, and most could only admire him. Even those who didn't want to admit it had to acknowledge his achievements. They could only plan in secret, as he was currently in the spotlight. Many people treated it as their target. Others considered him the leader of the new generation, an inspiration, and perhaps even a legend in the making. With a target, they could go further. At the same time, a piece of news spread from within the Academy. Wang Tung doesn't have a master. This piece of news shocked many, leaving them surprised and puzzled. with Wang Tung's talent, how could he possibly not have a master? This doesn't make sense. Moreover, wasn't he taken away by the president in the end? Why wouldn't he have a master? It must be fake. Many questioned the authenticity of this news, thinking that someone was trying to smear Wang Tung and undermine his reputation. Who is spreading rumors? How can the president not have a master? Yeah, our president's talent far surpasses everyone. It's impossible for him not to have a master. Our academy's president took him away. He might become the president's disciple. Stop being bitter. Shut your stinking mouths. The members of the Constellation Society were infuriated. They wished they could find the person who spread the rumor and let everyone know his evil intention. He hasn't found a master. The president didn't take in a disciple either. But at this moment, even Yuan Mu stood up and spoke up. Many were astonished, finding it hard to believe that Wang Tung did not find a master. Is that true? No way. The members of the Constellation Society didn't believe him, with their leader's talent. Even if he couldn't become the disciple of a God-stage martial warrior, he could become an eternal stage ruler's disciple. Why didn't anyone accept him as their disciple? At the same time, Yu Qi Qiao, Wu Yin, Yu Yunxian, and the others came back with news that Wang Tung didn't have a master. They brought back confirmation that Wang Tung indeed had not taken a master. This information came directly from their instructors. The members of the Constellation Society were dead silent. Their president didn't acknowledge anyone as his master. If it were just hearsay from outsiders, they might not have believed it, but coming from individuals like Yu Qi Qiao, Wu Yin, Yu Yunxian, and others, they had no choice but to accept it. How did this happen? Why didn't the president take him in? Someone asked, but the answer they received from Yu Qi Qiao, Yu Yunxian, and the others was two words: don't know. The members of the Constellation Society were disappointed. Wang Tung, who was ranked first on the freshman leaderboard and had conquered the spiritual Hollow Mountain, had inexplicably chosen not to have a master. It was a reality they found hard to accept. Ha ha! Upon hearing this news, the members of the Qingyan Society erupted in a joyous laughter, reveling in their malicious delight. The relationship between the Qingyan Society and Wang Tung had always been tense. Despite Wang Tung's outstanding performance on the spiritual Hollow Mountain, the fact that he did not have a master now significantly reduced the perceived threat. This was precisely what the members of the spiritual Hollow Mountain wanted to see. A talented individual who doesn't have a master. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. Ruan Banlian sneered with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Now that he doesn't have a master, I do not need to be cautious. It's time to employ those methods, Feng Qingyan said indifferently. Make it quick. I can't wait to see him fall from grace, Ruan Banlian added with a cold tone. That fellow doesn't have a master. Sure, Tianyun and Shun Yinfeng were elated. During their ascent of the spiritual Hollow Mountain, their performance in the final moments left much to be desired, and many eternal stage martial warriors did not take them as disciples. However, their talents were commendable, and eventually, they found two eternal stage marquises. If Wang Tung had a master, their current situation wouldn't have mattered much. However, with Wang Tung not having a master, their advantages became more apparent. Perhaps they could now resolve the issue of that contract. Wang Tung didn't acknowledge anyone as his master. Wan Dong and the others blinked. They were still under the influence of the poison, and if Wang Tung had a God-stage martial warrior as his master, they wouldn't dare use other means. However, with Wang Tung not having one, everything changed. Chapter 2194 Wang Tung didn't find a master. The gathering of the judges. 2. I will ask for help from a friend who ranks among the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking. I don't want to be controlled by poison forever, Cobb declared. Gictor, Wu Cheng, Dong Lei, and the others kept quiet. Their expressions kept changing. Do you still expect him to show mercy? Cobb sneered as he observed their reactions. Cobb, even if he doesn't have a master, our lives are still in his hands. Are you sure it won't be a problem? Wu Cheng asked. If he wants to continue staying in the stellar academies, he needs to learn how to compromise. I don't believe that he can do anything to me in the stellar academies, Cobb said firmly. That's not necessarily true. Considering his personality, do you think he would be afraid? Dong Lei suddenly spoke up. Umph. Even if he's not afraid, what does it matter? Although, he's a monstrous talent. Can he compare to the geniuses on the top 100 list? Cobb huffed disdainfully, then turned and walked away. His voice echoed from a distance. If you want to be his dogs, I won't stop you, but I will never submit. Ridiculous. Wu Cheng and the others' expressions turned sour. Cobb's words were harsh, hitting them directly in their emotional wounds. Wan Dong turned and left silently. I still think we shouldn't act recklessly, Gichter spoke after a moment of silence. I agree. Dong Lei hesitated for a moment and nodded, and I feel there's something suspicious about Wang Tung not having a master. Oh, Gichter and Cobb looked at her in surprise. A woman's sixth sense, Dong Lei said. Gichter, Wu Cheng. The news that Wang Tung didn't have a master spread far and wide, stirring various reactions among the people. Given Wang Tung's immense reputation as the strongest freshman, many eyes were on him. The fact that he didn't have a master was a significant piece of news with far-reaching implications. At the same time, there was another question that intrigued many. Where did Wang Tung go? Since the day he was taken away by the dean on the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain, Wang Tung had not reappeared. Since he didn't acknowledge the president as his master, where did he go? This question remained unknown to everyone except the president and the two God-stage martial warriors. The Academy Arbitration Association. 7 figures appeared at the highest level of the Arbitration Association. The 7 judges gathered again, and this time, they convened for the same person, Wang Tung. It had to be admitted that since the establishment of the Academy Arbitration Association, Wang Tung was the only new student who could mobilize them in such a way. What brings us all together again? The judge seated in the 3rd chair spoke. Do you remember what happened half a year ago? The 7th judge asked indifferently. Half a year ago? What happened half a year ago? The 4th judge inquired. The freshman named Wang Tung. Initially, we offered him a position as an associate council member, but he rejected it, the 7th judge said casually. Wang Tung. The judges immediately remembered this name. He didn't accept the associate council member position. The 5th judgment smiled with interest. He didn't report to the Academy Arbitration Association half a year ago, the 7th judge stated. He seems to be a tough one. The 6th judge chuckled. If he didn't accept it, then so be it. Why gather us for such matters? Can't the lower ranks handle it? The 2nd judge said indifferently. The issue is that he has now claimed the top spot on the freshman leaderboard and even ascended to the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain, the 7th judge continued. The summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. The rest of the judges were instantly surprised, and their gazes fell on the face of the 1st judge. Sitting in the 1st chair, the 1st judge, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. A peculiar light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the 7th judge. His voice slowly echoed. You say he ascended to the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain. That's right, the 7th judge calmly affirmed. You may not be aware of this, as you are not within the academy, but this matter is widely known among the people of the 7th Stellar Academy. Intriguing, the 1st judge murmured to himself. Never thought that after so many years, there would still be someone able to reach the summit of the 2nd judge. The 2nd judge pondered, looking at the 1st judge. Speaking of which, when you ascended the spiritual hollow mountain back then, did you unravel the mysteries of the mountain? The other judges looked over. They were curious too. I can't say, the 1st judge said. The other judges were disappointed. After Wang Tung ascended to the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain, he disappeared for a very short period. The 7th judge suddenly dropped a bomb. What? The 1st judge was about to close his eyes, no longer interested in the matter. However, upon hearing the 7th judge's words, he widened his eyes again. Disappeared. The other judges were equally astonished. Why did he disappear? The 3rd judge asked in surprise. I don't know. The 7th judge looked at the 1st judge, as if expecting to find the answers from him. The first judge furrowed his brow, full of confusion, evidently not knowing the details. Back then, he had only managed to discern some clues and had not truly encountered the phenomenon. It seems that this Wang Tong has an extraordinary fate, the second judge remarked meaningfully after a brief silence. After his return, our president and the two true gods took him away. No one knows where he went. Shortly afterward, news spread from the academy that no one had accepted him as a disciple, the seventh judge explained. No one accepted him as a disciple. The other judges were astounded. Considering Wang Tong's talent, it's impossible for no one to accept him as a disciple. The third judge expressed doubt. That is the most intriguing part of the story, the sixth judge added. I recall that upon reaching the summit of the spiritual hollow mountain, one could enter the Grand Universe Hall and choose a legacy, the second judge mentioned. Indeed, the first judge confirmed. He was the only one who managed to enter the Grand Universe Hall, because he reached the peak of the spiritual hollow mountain. It seems that Wang Tong also entered the Grand Universe Hall, the third judge said with a touch of envy. We just don't know what kind of legacy he received. First judge, can you finally reveal what legacy you obtained back then? The second judge inquired. An eternal stage legacy. The first judge replied calmly. An eternal stage legacy. The other judges were taken aback. It appears you were already far ahead of us at that time. The second judge remarked meaningfully, looking at the first judge. What kind of legacy do you think Wang Tong will get? The fourth judge asked. At most, an eternal stage 1. The fifth judge stated. Yes, with his talent, he should be able to obtain an eternal stage legacy, the second judge nodded. So, what do you think of Wang Tong's arrangement? There was a strange look in the seventh judge's eyes as he changed the topic. Are there any other instructions from the academy's higher-ups? The second judge inquired. Not at the moment, replied the seventh judge. The current issue is how we should handle the placement of Wang Tong, the fourth judge stated. Since the academy hasn't provided specific instructions, we will stick to the original decision, the fifth judge calmly said. Being an associate council member is sufficient for a new student. That settles it, the seventh judge declared. He didn't deviate from the original decision. The gathering of the 7 judgments to discuss this matter was merely a formality according to the rules of the Academy Arbitration Association. The counselor assessment is approaching, the 6th judge suddenly remarked. With his ability, it's too early for him to participate in the counselor assessment. Let him be a council associate member first, the 7th judge said. Wang Tong doesn't accept the invitation. Forcing him into this role might lead to trouble, the 3rd judge frowned. And many strong individuals from your 7th Stellar Academy are probably keeping an eye on him. This matter is no longer so simple, the 2nd judge added. He's just a freshman. Even if his talent is indeed remarkable, it shouldn't lead the Academy's strong figures to intervene in our affairs at the Academy Arbitration Association. This has never happened before, the 4th judge chuckled. It's hard to say. The 2nd judge shook his head. Since opinions are not unanimous, let's put it to a vote, the 3rd judge proposed. All right, the judges agreed. After a round of voting, the results quickly emerged. Only the 1st judge opposed, surprising the other judges. The 4th and 6th judge chose to support the decision of the 7th judge, while the rest abstained. In the end, the 7th judge won with 2 votes. Then let's stick to the original decision. The 7th judge's lips curved slightly. The other judges didn't say more, their figures disappearing from their seats. Chapter 2195, Spatial Sight. 1. The Grand Universe Hall. In the profound depths of the vast void, a massive silver-white star quietly floated. 3 figures abruptly appeared not far from this star. It's about to end. The president looked at the silver-white star and opened his mouth. I never expected him to obtain a God Stage legacy. The Fire God Stage martial warrior remarked with a complex expression. What's more, it's the legacy of a Space Element God Stage martial warrior. This is the only one in the Grand Universe Hall. The Lightning God Stage martial warrior shook his head and sighed. Stop pretending, you two. We made a bet, and it's time to settle it. The president chuckled. The expressions of the two God Stage martial warriors stiffened. They felt a bit frustrated. Since Wang Tung received a God Stage legacy, they lost their bet. Whether it was the five-colored soil that the Fire God Stage martial warrior took out, or the Lightning Tribulation elixir that the Lightning God Stage martial warrior took, they were both rare treasures. It was enough to make the two God Stage martial warriors' hearts ache for a long time. The two God Stage martial warriors felt a bit reluctant, but they couldn't renege on the bet. In the end, they took out their respective bets and handed them over to the president. Good. The president laughed heartily. He was extremely pleased as he accepted the items amidst the somewhat reluctant gazes of the two God Stage martial warriors. This kid, why did he have to be so different? The Fire God Stage martial warrior said helplessly. Yeah, he could have just taken an eternal stage inheritance. Why such grand ambitions? The Lightning God Stage martial warrior also expressed his frustration. Ha. The president couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was amusing to see the two God Stage powerhouses grumbling about a junior having such exceptional talent. If this were to be known by others, it would undoubtedly be a source of great amusement. While the three were conversing, the silver-white star in front of them suddenly trembled, catching their attention. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as terrifying spatial fluctuations radiated from within the silver-white star. The president and the two God Stage beings remained remarkably composed, standing calmly only tens of meters away from the silver-white star. The intense spatial ripples emanated from the star, sweeping over them, but they were completely unscathed. There was not a hint of disturbance in the space around them. This was the ability of a God Stage martial warrior. With their mastery of space, the feeble force of space couldn't affect the spatial stability around them. Amidst the thunderous sound, the silver-white star slowly contracted. The surface radiance subdued, revealing intricate runes within it. Crack! These runes formed chains, entwining around the black-haired young man at the center. Boom! The next moment, all the runes completely shattered, transforming into a myriad of starlight, vanishing into the void. The radiance of the entire silver-white star also entirely retracted. The black-haired young man within the star finally slowly opened his eyes. Two silver-white beams shot out from his eyes, piercing through the depths of the void. This light was strange, as if it could penetrate space, appearing instantaneously at unimaginable distances. It took a while for the radiance in the young man's eyes to gradually recede. However, his pupils still maintained an extremely peculiar silver-white color, emitting an ultimate sense of coldness and majesty. The two God Stage martial warriors lightly exclaimed, observing Wang Tung's eyes, and their eyes gradually revealed a hint of surprise. His eyes underwent a transformation, allowing him to see through space, the president said. The two God Stage beings nodded. They naturally also saw the clues and became increasingly astonished. What great fortune! One never expected that the abilities of that space true god from years ago to pass down in this manner. The Fire God Stage martial warrior sighed. For Wang Tung to gain the recognition of this legacy, his space talent must be extraordinary. The Lightning God Stage martial warrior remarked. At this moment, Wang Tang's eyes gradually returned to their original state, no longer displaying the previous silver-white color. He looked at the president and the two God Stage martial warriors, slightly stunned. Immediately, he walked over and respectfully saluted. Presidents, elders, Wang Tung, you surprise us. You managed to get the God Stage space legacy. The president stroked his beard and said, You're flattering me. I'm just lucky. Wang Tung replied humbly. I'm not praising you. We saw the entire process of you searching for the legacy. This isn't luck. The president chuckled. Wang Tung scratched his head, looking a bit shy. The president and the two God Stage martial warriors burst out laughing when they saw his reaction. Wang Tung, you are indeed outstanding. Among the many geniuses I've encountered, you are undoubtedly the first. The Fire God Stage martial warrior patted Wang Tung on the shoulder, sincerely praising him. Wang Teng was genuinely surprised. Ambitious, but not reckless. Once you make a choice, you are decisive. To put it simply, not everyone can achieve this. The lightning God-stage martial warrior nodded in agreement. Wang Teng didn't know what to say anymore. He even felt a bit overwhelmed. The president and these two God-stage elders were speaking so kindly, praising him incessantly, making him feel a bit awkward. Wang Teng, do you know what will happen if you hesitate when you see the God-stage legacy? The president asked. There wasn't much time left. If I had hesitated any longer, I'm afraid I would have missed this legacy, Wang Teng replied. That's right. You were very close to missing it. Just a bit more hesitation, and you would have missed this legacy, the president said. It seems my luck is quite good. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel fortunate. If he had been a little slower at that time, he might have truly missed out on this legacy.